Chapter 51 Devil Chili, please read on. According to the introduction of Crystal of the same trick, it can reset the cooldown and automatically cast on the last target. The bandit, who originally had very harsh conditions for stealing, has lifted the restrictions after using the crystal. That is equivalent to, if Rune uses this crystal now, after resetting the bandit's skill, he can steal from the black market merchant again. The black market merchant has a lot of good treasures. The large pieces of gold and stone tablets obtained from the last theft were of great help to Rune. If he could steal again, he didn't know what powerful things he could get. Looking at the reward in his hand, Rune was very satisfied. If this crystal was placed in someone else's hands, it might be used as a bottom-of-box thing, and used twice in battle. But for Rune, the strategic significance is more obvious. Perhaps even the witch could not imagine that Rune's professional characteristic terms plus his own adventures and this crystal could produce such a reaction. Since the transaction is completed, I'll leave. Rune said. He was already impatient to reset the bandit's ability. Please. The witch put the dream crystal aside, then turned the pages of the red-covered book without looking up. The black flame on the side was still rolling in the bubble, wrinkled his nose at Rune and made a face. Stepping into the teleportation array again, Rune returned to the hotel. After confirming that there was no one around and asking Carter to be on guard, he took out the crystal for reapplying the old trick. After washing his hands 10 times without a trace of dirt, he gently touched the crystal. A prompt popped up on the panel. Do you want to use the crystal? Reapply the old trick, for the bandit ability. Yes. The light flowed, and the crystal shattered. The bandit ability in the skill bar cooled down instantly. Then it was not controlled by Rune, and it was used automatically immediately. A subtle breath that seemed to be able to penetrate everything flowed out of Rune. It patrolled around, and after not finding the target, it suddenly flew into the sky. There seemed to be a gap in the invisible place in the sky. Now Rune had a feeling in his heart that he was like grabbing in an opaque treasure pocket. Beside Faruji, on the barren wilderness, there lay an ancient beast that had just been killed. The best meat on the beast's spine was smoked by him with some kind of blazing flame. The sizzling oil dripping made the flame burn more vigorously, and the fragrant smell made people salivate. Hee hee. It's not easy to catch this wasteland wolf, it's time to enjoy it. Then make its skin and bones into good goods and sell them, and make a lot of money. Faruhia seemed to have seen that after selling the goods, piles of soul beads and gold fell into his pocket. When he thought of this, he became even more excited. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something strange in his heart, and he felt a chill all over his body. He quickly looked at his storage space. Previous it was after this feeling that he lost 2 treasures. 2 in total. How long has it been since then? It's happening again. The invisible force that can penetrate everything permeates the storage space. Faruhia can sense it slightly, but he can't stop it. No. Faruhia hugged his face with both hands, his expression exaggerated. My treasure. This feeling of powerlessness is very unpleasant. After a while, the breath disappeared, and he checked the inventory. There were 2 more items missing. And these 2 items are much more precious than the last time. Faruhia was so depressed that he sat on the ground, mumbling something. After a while, he suddenly turned his anger into laughter like a madman, picked up the slightly burnt meat and took a big bite. Who stole it? Master Mirror? Kind Father? Or Shadow? He thought about it for a long time, but he didn't think of Rune. He didn't think that the little navy of Baloberg would steal from him. He snorted coldly and said faintly, although I don't know which guy stole it, how can it be so easy to get free things? Cause and effect, everything is in destiny. On Lun's side, he could clearly feel that the breath went to a very far place after passing through the sky. Break through many obstacles and bring back the spoils. It is worthy of the ability to ignore all laws. When he saw the 2 spoils in front of him, he was very excited. This time his luck was off the charts. The first one was the natural wonder, devil pepper that I had seen before. It requires 10 purple soul beads to exchange. The effect is to increase the body's strength tenfold, without side effects, and can be used multiple times. Without the slightest hesitation, Lun swallowed it into his stomach. Then a sky-high spiciness broke out in his body. Tongue, mouth, throat, stomach. Every part seemed to be wailing. As we all know, spiciness is not a taste, but a pain. The devil pepper made Lun understand that there is no free lunch in the world. It is true that the physical fitness has been improved tenfold, but it is also true that you have to endure pain. Lun's body was covered with cold sweat and trembling as if he was cut from the inside by a knife. He had never suffered such pain before. Muscles, tendons, bones, blood vessels. Everything was being torn and reorganized. It took a full hour for the pain to ease. Lun let out a long sigh, and then took a deep breath. At this moment, endless power surged from his body. Physical strength 30. Physical strength 300. A tenfold increase. Lun, who is now at the beginning of Sequence 8, is comparable to a physical skill transcendent of Sequence 7 with physical strength alone. The higher the sequence, the greater the gap between each sequence. This span is an exponential change. So Wen has the physical strength of Sequence 7 at the full level since Sequence 8, which is already a pervert among perverts. He relaxed his body and could hear a faint thunderous sound when his blood was surging. A punch was thrown, and the wind of the fist blew in all directions, and the tables, chairs, and benches in front were all shattered. Looking at the power in front of him, Rune was satisfied. Although the alchemy system was the main one and the physical system was the auxiliary one when advancing, the physical system lagged far behind the alchemy system due to resource allocation. Now with the adventure of the devil pepper, the physical system has caught up. After that, you have to pay attention to learning the abilities related to the physical system, otherwise the advantage of physical strength can't be brought into play. After making a plan, Rune looked at the second item that the bandits got this time. It looks like a letter with a black wax on it. Holy Relic, Hunter's Sealing Wax Black. Level, Legendary Leave 30, Broken. Abilities. Passive, allows the holder to obtain the blessing of the hunter and gain 5% critical hit rate. Critical hit, causes 200% damage. Passive, when facing a divine enemy unit, all attributes are increased by 10%, no sequence rank limit. Active ability, Hunting, after activation, within 1 minute, gain 100% critical hit rate and 25% additional critical hit damage, but reduce all resistances by 70%, cooling time 7 natural days. Special state, seeking enemies can increase the level of sealing wax by killing divine units. Special state, broken after finding a way to complete the sealing wax, the strength of the holy relic will be greatly improved. Hunter. Run looked at the beginning of the letter, where there was a blank line. It seemed to be waiting for him to write his name. Chapter 52 Hunter's Black Sealing Wax, please read on. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted by a legendary holy relic. From the perspective of value alone, this Hunter's Sealing Wax is definitely higher than the previous Devil's Pepper. The regular bonus on weekdays is a 5% critical hit rate. Run never thought that the word critical hit would appear in this world. This is a very unbalanced mechanism. It can double the damage caused. Even if it is only a 5% probability. It may also cause a bullet fired or a kick kicked in a battle to suddenly hit a critical hit, which determines the direction of the battle. Not to mention, the ability to cause damage can also hit a critical hit. Add to that the 10% increase in all attributes for enemies with divine nature. And a heaven-defying active skill, Hunter. Give up defense and switch to an offensive state, with full crit and extra burst damage. No wonder the black market merchants said before that all hunters are crazy. With such ability, who wouldn't be crazy? Looking at the level up mechanism of the wax, killing divine units to increase the level, you can understand why the hunters are obsessed with the gods and their incarnations. Kill the enemy and become stronger. A letter of hunter's wax is like a temptation, placed in front of rune. But it involves the hunter, so he has to be cautious. He read the contents of the letter carefully, not even leaving out the corners. After that, Rune picked up the pen and wrote his name at the beginning. From the letter, it can be seen that the hunters are an extremely loose organization. As long as you have a piece of wax from an unknown hunter and write your name on it, you will join it. Here, there are no restrictive terms and what the hunters need to do. Everything is done spontaneously to gain power. After meeting, hunters holding wax can sense each other, which can also avoid accidentally hurting their own people. Besides this, there is nothing else. Even after joining the hunters, Rune can completely ignore everything related to it. Just take this basic ability bonus. After writing, a prompt pops up on the panel. Trigger special task, Black Wax. Black Wax, you who signed your name on the wax letter became a hunter and embarked on a special path. However, the wax you obtained seems to be different from other hunters. Uncover its secret. After completing the main line, Hydra's gold coins, start the task progress. A special task. Rune read all the prompts on the panel. It seems that what was stolen from the black market merchant is not an ordinary wax. But after all, it is a matter for the future, so let's talk about it later. The devil pepper and the hunter's wax, 2 items, made Rune's strength rapidly improve at this moment. But it's not over yet. After reading the black wax mission, Rune pulled up the panel information. There was a panel prompt that he hadn't read before. After delivering the dream crystal and obtaining the Hydra gold coin, he also completed 2 missions. Complete the main mission, the 4th Hydra gold coin, Hunter, obtain skill points, 1, adventure points, 2. Complete the side mission, Spiritual Crystal, obtain spiritual value, 200. Spirit value 1212. Spirit value 1412. Level increase. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit Leave 2. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit Leave 3. Obtain skill points, 1. 2 missions. Let the level increase by 1 level, a total of 2 adventure points, 2 skill points. Main mission, the 4th Hydra gold coin, triggers the entry, Pirate. Obtain rare loot, primary purification potion *5, Wonder Captain Scimitar. Side quest, Spiritual Crystal, triggers the entry, Pirate. Obtain rare loot, wonderful item storage ring. In addition to the rewards of the quest itself, the delivery of the 2 quests also triggered the additional entry, Pirate. Obtained additional loot. Rune looked at the rewarded item. Item, Captain Scimitar. Level, LV.5. Ability, extremely sharp. When hitting the enemy, there is a chance that the enemy will fall into disability, bleeding, state. Disability, bleeding, side effects of the same name, cannot be removed by ordinary means. P.S. A long-standing knife, people who are cut by it are extremely painful. Item, Purification Potion. Level, Primary. Ability, remove some special states, such as poisoning, bleeding, disability, dizziness, etc. P.S. Don't cut yourself with the knife. Item, Storage Ring. Level, None. Ability, can hold more items. I have to say, today's luck is really good. Not to mention stealing 2 top quality items from the black market merchant, both tasks also triggered the entries. Put on the storage ring and give the replaced storage dice to little Carter. The scimitar was worn on the body, replacing the previous short knife. Put 3 bottles of potion in his pocket and leave 2 bottles for Carter. Supplies were distributed. Then exchange 2 adventure points for resurrection coins. Exchange resurrection coins 1, consume adventure points 2. Next resurrection coin price increase, 4 purchases. Current resurrection coins, 4. Finally, add all 2 skill points to the large lead bullet. Large lead bullet leave 6, firearms ability, upgrade shotgun, destiny, currently leave 8, acquire large lead bullet fusion ability, large lead bullet power is enhanced, with 3 spiritual value damage judgment. Consumption, ordinary lead bullet 3, spiritual value 3. Level 6 additional ability, spiritual orb, you can choose to turn it on or off. When turned on, each bullet consumes 40 spiritual points, which increases the spiritual value damage judgment of large lead bullet by 2. Destiny leave 8, get 74, 4 times spirituality increase. Large lead bullet has reached the limit of sequence 8, please continue to improve after advancing. Adding some large lead bullet, the basic value is not improved, but the ability of spiritual orb is opened. The damage of a large lead bullet is 222 points. But after the spiritual orb is activated, the damage of a bullet reaches 370 points. A full increase of 148 points. Even if it is a sequence 9 spell type extraordinary with a shield, or a physical type extraordinary with all states activated, or an alchemy type extraordinary with complete equipment. Lun can kill one with one shot. Looking at his panel, Wen breathed a sigh of relief. This time his strength has skyrocketed. However, Wen was a little idle in the next few days. Fortunately, Hill's Book of Formations was sent by him. Then, the Hotel Black Forest almost became his fixed route every day. Although he also wanted to take time to go to Moran Street to criticize the fallen women there, he finally gave up. Acquiring knowledge makes you stronger and more tempting. After 8 days, Wen has almost learned the contents of the Book of Formations. A sudden figure knocked on the door and entered. It was Hill, who had been under house arrest for many days. His expression was a little solemn. Captain Rune, the first wave of the Hydra Church's offensive has officially arrived. Rebels have appeared in many places, and a small-scale monster army is being organized in the west. The Navy headquarters held an emergency meeting, and we were selected to participate. Chapter 53: The Lost Treasure Ship. What a sin! In the Black Forest bar, Hill held a thick stack of information in his hand, with a worried look on his face. I thought something good was going to happen, but I have to go on a mission right away. It's really a sin. Rune also had a stack of information in his hand, but he flipped through it with a calm expression. The emergency meeting of the Navy headquarters ended 2 hours ago. The content of the meeting was very simple. First, in response to the recent gathering of small-scale rebels and monster armies, Baloberg entered the 3rd-level alert state from now on, increasing the number and shifts of patrols in the city and outposts outside the city. The second point is that all participants were selected and divided into temporary action forces and special action teams to fight. The temporary action force is led by Admiral Niels and is responsible for attacking the rebels and the monster army head-on. It is the main force of the operation. The Special Action Team is responsible for cooperating with the Temporary Action Force to conduct reconnaissance, infiltration, and other operations, and is commanded by Major General Ors. Lun and Hill were assigned to the Special Action Team and need to select tasks and report them today. Can these tasks be easier? Hill sighed. His eyebrows were originally thick, and they wrinkled together, turning into a bitter face. He looked at Rune, who was calm in front of him, and he had a lot of pain in his heart. A month ago, he was sent down by the family to gain experience and was assigned to Rune, who was still a 2nd lieutenant at the time. After checking the other party's information, he felt much more at ease. Being personally named by the Major General to be parachuted in, he must have a good background, just to be gilded. All he needs to do is to follow him, supervise him, and write reports. Then the two of them will happily report their duties, get promoted and make money together. And give an explanation to the family. As a result, I watched this guy kill his way from Yeta village to Lucerne village, and from the sea to the only son of General Ors. From a second lieutenant, he became a captain in just 1 month. I was just waiting to die, but I followed this guy and experienced a crazy journey. The most important thing is that this guy is awesome. After so many things, it seems that everyone assumes that he and this guy are bound together. It seems that he is also awesome. Hill felt bitter. He was just a little extraordinary wizard. Why did he follow this guy and get involved in all these disputes? Didn't we agree to live a carefree life? Look at these special tasks in front of you. Is this something a sergeant like you can participate in? But this guy in front of you looks relaxed. Hill took a deep breath. Captain, have you chosen the task? Well, I have a clue. Rune nodded gently. He has already flipped through more than half of the information in his hand. It stopped at a task detail. The task name is, The Lost Treasure Ship. 2.5 months ago, Bellowberg's superiors had already realized that the Hydra Church was moving frequently and had a fierce momentum. In order to prepare for the response in advance, Bellowberg ordered a batch of alchemical equipment and some precious alchemical materials from the Goblin Alliance. According to the plan, these goods should be carried by the Goblin Alliance's Angry Dwarf and depart from Rock Harbor. There are 2 Sequence 8 extraordinary guards on the ship from the Goblin Alliance. If the weather conditions are good, it should arrive at Bellowberg port in 2 months. The current situation is that 7 days ago, the Angry Dwarf entered the waters under the jurisdiction of Bellowberg. 3 days ago, the Angry Dwarf lost contact with Bellowberg. The upper echelons of the Navy immediately organized personnel to investigate, but gained little. It is now preliminarily determined that the Angry Dwarf was attacked by the Hydra Church. The requirement of this task is to find the whereabouts of the Angry Dwarf. The alchemical equipment and materials on the ship were placed in 2 top-secret safes, which were difficult to open in a short time. If the delay was too long, the equipment would fall into the hands of the Hydra Church, which would definitely not be good news for the Bellowberg Navy. At first, Rune did not pay much attention to this mission. After all, the 2 Sequence 8 the ships guarded by the Extraordinary can be intercepted. The power of the Hydra Church cannot be underestimated. The priest participated in the operation. But when Rune was about to skip this task, the goods in the detailed list caught his attention. Among the alchemical materials, the Hydra gold coin was very conspicuous. That's it. Rune read the task carefully from the beginning, and then ticked it. Captain Rune, what task did you choose? Hill stretched his head over at this time. He saw the task Rune chose, and then he was disheartened. All the ships guarded by Sequence 8 were intercepted. That's it. I am a miserable person. 2 hours later, Rune's task application was approved. According to the notice, a total of 3 people participated in this task this time. In addition to Rune and Hill, there was also a major named Ramon. When Hill saw this name, his already dark face became even darker. He reminded Rune, Captain, be careful of this guy when you are on a mission. He is from the Ors faction and might do something during the mission. Yet. Rune nodded carefully. Ramon stood at the port of Bellowberg, watching the noisy seagulls flying around, feeling quite complicated. It was not because of how difficult the mission was going to be, but because of the people who were going to work with him. Rune. A lieutenant who was airborne and awarded by Major General Ludger. As a member of the Ors faction, Ramon's impression of this legendary captain was naturally not good. Because every time the other party made a merit, it was equivalent to slapping the face of their Ors faction. Besides, the other party's merits looked too exaggerated. Even with the recognition of the Navy command, it was hard not to doubt the water mixed in. In addition, this time, the other party actually joined the Special Operations team as a captain, and was followed by the genius Hill of the Agni family. It has almost confirmed that the other party is a second-generation ancestor. Under the manipulation of a certain force, step by step, gilding. This kind of dirty thing has been done more than once or twice by the deeply rooted family forces in Baloberg City, but this time it is particularly excessive. They even reached out to the most urgent battlefield, which is simply a joke on Baloberg's future. Ramon was infinitely contemptuous and resentful of this. They fought many times on the front line to get promoted. Those rubbish only need to go around, and someone will help him to fake and then easily get promoted. What about 2 levels in a month? Bullshit. It's all thanks to the people behind. There were rumors that Rune was related to the death of General Orr's son. After General Orr's lost his son, he not only did not take any action against Rune, but approved his promotion documents. It can be seen that the power behind the other party is powerful. All things considered, Ramon's impression of Rune is extremely bad. But as a soldier, he forced himself not to bring this emotion to the mission. So he is now in a very tangled situation. After taking a breath of sea breeze, Ramon shook his head. Forget it, the mission is more important, I hope they don't drag us down. Thinking, 2 people came towards him from the port of Baloberg. The leader had a stern face and steady steps. A strong aura on his body made people tremble in their hearts. In his eyes, there was a murderous intent that was condensed from countless killings, which made people dare not look at him at a glance. Ramon felt that this person was definitely not an unknown person. While he was still wondering why he had never seen this person before, the other party had already walked in front of him, took the initiative to extend his hand, and his voice was steady and firm. Captain Rune. Chapter 54 Special Creature, Smiley Flower. Rune. Ramon looked at the person in front of him and was very surprised. He really couldn't connect the person in front of him with Rune in the military newspaper. He couldn't connect this person with Rune, who was rumored to have military merits. It is impossible for someone who has not fought in the Sea of Blood to have the murderous intent and aura of the other party. After a few seconds of stunned, Ramon reacted and shook hands with Rune politely. Major Ramon. As soon as their hands touched, Ramon exerted a little force. And then he was shocked. As a Sequence 8 Faith Knight, he is a sequence of magic and physical skills, and his physical fitness has long surpassed other sequencers by a lot. As a result, holding Rune's hand was like holding steel and iron bones, which could not be shaken. Looking up again, seeing Rune's eyes, Ramon instantly felt like he was stared at by a ferocious beast. I hope we can cooperate well next time. After a while, Rune withdrew his hand. Just now was both a test and a warning. This mission is not only a task allocated by the Navy, but also related to the Hydra gold coins he needs. So he hopes that Major Ramon of the Ors faction can be obedient and don't do anything small. Otherwise, he doesn't mind making the other party shut up forever in the sea. Ramon adjusted his mentality. The Captain Rune in front of him seemed to be a little different from what he had heard and imagined. He took Rune and the other 2 on a small boat. Main quest progress unlocked, the 5th gold coin, the Lost Treasure Ship. The Lost Treasure Ship, a cargo ship full of precious alchemy items, mysteriously disappeared, and you need the Hydra gold coin is inside. Things don't seem to be simple. Go to where it disappeared, and then investigate everything. The town of Adrosin is ahead. Hill stood on the deck, looking far away, and could see the outline of the town ahead. You seem to be familiar with that town. Rune flipped through the information in his hand. It showed that the last communication message sent by the angry dwarf was nearby. Of course I'm familiar with it. Hill said, I've been to this town twice. It has beautiful scenery and simple folk customs. It's a resort. Last year, it was named a model town. He said, the residents in the town are very hard-working. The tax revenue they generate is increasing every year, and no one has colluded with the Hydra Church in recent years. The most famous incident is that a low-level missionary of the Hydra Church was beaten to death by residents on the street. Ramon nodded, that's true, so I plan to send soldiers to search the nearby waters, and we will enter the town for a visit and investigation. It is very likely that we can get some key clues from the residents of the town. Okay. Owen felt that what Ramon said made sense, so he agreed. When he stepped onto the land of the town of Adrosan, the salty and wet fishy smell hit him in the face. Owen stood on the dock, and several fishermen in front of him with their trouser legs rolled up were processing the fish they had just caught. He was quick and diligent, as if he had endless energy. Seeing the uniforms of Rune and his men, the fishermen greeted Rune and his men enthusiastically, and one of them even stepped forward. "Military officers, what are you doing here? Ask me anything. There is nothing I don't know about this town, big or small." Hearing this, Hill was about to ask, but was stopped by Rune. He smiled at the fishermen and said, "We don't have anything to do. We just came here to take a look." "Okay, then take a look." The fishermen didn't bother them too much. "Our town is a famous model town." "Yet." Rune nodded in agreement, and then led the team towards the town. After walking a distance, Hill frowned and whispered, "Captain Rune, aren't we here to visit? Why don't we ask that person, in case he has any clues?" Rune said, "Those fishermen already have some clues. Why don't you look back now?" Hill immediately pretended not to care and looked back, but found that those fishermen seemed to have been staring at them. It was as if he was being watched. When they entered the town, they saw a completely different scene. The streets were bustling. There were all kinds of shops, restaurants, and amusement facilities. The singing bards had melodious voices, and the dancing dancers were graceful, attracting cheers from the crowd. The long street was crowded with people, and it could even be said that it was jammed. The shouting sounded one after another in their ears, and the girl selling flowers with a winnowing basket walked past them shyly. It looked even more prosperous than the city of Baloberg. They walked silently through the streets, attracting the attention of the surrounding residents. Soon after, they came out of the crowded crowd and found a high place to overlook the entire town. Hill scratched his head. "This place has a big problem. The whole town looks too healthy and lively." Ramon narrowed his eyes and took over the conversation. "Indeed, look carefully, the streets are crowded with people. Although they are in a happy mood, they are like tireless puppets. This scene reminds me of something." "What is it?" Hill asked. "As a member of the Agni family, you should be very proficient in potions," Ramon said. Hill frowned and took out a book from his arms. "The Book of Potions." He turned to a certain page based on his memory, and was snatched away by Rune. Rune looked at the page. Special sequence. Potions. Smiley flower. Sequence 9, Sequence 7. A strange creature that grows from the land of corpses, likes to stay in dark places, and can move through roots and stems. It can control the surrounding creatures, transform their emotions into joy, and draw emotional power from them. It can devour the corpses of powerful creatures to strengthen itself. It can absorb magic power, invalidate the target's magic or alchemy, and thus strengthen itself. It can be used in potions as one of the materials for charm potion, crazy potion, and can also be ground into powder for alchemy to make props that are immune to certain magic. It has high economic value. It is highly dangerous. The current situation is really in line with it, but it is not certain yet. After reading it, Rune put the Book of Potions into his storage ring. Hill looked helpless. Rune patted him on the shoulder. "So we need to go to the cemetery now." With the decision, the few people did not delay and immediately determined the location of the cemetery. Pushing open the rusty iron gate of the cemetery, a chewing sound came into the ears. Looking up, a plant that looks like a sunflower is 4 meters tall, full of sharp teeth, and is eating the corpse of a Hydra priest in its mouth. Seeing Rune and the others, the smiling face made his eyes even wider. Chapter 55 Physical Strength, 1000 points. Seeing this, a shining Knight's Cross greatsword appeared in Ramon's hand. The sword was engraved with sacred inscriptions. This sword is a holy object given to Ramon by the temple, and it is also his partner in overcoming difficulties. I don't know how many monsters and demons have died under this sword. And today, he will use this sword to cut open the body of the smiley flower. Captain Rune, Sergeant Hill, protect yourselves, I will deal with this guy. Ramon signaled the two to step back. These two guys are princes, if anything happens, I can't bear it. As long as they don't hold me back, complete this mission honestly and then part ways. Dealing with a smiley flower, even if it is a little difficult, it's no big deal. And in front of Rune, the smiley flowers panel popped up. Smiley flower. Path, Special Sequence 8. Magic Potion Leave 9. Spiritual Value, 2800/2900. Abilities. Devour, devour mana and corpses to strengthen oneself and recover from injuries. Rooting, take root in the soil and cannot be knocked down. At the same time, it can quickly transfer through roots. Hypnosis, control the target and put it into a joyful state. Special State, pollution after swallowing the infected substance on the angry dwarf. All attacks have pollution effects, and the stem strength is increased, 50. Pollution, low-level plague bacteria. Life value, 100. Take another look at Ramon's panel. Well, a Knight of Faith at Sequence 8 Level 4. He only has conventional abilities and no special means. If he doesn't have any trump cards, it will definitely not be enough to deal with the smiley flower in front of him. After all, this smiley flower has mutated and cannot be judged with normal thinking. Are you sure you want to deal with it yourself? Lone wanted to confirm again, but Ramon had already rushed up. A burst of holy light lit up on his body, becoming his armor, and several blessings were bestowed on him. The long sword in his hand mercilessly slashed at the stem of the smiley flower. But the smiley flower just shook its body slightly, and it actually burrowed into the soil and disappeared, and then quickly came out from behind Ramon. After the attack missed, Ramon quickly turned around and stomped hard on the ground, arched his back, and rushed out like a beast. The signature ability of the Night Sequence Brutal Charge. This attack hit the smiley flower hard. According to reason, the enemy who was hit by the brutal charge would be unstable and fall to the ground. But the smiley flower just shook its branches and leaves, and immediately came back to its senses and bit Ramon. The holy light was instantly absorbed by the smiley flower, and at the same time a large piece of meat on his back was torn off. Ramon fell to the ground in a mess and retreated repeatedly. The smiley flower burrowed into the ground, and the soil on the ground quickly broke open and moved towards him. After just one round of fighting, he was defeated. As a Sequence 8, Ramon, as a Knight of Faith, is best at large-scale group battles. He can bless multiple friendly forces with blessing status to improve overall combat effectiveness. 1v1 battles are indeed not his area of expertise. In addition, the smiley flower in front of him can even devour the holy light, and he has no margin for error. Looking at the smiley flower getting closer and closer, Ramon was a little panicked. I knew I shouldn't be so arrogant, and now I'm in a dilemma. Just when the smiley flower was 3 or 4 meters away from him, a gunshot rang out, making the smiley flower's face suddenly become hideous. It turned around, and the barrel of a double-barreled shotgun had blocked its face. Pull the trigger. Yellow and green juice burst out from the smiley flower and scattered all over the ground. It shook its branches and leaves, howled in pain, and trembled all over. Ramon's heart trembled, and when he saw that the man holding the double-barreled shotgun was Rune, he was shocked. How could this guy be so strong? It was completely different from what he imagined. Major Ramon, please protect yourself, I will deal with this monster. Rune stood in front and said lightly. Ramon was stunned. Isn't this his line just now? But he didn't care too much about it, the situation in front of him was still very critical. The smiley flower seemed to be shot twice by Rune, but it could absorb the energy in the alchemy and quickly repair its injuries. In other words, alchemy and spell damage, as long as it can't kill it in 1 second, will not threaten it. But before he said anything, a fire had already appeared in front of him. The ultimate bomb. The huge roar made the eardrum hurt. The wind with the blazing fire wave blew the weeds in the cemetery to the ground. Ramon was so blown that he couldn't open his eyes. When he saw everything clearly again, he saw a gully about 2 meters deep suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Rune. The whole wall of the cemetery in front collapsed and shattered. The surrounding trees had been set on fire long ago. The huge smiley flower that was in front of Rune before, all its branches and leaves turned into charcoal, its roots were black, and the middle of the huge face was empty, leaving only the edges and corners of the outer periphery hanging there. Ramon stayed where he was. Is this Rune's true strength? If this blow fell on him, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. Seeing the power of this blow in front of him, Ramon realized that everything in the military newspapers was true. This guy, not a young man who relied on his family background to gild himself, but a real, ruthless man who fought his way up from a lieutenant step by step. At this moment, Ramon couldn't help but think of the beast-like eyes of Rune when he first met him at the port of Baloberg. In fact, he should have understood it since then. How stupid! Hearsay kills people. On Rune's side, it is far from over. The smiley flower can absorb the energy in the alchemy to restore itself. Although the ultimate bomb severely damaged it, its remaining energy is still absorbed by the smiley flower as nutrients. Its injuries are recovering rapidly, and new green branches and leaves visible to the naked eye grow from it. Rune silently put away his fate. The purpose of using the ultimate bomb is not only to cause a momentary severe damage to the smiley flower, but also to trigger the passive of the white snake scale armor. A layer of white scale armor appeared on his body. Consume 500 spiritual power points and the white scale armor increases all attributes by 20%. Full level of pure manliness, physical strength increased by 300%. Rune, who originally had 300 points of physical strength, now has a physical strength of 1080 points. He jumped up and casually jumped to the top of the 4-meter-high smiley flower. Then, he punched down. You can absorb spell energy, right? You can absorb alchemical energy, right? My punch, with more than 1,000 points of physical strength, can you block it? As if a high-rise building collapsed, the smiley flower that was still recovering instantly turned into fragments and fell. Rune, wearing white armor, stood in front of the fragments of the smiley flower's body, and the firelight next to him illuminated his body. It took 2 shots, 1 cannon and 1 punch to deal with the smiley flower. Kill Special Sequence 8. Magic Potion. Smiley Flower, Plunder Spiritual Value 280. Level Upgrade. Kill Special Target, Life Value 100, Get Adventure Points 10. Chapter 56, Carriage Passage. Spiritual Value 1412. Spiritual Value 1612. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit Leave 3. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit Leave 4. Get Skill Points, 1. 10 Adventure Points, plus 1 Skill Point. Rune glanced at the panel and added points to Pure Man. Pure Man upgraded to Leave 4. True Man Leave 4, Physical Skills, Passive, Physical Strength increased by 35%, 1 layer, 5%, after entering the battle, 1 layer is added every 5 seconds, with a maximum of 10 layers, 350%. 50%, after full layers, movement speed increased by 10%. Seeing the improvement of the panel, Rune seemed to understand something. Starting from Sequence 9, the ability level between LV1 and LV3 is a small improvement. When the ability reaches Leave 3, an additional effect will appear. And from Leave 3 to Leave 6, that is, at this stage of Sequence 8, the data will increase very quickly. This is exactly in line with the accumulation feature of sequence 8. Once the ability reaches level 6, an active ability will be generated. For example, the active ability Spiritual Orb of the large lead bullet can greatly increase the damage after it is turned on. But similarly, the consumption of spiritual value by the spiritual orb is also huge. One bullet consumes 40 spiritual points. Rune's current spiritual points are all used to open the magic ball, which means only about 30 bullets. This is without considering the consumption of quick draw and ultimate bomb. So the more you go on, the stronger your ability will be, and the more the role of the spiritual value limit will be reflected. 10 adventure points, as usual, directly use the remaining 4 resurrection coins to purchase the quota. Consume adventure points 8, purchase resurrection coins 4. Currently remaining resurrection coins, 8. Current price of resurrection coins increased, 4 adventure points/coin. Remaining adventure points, 2. A full 8 resurrection opportunities. If someone has no resurrection opportunity, he is a gouging king. Then someone who has 2 resurrection opportunities is a bold adventurer. As for someone who has 8 resurrection opportunities, he is a mad dog. Is it over? Hill's voice pulled Rune's thoughts back. He walked to Rune, squatted down, and moved the fragments of Smiley Flower's body. After a moment, he nodded. The mutated Smiley Flower is a rare potion material. As far as I know, there are 7 ways to use the Smiley Flower. The current Smiley Flower corpse is worth at least 600 gold coins. He sighed, and then continued, it's a pity that it's not alive. If you can catch a Smiley Flower alive, it will cost at least 2,000 gold coins. How much do you say? Wen heard the number and turned to look at Hill. 2,000. Hill seemed to see the hungry wolf-like light flashing in Wen's eyes. Wen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. 2,000 gold coins. You know how tempting this number is for Wen, who has been wanting to make money for a long time. It's a pity that there is only one Smiley Flower. Wen's voice was full of regret. It can be heard that if he is given another chance, he will definitely try to catch the Smiley Flower alive. Ramon stood aside, watching Wen's fight with his own eyes, listening to Wen's inhuman words, and his heart collapsed. The Smiley Flower that almost defeated me in 1 round, and the other party still thinks it's not enough? Is this human language? Speaking of which, this is the mission of the 2nd time. As a major, I should lead them to do it. The wind blew across his face, and Ramon looked messy, like an 18-year-old thug standing aside at a school dance. However, the strong psychological acceptance brought by the knight's ascetic training still allowed him to recover quickly, and found a blind spot on the body of the Smiley Flower. Captain Rune. Ramon's voice unconsciously carried a hint of respect. I think there may be more than one Smiley Flower here. More than one? Rune showed joy. Yes. Ramon walked to the corpse of the Smiley Flower and turned over a piece of the body. The Smiley Flower is a magic potion. Its reproduction method is through spores. He pointed to the body in front of him and said, it is from this area that spores are produced and offspring are bred. Hill seemed to remember something, stepped forward to check, and then said, this Smiley Flower has already bred this trait. It was about 7 or 8 months ago. So, there may be another group of Smiley Flowers nearby. Rune turned his head and looked around. Absolutely. And if nothing unexpected happens, that group of Smiley Flowers are on the missing angry dwarf. Hill said affirmatively. A Smiley Flower can only reproduce once, and will produce about 300 to 400 larvae. When these larvae grow to a certain stage, they will start to kill each other for vitality, and finally there will be about 10 left. He paused. At the same time, these nearly 10 larvae that have survived will rely on their instincts to find corpses, spell energy and alchemical energy to devour and grow. There are a lot of alchemical equipment on the angry dwarf. The key is, where will the angry dwarf be? Rune packed up the body of the Smiley Flower and put it away, I think the angry dwarf will not be too far away from us. The mouth of this smiley flower just now is the body of the Hydra priest. Wait. Rune frowned before he finished speaking. He looked at the ground of the cemetery that was cracked by his ultimate bomb. From the deep ditch, an iron object was reflecting light. Following Rune's line of sight, Hill and Ramon also saw this strange scene. Several people stepped forward and dug up some more soil, only to find that this was actually a section of a passenger cabin similar to a train carriage. It turned out to be this. Ramon brushed off the soil on the iron sheet, and after seeing the serial number engraved on it, he suddenly remembered something. A year ago, the airship Windflower flying from the northern roaring ice field to Baloberg lost contact and crashed for no reason. When the rescuers arrived at the scene, more than half of the wreckage of the airship disappeared inexplicably, and all 113 passengers were missing, with no bodies found. The air crash that year has also become a mystery. It turned out to be buried in this place. After digging away all the soil around the cabin, nearly half of the cabin was exposed, like a sword inserted diagonally into the ground. The door of the cabin also appeared, and when it was opened, an unpleasant stench rushed out in an instant. When the stench dissipated a little, he took out a lighting stick and threw it down. Below were cabins connected one after another, like a passage leading to the underground. After more than 10 seconds, the lighting stick finally landed. In the unclear light, a vague figure of a smiley flower could be seen shaking. Then, 2 or 3 more smiley flowers gathered around the lighting stick, as if they were curious about the origin of this thing. They looked up and looked for a long time, and finally saw Rune and the other 2 who were also looking at them from above. Crackle! Like a laugh, like the excitement of seeing prey, the sound came from underground and echoed in the empty carriage passage. Hill swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There are so many smiley flowers, why don't we retreat first? As a result, Rune's figure slid down from the carriage passage. Chapter 57 Underground World. Retreat? Although so many smiley flowers are only the offspring of the one above, their quality cannot be compared with it. But after all, it is Special Sequence 9. Magic Potion. Kill one and you can get 200 gold coins. Catch one alive and you can get at least 500 gold coins. These are all golden gold coins. For a pirate, money is the ladder to progress. For an alchemist, money is fighting power. So how could Rune let it go? All the smiley flowers below are his. Don't let any of them go. Seeing Rune so brave, Hill and Ramon looked at each other in astonishment, and then looked embarrassed. This Hill gritted his teeth. Jump! Ramon looked at Hill's back and knew he had no choice. Just jump with him. The silence in the carriage passage was broken by 3 figures sliding down. Rune was at the front, his eyes full of excitement about the gold coins that were about to be in his hands. Behind him were Hill and Ramon, whose faces were somewhat deformed by the rapidly descending airflow. The sound of continuous shouting can fully express their fear. A few seconds later. Bang! This is the sound of Rune landing successfully. Ouch! This is the sound of Hill's buttocks landing. Gurgle gurgle! This is the sound of Ramon rolling on the ground. Fortunately, Hill has magic protection and Ramon has holy light protection, so these 2 people are not in serious trouble. Looking at the 3 people who suddenly came from the upper passage, the 3 smiling flowers below stunned on the spot. They roared at the creatures above twice, but which flower could have imagined that the 3 creatures above actually jumped down? Do they know where this place is? This is the base camp of monsters, a terrifying underground world. But since 3 ungrateful guys have come, let's just treat it as dinner for today. The 3 smiling flowers had almost the same thoughts, sharpening their fangs, and drilling into the ground with their bodies more than 2 meters high. The rising mountains of earth proved that they were approaching quickly. And their target was Rune. Captain, be careful. Hill was a little nervous when he saw this. Even if he knew Rune's strength, he was besieged by 3 sequence 9 smiling flowers at the same time, so it was inevitable that he would make mistakes. But he immediately knew that his worries were completely unnecessary. As soon as the first 2 smiling flowers came out of the ground, they were hit by the fate in Rune's hand. They were much worse than the previous sequence 8 smiling flowers, and the instantaneous destructive power of the 2 shots directly made them stunned. It takes a lot of time to absorb the residual alchemical power in the large lead bullets to recover. Looking at the smiling face flower that was recovering its vitality in front of him, Rune did not rush to reload the bullets, but raised the destiny and started to smash. With the addition of deep-sea meteorite iron, the strength of the gun body is very exaggerated, not weaker than any melee equipment of the same level. A double-barreled shotgun was used as a blunt weapon by Rune. He smashed the 2 smiling face flowers. Hill looked at Rune's movements and remembered those demolition workers who smashed the wall with sledgehammers. They didn't have much skills, but they were extremely rhythmic. 1, 2. The yellow-green smiling face flower blood flowed everywhere, and the 2 smiling face flowers were seriously injured and lying on the ground, with their stems and leaves all drooping, and they couldn't stand up at all. And the last smiling face flower wanted to take advantage of Rune dealing with its 2 companions to launch a sneak attack. As a result, the man suddenly turned around, then leaned down, and a terrifying hand directly broke the soil from top to bottom. Then he grasped the root of the smiley flower fiercely and pulled it out. A sequence 9 smiley flower was held in his hand like a toy. Looking at the fierce light in Rune's eyes, the smiley flower suddenly felt unreal. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? How did the situation suddenly reverse? Rune just relied on his grip to make the last smiley flower unable to move. Then the smiley flower faced a fist as big as a sandbag. After 3 punches, the last smiley flower was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Ramon was already sluggish. Captain Rune, the man in front of him. What kind of humanoid beast is this? In the Baloberg Navy, unless there is a major meritorious performance, promotion to military rank depends not only on merit but also on strength. The lowest level of school-level officers is a superhuman of sequence 8. The colonel is sequence 7 or above, and the general is sequence 6 or above. So in the Navy, Ramon has also seen superhumans related to physical skills. However, the combat power displayed by those sequence 8 physical skill transcendence is not at the same level as Rune in front of him. In terms of physical strength alone, Rune's current state is almost comparable to that of a sequence 7 veteran physical skill transcendent. Break the earth with bare hands and grab the sequence 9 plant monster inside. Then beat it seriously with 3 punches? Compared with Smiley Flower, this Captain Rune is more like a monster. Poor Smiley Flower. Ramon shook his head, and suddenly a sense of inexplicable pity rose in his heart. But then he felt Rune's eyes, as if looking at him for a moment. He immediately felt a chill in his crotch and got goosebumps on his body. No, why should he pity Smiley Flower? It seems that he is the most dangerous now. Rune is related to the death of Major General Ors. Although the Major General did not have any instructions or statements against Rune regarding his son's death, the occurrence of this incident has already divided the Major General and Rune into 2 opposite sides. I am an officer who has followed the Major General for many years. This is a dark underground world with many demons. I have no power to fight back against the terrifying Rune in front of me. This place is a perfect place for a secret room murder. If I am killed here by them and then the body is cleaned up, I will be gloriously killed in the monster pile after returning to Baloberg. A series of bad associations emerged in Ramon's mind. What he thought was not groundless, but he had often heard similar plots in the past. The inside of Baloberg is definitely not a monolithic block. Hey, what are you doing here? While Ramon was stunned, Rune had quietly come to him without knowing when. Ramon was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. The barrel of Rune's gun was already against his chin. Major Ramon, you are not thinking about how to avenge your Major General's bastard son, are you? As soon as these words came out, Ramon's head shook like a rattle. No, 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 Captain Rune, you misunderstood, absolutely not that. He immediately explained, the Major General did not issue or hint at any relevant instructions. Oh! Rune stared at Ramon's face, as if trying to see something from it. After a while, he put away the barrel of the gun. Don't play tricks on you, and Hill will pick up the smiley flowers in the back, and keep them for me. Looking at Rune's back, Ramon breathed a sigh of relief. The oppression brought by the other party was really unbearable. If an ordinary person came, he would probably be crushed by Rune's momentum. But what did Rune mean by cleaning up the bodies with Hill? Before he could figure it out, the facts began to tell him the answer. Lune was like a hungry wolf that fell into a flock of sheep, killing here. In the crowded corridor, 7 smiley flowers could not resist the fate in his hands. A few minutes later, the seriously injured smiley flowers lay on the ground in front. The stems and leaves of one of them just twitched, and Rune kicked it twice. Then it died accidentally. A prompt popped up in front of Rune, making him curl his lips in dissatisfaction. This smiley flower is too weak. I just used a little strength. Kill Special Sequence 9. Magic Potion. Smiley Flower, Plunder Spiritual Value 20. Current Spiritual Value 1632. Kill Special Target, Life Value 10, Get Adventure Point 1. Current Adventure Point, 2. Seeing Rune deal with the smiley flower and walk forward, Ramon immediately chased after him, chanting complicated spells, and holy light burst out from his body, sealing all the seriously injured smiley flowers. It turned into a light ball the size of an egg. Looking at the light ball in his hand, Ramon was a little numb. A monster that can cause trouble on weekdays is now being treated like a chicken. Why is it just this little? After a while, Rune looked at the empty space in front of him, feeling a little unsatisfied. He turned his head and asked, "How is the harvest now?" Ramon's voice came, "There are a total of 7 seriously injured smiley flowers, all of which are slowly recovering from their injuries, and 1 smiley flower has died suddenly." Then he presented the light ball. Lune took it, looked at the light ball with some curiosity, and then put it in his pocket. This light ball reminded him that after returning this time, he should study some alchemical creations related to sealing to store living things. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing when he met potion creatures that needed to be captured alive in the future. Taking out the lighting stick from the storage ring, Wen led Hill and the others forward. The underground world is much larger than they imagined. Originally, they thought that this place was just a part of the wreckage of the airship and the angry dwarf. But the various ship wreckage and biological corpses here were slightly shocking. These various wreckages, iron sheets and keels, deep underground, have become the pillars of this space. Thousands of ships covered the top of the head, which was about 10 meters high. They were spliced together like building blocks to form an arched passage. Walking below, I thought the sea was upside down and hung in the sky. Occasionally, water seeped from the top of the head and dripped into the small puddle under my feet. The faint sound made this place even quieter. The cold light of the lighting stick shone on this piece of steel ruins, and Rune was also attracted by this scene. But at the same time, he became alert. Because the scale of the space here is absolutely impossible to build with the ability of the smiley flower. They are just sojourners at best. To build an underground space of this scale, either you are proficient in magic or the other party must be more than 7 or 8 meters in size. Captain Rune, the situation seems to be a little wrong. Hill's voice trembled slightly. Ramon also agreed, not only is it wrong, but it's also very weird. Be careful and alert. Rune slowed down his pace. After walking out of 2 steps, a feeling of palpitations arose spontaneously. He sensed the call of the Hydra gold coin, and the angry dwarf carrying the Hydra gold coin was nearby. Walking through the 1,000 ships corridor, he turned 2 corners. A section of the ship suddenly appeared, blocking the way. Angry Dwarf. The logo on the hull proved its identity. Run raised the lighting stick, and the light extended to a farther place. Looking up, the entire ship of the Angry Dwarf was bright red and white, with various symbolic patterns painted on it. At this time, half of the hull was stuffed into the wall, and the alloy skin on the surface was wrinkled into a lump. In the partially exposed cabin, you can see the brass parts inside. If gold is the most important alchemy material, then brass is definitely the most widely used material. The main reason is that its tolerance and conductivity for spells are 60% to 70% of that of gold, and its price is thousands of times cheaper than gold. Therefore, it can often be seen in alchemical machines, alchemical arrays, alchemical tools, etc. The brass parts in front of him were full of carvings. Although he could only see part of it, Rune, who had read and mastered the Book of Arrays, easily recognized the purpose of this carving. The reinforcement array was engraved on it, and judging from the degree of spiritual flow, this array was still in effect. The ship's safe was not destroyed. Hill came from behind and let out a surprised cry. There are 2 safes on the ship. It is good news to confirm that one of them is not destroyed. However, how to enter it has become a problem. After searching around the ship, he did not find a way to enter or exit. The door on the deck that could enter the cabin was blocked. Rune had to take a deep breath and open the gap in the hull. He tried his best to break it. The damaged ship was not strong enough to be pushed aside by the iron sheet. After trying his best, he finally made a gap that could accommodate people to enter sideways. Stepping into the hull, the large space inside did not seem so oppressive. The hull of the Angry Dwarf was about 25 meters wide and more than 150 meters long. It was a large merchant ship. It was just that the mess inside was so messy at the moment, and the stench in the air made people hold their breath. But for Rune, this smell was too familiar. The stench of the blasphemer of the Hydra Church. After a few lighting sticks, no trace of the blasphemer was found, only some of the remaining limbs had yellow-green snakehead vines growing on them. Looking to both sides, there were 2 safes, one of which had its door open, and all the things inside disappeared. On the other safe, there were several huge fist marks, each of which was the size of a normal adult man. The whole safe was flattened a lot. The 3 walked towards the surviving safe, and suddenly there was a rustling sound from inside. Run frowned. Is there anyone inside? Don't waste your energy, you can't open this safe, take the things over there and leave quickly. A muffled voice came from inside. Chapter 58 Shadow Cyclops. It should be the goblin in there. Hill said. This voice, like pinching the nose, is too recognizable. Almost the entire goblin race has this accent. Ramon knocked on the safe gently. I am Ramon, Lieutenant Commander of the Baloberg Navy. Dwarf, you are safe, come out. Baloberg Navy? No, you are lying. The Baloberg Navy can't find this damn place. Don't try to fool me. The goblin inside replied immediately, his tone full of doubt, but after a few seconds of silence, he quickly said. Are you really the Baloberg Navy? Then do you know who I am? Ramon shrugged. Riziko, Avel, Caesar, Elvidin. Which one are you? There are only 4 goblins in charge of escorting the Angry Dwarf, and the others are hired human guards. A few seconds after the voice fell, the door of the safe opened from the inside, and a goblin with a pointed nose and red cheeks came out carefully. Oh! My dear Lieutenant Commander of the Baloberg Navy, it's you. In his hand, he also held a bundle of alchemical high explosives, ready to detonate at any time. After seeing Rune and the other 2, he put away the explosives and came out with a smile on his face. Oh, God, I finally saw you. Our ship was first attacked by the Hydra Church, and then hijacked by that big guy to this place. He spoke very quickly. Riziko, Avel, Caesar and the human soldiers were all killed, leaving me a lonely and pitiful guy. You don't know, I was scared to death. Elvidin patted his shriveled chest. I hid in the safe, and the big guy kept hitting it, as if he wanted something inside. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't hide in the precious safe. The big guy took the precious safe and left. It's great to be alive. Hey, after saying so much, do you have any wine for me to drink? I'm still in shock. After listening to the goblin Elvidin's words, Rune took out a bottle of good dwarf liquor from the storage ring and handed it over. In the reserve of alchemy materials, various kinds of wine are also needed, so he always has some on him. Dwarven liquor. Good taste. Elvidin took a big sip, his cheeks redder. I feel my soul awakening. Escaped from danger completely. Putting down the bottle, he looked at Rune, who was standing in the front and the middle of the three people. You are the major, no, you are the captain. I want to talk to your superior, the major. Just as the voice fell, he blinked, and the barrel of the fate, which was as big as his face, was pointed at his head. Elvidin was embarrassed for a second, smiled and gently pushed the barrel away. I still prefer to talk to the captain, we are closer. Don't be so reckless. Rune said in a steady voice. I ask, you answer, don't talk nonsense. Ask, I will tell you everything I know. Elvidin's eyes swept over the Fate shotgun, a little surprised and happy. Then he glanced over Rune and Ramon's shoulders, as if wondering why the major with a higher rank seemed to be listening to the captain's command. His eyes and mouth were moving at the same time, and the movements looked a little uncoordinated. Rune didn't care about these small details. He asked, you just said that after the attack of the Hydra Church, you encountered a big guy. What kind of big guy was it? That guy is so scary. Elvidin gestured. It's 8 or 9 meters tall, a fist, bigger than 2 of me. With one punch, the safe seemed to collapse. I didn't see its appearance clearly, I only knew that it was emitting black and purple light all over, and there was a big eye in the middle. Although the goblin said that he didn't see it clearly, he actually described the other party's main characteristics very clearly. Giant, dark purple light, one eye. Rune has already made a judgment on the identity of the big guy. Shadow Cyclops. In the book Basic Alchemical Material Cognition, this creature was mentioned in the book. Unlike ordinary creatures, the Shadow Cyclops has the triple blood of a giant, a lich, and a titan. A young Shadow Cyclops has the strength of Sequence 8, and can reach Sequence 6 when fully grown. There are 2 treasures on its body. One is its heart, which has the vitality of a giant and the magical spirituality of a lich, and can be used to refine some explosive props. The other is the crystal after its eyes are erected, which has a thin divinity and has a wider range of uses. Both items are extremely precious. In the alchemical material market, they are in a state of being priced but not sold, and are generally exchanged for goods. If you have to measure it with gold coins, I'm afraid the value will be between 3,000 and 4,000 gold coins, and it will cause people to scramble for it. The reason why these 2 items are precious is also very simple. The Shadow Cyclops is too difficult to hunt. The blood of the giant increases brute force, but knows nothing about magic. The blood of the lich enhances spirituality, but the body is fragile. The 2 complement each other. Both the blood of lich and giant will limit the development of IQ, but the blood of titan awakens a little wisdom for them. That is to say, the Shadow Cyclops with 3 bloodlines at the same time has completed the self-consistency of the development of the body's ability. Because of its special nature, this creature is rare and difficult to encounter. Even if it is encountered, most alchemists choose to stay away from it and sell first-hand information to earn some information fees. Only those who are truly powerful will have the intention of hunting. Now that Rune has encountered it, he will naturally not let it go. A Shadow Cyclops with a height of 8 to 9 meters is obviously still in the stage of transformation from a juvenile to a mature body. At most, it is a primary level of Sequence 7, and it is likely to be a high level of Sequence 8. In any case, it has the strength to fight. According to what you said, that guy is most likely a shadow cyclops. Hill also speculated from Elvidin's words, this creature is extremely terrifying and difficult to deal with. I suggest we go back and wait. Captain Rune, your expression, can't be. Such a rare opportunity, of course I have to try it. Rune said calmly. Let alone the value of the shadow cyclops, just because that guy snatched the Hydra gold coins from the angry dwarf, Rune also has to meet him. You have to think carefully. Hill swallowed his saliva, the blood of that guy. He wanted to say something, but seeing Rune's calm expression, he swallowed his words back. Then it became a sentence, be careful. Rune nodded gently and said to Hill and the other two, your mission ends here. Take the remaining alchemical equipment on this ship back and report to the headquarters. Yes. Hill saluted. He knew that it was useless for him to stay underground, and he would become a burden to Rune in the battle. So it was better to go up quickly and complete the subsequent process of the mission. Ramon breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was finally over. He didn't want to stay underground for a moment, and he shouldn't have jumped down with them at that time. There were many monsters below, and Rune was more like a humanoid monster. Being with him, I felt that my life was threatened at any time. Only the goblin Elvidin, who was still holding the bottle of wine, looked at Rune carefully, and asked with a blush on his face, are you really going to hunt that big guy? Yeah. Then I will go too. Elvidin waved his hand, no matter who wants to kill that big guy, I, Elvidin, will definitely go to help. His words were decisive and full of heroism. It is hard to imagine that this is the same guy who was hiding in the vault at the beginning. Drunk? Hill reached out his hand to try, but was slapped away by Elvidin. Not drunk. Maybe a little drunk, but this is the most sober state. Elvidin said, that big guy is so scary. I saw it kill my companions, my old friends. Lazico, Avel, Caesar. He raised his head and looked at Rune, if you can't beat that guy, who would be willing to hide in the vault? Let's go, I'll go with you. Don't delay, I'm afraid that when I sober up, I won't have the courage now. He took out alchemical equipment from his pocket one by one. Although my combat power is not good, you have to believe that I can help with the alchemical equipment of goblins and dwarves. Hearing Elvidin's words, Hill and Ramon cast inquiring eyes at Rune at the same time. Rune whispered, let's go. Okay. Elvidin carefully licked the wine again, put it back into the storage space, and followed Rune step by step. Hill and Ramon looked at each other, sighed, and immediately began to clean up the mess in the cabin. The slightly tipsy goblin walked forward for 500 or 600 meters, and the underground space became more and more open. Rune looked to both sides, and the surrounding stone walls were extremely flat and smooth, which showed that the shadow cyclops had been repairing this place for a long time. Going forward, there began to be frequent forks in the road, like a maze specially built by the shadow cyclops. But every time Rune chose one of the roads without hesitation. Whether it was the breath of the Hydra gold coin or the throbbing brought by the hunter's power, they all pointed to the same destination. Hush! Rune made a silent gesture to Elvidin, and then whispered, you are the most powerful. What is the alchemical equipment? Take it out now. Elvidin fumbled for a while, then took out an item. When Rune saw it, his eyes were wide open. Isn't this a flying monkey? It's about the size of his little finger. But when he saw the properties of the item, he couldn't understand it. Alchemical item, unstable mini destruction cannon. Level, leave 25. Ability, causes, 1 to 4000, points of explosion damage to enemies in a small range. PS, Goblin technology is very powerful, but it's not stable. Rune had never thought that a level 25 alchemical item could cause such an exaggerated upper and lower limits of damage. 1 to 4000 points. It's not an exaggeration to say that it can kill people in seconds, but it's not as good as firecrackers. Seeing that Rune was not particularly satisfied, Elvidin took out a series of detonators. Alchemical item, unstable mini destruction cannon. Level, leave 25. Ability, causes, 1 to 4000 points of explosion damage to enemies in a small range. PS, Goblin technology is very powerful, but it's not stable. Rune had never thought that a level 25 alchemical item could cause such an outrageous damage. 1 to 4000 points. It's not an exaggeration to say that it can kill people in seconds. But it's not as good as firecrackers. Seeing that Rune was not particularly satisfied, Elvidin took out a series of detonators. Alchemical item, unstable mini destruction cannon. Level, leave 25. Ability, causes, 1 to 4000 points of explosion damage to enemies in a small range tool, unstable explosive. Level, LV.15. Ability, causes, 500-1500 points of explosion damage to enemies within a certain range. Special state, unstable compound. Even if the pull ring is not pulled, it may explode at any time, and the probability is not small. PS, it doesn't matter who you blow up. Don't be afraid of playing with explosives. Black lines were drawn from Rune's head. How dare you carry such a thing? And a whole bunch of it. No wonder it is said that the number of goblins who die from explosions every year is the same as the feces of seagulls. But now that things have come to this, Rune has no big objection. With the help of these alchemical items, it is better than having nothing. What if you are lucky and explode a few big numbers? On Rune's side, he also silently stuffed an ultimate bomb into the barrel. The Shadow Cyclops is just behind the corner. Go out and output maximum firepower directly. Okay. Elvidin nodded firmly, and then stuffed the detonator into the thrower. Go. The two quickly turned the corner, and the Shadow Cyclops appeared in their field of vision. It knelt beside the corpse of another giant, tearing the thigh of the corpse frantically, and then stuffed it into its mouth to chew. Seeing this, Rune and the others did not hesitate at all. The ultimate bomb and the destruction cannon flew out at the same time, drawing two beautiful trajectories in the air, and then landed on the back of the Shadow Cyclops. Firelight burst out. Roar! A painful roar came from the mouth of the Shadow Cyclops, mixed with anger. Its pain was not just physical, but it was interrupted when it was undergoing a promotion ceremony. It would take a lot of time to collect materials and kill another creature of the same level with the same bloodline next time. But the artillery would not listen to the giant's emotions, and Rune would not listen. After the first explosion, the goblin's unstable explosives fell on the giant one after another. The purple light on the skin was also shaken. At this time, Rune's white-colored scale armor has appeared. All attributes increased by 20%. Open the large lead bullet spiritual orb, and each bullet will have an additional 2 spiritual damage. When facing a divine unit, the passive ability of the Hunter's Sealing Paint is triggered, and all attributes are increased by 10%. Open the Hunter's Sealing Paint active ability Hunting, all resistances are reduced by 70%, but the critical hit rate is increased to 100%, and the critical hit damage is increased by 25%. Use the quick draw gun again, with 5 spiritual damage. One shot is 1665 points of damage. It's a pity that the Shadow Cyclops does not have a lot of physical armor characteristics, and without armor, or else armor-piercing bullets. But the current strength is enough. With just 2 or 3 shots, the Shadow Cyclops' body was pierced with several blood holes, and the blood kept flowing. The huge pain made him fall into extreme anger. He instinctively swung his fist at Rune, and the next second, the whole fist disappeared. Under the roar of fate, the fist had turned into minced meat and fell to the ground. The magic and divinity in the Shadow Cyclops surged at the same time, and a huge sense of oppression descended. But Rune had already turned over, stood up from the ground, stepped on him, easily reached the back of his neck. Destiny blocked his back of the head, 2 shots in a row. The head exploded like a broken watermelon. The behemoth fell to the ground with a bang. Kill Sequence 8. Shadow Cyclops leave 10, plunder 300 spiritual points. Level upgrade. Kill Special Units, Fate 120, get 12 adventure points. Kill Elite Units, trigger the entry, Pirate, get extra loot. A series of reward prompts popped up from the panel. Thank you all, 2 chapters for 4K, 8K in total. Chapter 59 Great Harvest. Spiritual value 1632. Spiritual value 1932. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit. LV4. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit. LV5. Obtain skill point *1. Pirate, entry is triggered, obtain rare level loot, Lucky Amulet. Wonderful item, Lucky Amulet. Level, LV10. Ability, add a little bit of luck to the wearer. PS, sometimes luck is the key to victory. The amulet is red and white, square, and made of brass. There is a pattern representing luck printed on it. Rune casually put it into his inner pocket. This thing. It can only be said that something is better than nothing. In addition, this harvest also includes the corpse of the Shadow Cyclops and various alchemical materials it took from the angry dwarf. 1 piece of siren skin, 1 piece of deep sea meteorite, 1 plant of concentration grass, 1 onwalk gem, some red copper and 1 hydra gold coin. Rune put the rare alchemical materials into the storage ring one by one. When the hydra gold coin entered his hand, the panel popped up a prompt as expected. Complete the main task, the 5th gold coin lost treasure ship, get rewards, skill point 1, adventure point 2. Rune slid the panel down, so that this time he gained a total of 2 skill points and 14 adventure points. 2 skill points added to Pure Man, so that Pure Man has reached the current upper limit of Sequence 8, level 6. Pure Man upgraded to Leave 6. Pure Man Leave 6, physical skill ability, passive, physical strength increased by 45%, 1 layer, 10%, after entering battle, 1 layer is added every 5 seconds, with a maximum of 10 layers, 450%. 100%. Level 3 extra ability, after full layer, movement speed increased by 10%. Level 6 extra ability, gain active ability, hegemonic armor, enter, weak hegemonic, state after opening, immune to a certain degree of control, duration 15 seconds, can be turned off at any time, cooldown time 12 hours, consumes 50 spiritual points per second when used. Reached the current sequence level limit, the next level increase is Sequence 7. Successfully stimulated the extra ability of Pure Man Leave 6. Seeing this ability, Rune was very satisfied. Now only his quick draw gun has a weak hegemonic state while moving. The last time I fought with the Titan Snackyborn at sea, I tried to knock the enemy over with the weak dominance state. Now that I have the active buff ability of weak dominance, I will have a great advantage in future battles with the enemy. Being immune to a certain degree, control, means that except for the strength far higher than my own physical strength, or special control. When I face the knockdown, knock away, freeze and other states of the same strength, I can directly ignore them. However, apart from the 12-hour cooling time, the consumption of 50 spiritual points per second is a bit unbearable. Continue for 50 points per second, and fully release, it will require 750 spiritual points. In this way, the use of spiritual points is even more tense. Run muttered and closed the panel. Elvidin on the side kept kicking the body of the Shadow Cyclops with his feet to vent his anger. It was unlucky for the Cyclops to meet Rune, who was in full swing from the beginning. He was killed before he could even show his strength. Let's go. Rune stopped Elvidin's action, took off 2 key alchemical materials from the giant, and turned to walk towards the entrance. At the entrance of the cemetery, Hill and Ramon had called for reinforcements and dealt with the affairs in the town, and were quietly waiting for news from Rune below. Looking at the dark carriage passage, Ramon's eyes were a little dazed, as if he was recalling the previous scenes. After a moment, he turned to look at Hill, pointed at the carriage passage and asked, "Has this guy always been so outrageous?" "You mean Captain Rune?" Hill shrugged. "He has always been like this. When I first met him, I felt the same as you. But now I am numb. No matter what earth-shattering things he does, I feel as if it is natural." He pondered for a while, and then said, "But in terms of combat power, the captain's combat power a month ago was far less exaggerated than it is now. But since he was promoted to Sequence 8, his growth rate has been extremely fast. Now I guess he should have no rivals in the same sequence, right? Invincible in the same sequence can be said by the genius of your Ogene family. The evaluation is really high. It was a bit powerful, but it was absolutely vulnerable. In my opinion, what can really be compared with Captain Lane may only be the sister-in-law. They are also climbing out of the blood of the Corpse Mountains, but it is interesting that these people with the strongest level are used to deal with their own people." Lamon silent for a long time. A few minutes later, a voice came from the carriage corridor. Hill patted the dirt on his body and showed a happy face. "The captain is back. I knew that a shadow cyclops would be nothing to him." Baloberg, in the Navy office. Chris took off his black round hat and gently placed it on the table. The man in front of him was the youngest Major General of Baloberg, Luggard. Born into an ordinary family in Baloberg, his parents died when he was young. He became a lieutenant at the age of 15, a colonel at the age of 17, and a major general at the age of 22. Now he is 25 years old. If Rune's achievements are the most legendary among the lieutenants, then Luggard's promotion record is even more terrifying than Rune. The Scarlet Killer on the Sea is the title and evaluation of him by the outside world. However, in recent years, few people have seen this major general take action. It seems that his temper has gradually settled down with his age. "How is the research on the medicine going?" Chris was dusty and seemed to have just rushed back from a faraway place. "Not ideal." Luke's gentle voice made it impossible to associate it with his murderous face. "In the past 2 months, I have received dozens of samples. They have made good breakthroughs in various fields, but when combined together, they become chaotic and uncontrollable. In this way, the guys in the Hydra Church should have reached a bottleneck in their research on divinity," Chris said. "I still think too highly of them. I originally wanted to study and extract the sequence characteristics of the Hydra from them, which might help me advance." "Don't be so depressed," Luke said casually. "Don't we have a backup plan? The guy you gave me is now terrible." "Are you talking about Rune Graves?" Chris said lightly, laughing. "This guy is now." A document was thrown in front of Chris. Luggard lay on the chair and closed his eyes. "Take a look. The fastest promoted lieutenant in Baloberg's history. He is in the limelight." "Oh, it's really good." Chris quickly flipped through the information. "I didn't expect this kid to grow so fast." Hearing this, Luggard smiled disdainfully. "With my help, how can he not be fast? I help in every mission. Otherwise, how can a lieutenant be qualified to apply for the support of the main ship's guns?" He paused for a moment and said, "Speaking of which, you asked me to spare his life. It was indeed the right choice. This time he comes back, he should have 5 Hydra gold coins on him. Are you really going to use that plan?" Chris narrowed his eyes. "There is no way. If the research of the potion is unsuccessful, Baloberg will never survive the catastrophe without a large number of extraordinary soldiers," Luggard said firmly. "Destroying the Hydra can delay the arrival of other monsters. Then, you and Rune will die. It doesn't matter, cough cough." While speaking, Luggard burst into a violent cough, and a pool of black blood fell on the wooden table in front of him. After the coughing stopped, he took off his shirt, revealing the outline of his muscles. On his body, terrible scars proved his merits for Baloberg. Among the countless scars, you can see the latest wound, in which a tiny, yellow-green snake vine is wriggling. He said, I have long been determined to die. For Baloberg, I can sacrifice everything. As for Rune, he is just a small pirate. Of course, he is now a lieutenant of Baloberg. It is his honor to be able to participate in such a grand plan. Chris stared at Lugard's wound and was shocked by the scene in front of him. You transplanted the divinity of the Hydra? The research on the divinity of the Hydra has not yet been completed. Even with your physique, you will suffer a great backlash. Not only the Hydra, but also the god of the North Wind, the god of Dream Emerald, and the god of Scarlet. A total of 7 divinities. Lugard said, use my body as a fusion agent, nourish it for a period of time, and you can fight the Hydra. Chris shook his head, this feeling must be very painful. You are really a loyal lunatic. I like your evaluation. Lugard put on his coat indifferently, let me go crazy, time is running out. It's just that Rune needs to grow faster. His current strength has not yet reached the requirements of the plan. At this time, there seemed to be some cheers coming from the Baloberg port. Lugard lifted a corner of the curtain. Today was a sunny day that rarely happens in Baloberg in a year. The sun shines on every corner of it. And there is a scene of peace and prosperity. Lugard turned his head to the side, as if feeling the warmth of the sun. He chuckled and said, listen, Captain Rune is at the port, our great hero, and he has returned triumphantly again. Is this the corpse of a giant? Captain, you must have experienced another wonderful adventure this time. It's a pity that you didn't bring your powerful assistant Carter with you. In the port of Baloberg, on the Navy warship, little Carter excitedly stretched out his hands and touched the corpse of the Shadow Cyclops. When the novelty wore off, she jumped again and hung on Rune's back, messing up his hair. Remember to bring your assistant with you next time, and don't let me do those boring jobs. I still like to rob and kill people. As she said, she took out a thick stack of information from the storage dice and stuffed it into Rune's hand. After waiting for the body of the Shadow Cyclops to be sent away and most of the citizens who were watching had left, Rune found a secluded place on the ship, opened the document, and read it carefully word by word. This time, he did not bring little Carter with him. The reason why he was asked to carry out the Lost Treasure ship mission was because he needed her to find out some things. With her invisibility ability, it was easy to do. It took more than half an hour for Rune to finish reading the information, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The information confirmed some of his guesses. The success along the way was not just because his strength was getting stronger, but because someone was secretly fueling the flames. He obtained 5 Hydra gold coins, except for one that was bought from a black market merchant. The other 4 were more or less related to Chris and Baloberg. My potential might be worth some investment, but it would never make them so diligent to prepare everything for me. Collecting information, arranging identities, and the gold coin mission came just right, and at the most appropriate time. Everything came too coincidentally and easily. Chris. Rune thought of the guy in the black round hat, and had a slight headache. He had never let down his guard against Chris and the mysterious man on the ship. He has always been seeking the skin of a tiger, completely using the other party's resources to grow quickly. He has never forgotten that when he first met Chris, the other party easily violated the transaction contract between his predecessor and him. If he had not shown a certain value, there would be no subsequent development. They are not trustworthy. As the old saying goes, if you want to take, you must first give. They definitely want a greater return on their investment, 10 times or 100 times more than what they give themselves. Businessmen pursue profit, and they will never do anything without profit. Lune closed his eyes, and the previous scenes seemed to be replayed in front of him. Yes. The 5 Hydra gold coins he currently has are lined up on the table. From the beginning to now, in the final analysis, everything is related to these Hydra gold coins. I want to get 7 Hydra gold coins to serve as the liquidated damages for violating the Hydra transaction. While Chris and the mysterious man are using me to obtain the research progress of the Hydra Church, they are also secretly pushing me to obtain Hydra gold coins. Then what will happen when all the gold coins are collected? This is the key point. When Rune thought of this, he suddenly felt that everything before could be explained. There are many people who have traded with Hydra in the 5 oceans and 7 seas. I should check what happened to those who collected 7 gold coins. And Hydra gold coins are a usable alchemical material. Perhaps some clues can be found in books related to alchemy. Or Hydra, as the evil god that caused destruction to the world, should exist in the database of the hunters. You can ask the witch. After all, I am now a member of the hunters. I will never sit and wait for Hydra gold coins, Chris, and the mysterious man to die. 1 Chapter 4K, there should be another chapter in the afternoon. The coding is slow, please bear with me. Chapter 60 Lion Ceremony. Woo woo woo, Captain, you don't know what a hard life I've been through when you were away. In the Black Forest bar, Carter held a big chicken drumstick in one hand and a big elbow in the other, with sauce all over his mouth. Every day I have no food to eat. Fortunately, you are back, Captain. I'll eat, eat, eat. Looking at Carter eating fiercely, Rune's face was full of speechlessness. It was not the first time he saw Carter eating, but every time it shocked him deeply. With such a petite body, where did she put the food she ate? Just that elbow can fill her stomach. Besides, just eat, but you are still talking nonsense. Before I left, I clearly gave her 5 gold coins. 50,000 yuan is the living expenses for more than a week, and you still say it is not enough? I'm afraid that she will take Lisa to the Black Forest to eat and drink as soon as I left. Then he spent almost all the money in 1 or 2 days, and lived a tight life in the next few days. Speaking of Lisa, Rune sighed again and looked at Carter's side. The 2 girls' feelings deepened further and became very good partners. When he was away, little Carter lived in the alchemy workshop. However, at this moment, Lisa was holding a green wine bottle, her face flushed, lying on the table and grinning at Rune unconsciously. She was completely drunk. Well, these 2 guys, one is a glutton and the other is a drunkard. There is no hope. Rune stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, and then drank the wine in the glass next to him. Then he lit a cigar and started smoking. The battles and conquests in recent days have made people physically and mentally exhausted. The short-term relaxation at this time is really refreshing, especially today is a rare sunny day. Pushing open the window, the slightly hot sunlight entered the room, making the green plants on one side full of vitality. A cool breeze blew, making people sober from the warm sleepiness, and with the charm of cigarettes and alcohol, it was so cool. A cigarette after dinner is better than a living god. This is the current scene. Taking a deep puff of cigar, Rune narrowed his eyes slightly to enjoy the beauty of the moment, but his mind was still filled with things about the future. Investigating the relationship between Hydra and Hydra gold coins had been decided before, starting from 2 aspects. As for alchemical materials, it was naturally Lisa who took care of it. At that time, this guy patted his turbulent chest and swore, saying that he could help Rune find clues. The price is this big drink now. As for the other side, it is also the reason why Rune came to the Black Forest bar. Sir, smoking is not allowed here. A middle school girl's voice sounded beside his ear, interrupting this rare tranquility. Rune turned his head and saw a flat chest. He immediately knew who the person was. Moving his eyes upward, Hei Yan's cool face was a little annoyed. She reached out and pinched the cigar in Rune's mouth, and then took out a pen and paper. This meal consumed 3 sets of 5 people, a steak, 12 bottles of craft grapefruit wine, and 2 glasses of Black Forest, a total of 2 gold coins. Smoking in the bar, a fine of 50 silver coins. A total of 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins, pay. He Yan stretched out his palm. Rune was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked at He Ian, who was wearing a black and white waiter uniform, and said with a smile, "Why does the famous He Ian have to work out? Where is your master?" "Humph! It's all your fault." He Ian rolled his eyes. "If I hadn't wasted time with you last time, the witch would never have caught me. Now the witch wants me to earn 50 gold coins here before letting me go." 50 gold coins, that's not a lot. Rune said, "How much is your salary?" 50 silver coins a month. He Ian's voice suddenly became smaller, as if he had just reacted, "I still have to work for 100 months. Hearing this, the drunk Lisa on the side also laughed. "Wow, I didn't want you to leave at all." This He Ian looked embarrassed. With the witch's ability, it would be difficult for her to run away if she was caught. Could it be that she really had to work here for 100 months? She thought for a long time, and suddenly glanced at Lun, "Humph! It's all your fault. You have to help me." "Help you? Why?" Lun lit another cigar this time, leisurely and contented. He looked at He Yan in front of him. "It's impossible to help you, but we can make a deal." "What deal? Tell me." He Yan's eyes were full of yearning for freedom. Rune said, "Do you know Hydra?" "Hydra?" He Yan thought for a moment. "I have an impression." "Help me get all the information about Hydra and Hydra gold coins, whether you ask the witch or find it from other places." Rune said, 50 gold coins are the price." Hearing this, He Ian's face changed. "You are robbing. These information are worth more than 50 gold coins." "Then I have no choice." Rune said, "You can find someone to help you pay the 50 gold coins, or you can work for 100 months." He Ian was silent, then rolled his eyes and turned away. After Carter finished sucking the meat off the last chicken leg, he looked at He Ian's back. "She refused." "No, she accepted." "Wait." Rune said confidently. Sure enough, a pile of books and information was placed in front of Rune a moment later. Black Flame looked around like a thief. "The witch is not here now, I took these secretly, you pay quickly." Lung glanced at the things on the table, quickly put them into the storage ring, and left 50 gold coins. Then he hurriedly ran away with 2 Carters and Lisa and returned to the alchemy workshop. After closing the door, Wen was relieved. It was just that he met Black Flame. If he asked the witch directly for relevant information, he didn't know what the price would be. Anyway, 50 gold coins would definitely not be enough. As soon as Jimengzi and Ganfen Wang returned home, they were full and sleepy, and fell asleep in bed. And Wen immediately took out the information and read it one by one. But the more he read, the darker Wen's face became. Novel excerpt Land of Night, written by Frank. Novel excerpt Plague Forest, written by Frank. Fashion magazine underwear style selection. What and what? Well, in terms of underwear style, the purple lace suit was marked with a check, which is quite interesting. The witch has a good eye. But this is not what Rune really wants. Fortunately, after scrolling down, the information of Hydra finally appeared in front of him. Hydra. Sequence 2. Unknown details. Demigod. Danger level, destruction level. Hunter attention level, full level. Hunting conditions. None. Current status, sleeping/lurking. Ability survey, 9 snake heads, each representing one of the abilities. Currently known abilities: Plague, Mind Control/Deterrence, Flame, Water Control, Physical Enhancement, the other 4 are unknown. Location: western part of the Kind Sea, at the junction of the Infinite Sea, the specific location cannot be detected. Deeds. In 384 BC of the Seven Seas, he descended on the Seven Seas with the Father of Kindness and served as the vanguard of the Disaster Legion, polluting millions of kilometers of land. In the First Blood Sea War in 342 BC of the Seven Seas, the Wanderer of the same level sequence was killed. In the Second Blood Sea War in 253 BC of the Seven Seas, the Angel of Holy Light of the same level sequence was killed. In the Emperor's Conquest War in 50 BC of the Seven Seas, 4 snake heads were cut off by the Emperor and the seal was defeated. In the 230th year of the Seven Seas, it reawakened, the seal loosened, and it lay dormant. Current judgment of the Hunter organization. The Hydra deserves special attention, and its cult is extremely close to the Sea of Goodness. Active, the Hydra's power also has a tendency to shed its skin and become a dragon. The space seal of the Western Kind Father loosened, and a small number of individuals jumped through the space cracks. After reading a piece of information, Rune took a breath of cold air. At this moment, he truly understood the horror of the Hydra. The existence of Sequence 2. Demigod. It is now in a sealed/sleeping state. In other words, the so-called connection between him and it is all driven by its instinct after sleeping. Compared with the Hydra, he is not even an ant, it is a crushing of life in essence. What stone statue that broke the Hydra spirit may not even have 1/10,000,000th of its original strength? After all, it was once a pioneer under the Kind Father. It was also a famous extraordinary person of Sequence 2. It was recorded that it killed 2 of them. Now that its seal is loose, no wonder the Hydra cult's activities are so frequent. He gently flicked the information with his fingers and turned it to the last page. The most important thing about this information is the investigation of the current situation of Hydra. Hydra's seal is closest to Baloberg in the Seven Seas, so after Hydra's resurrection, Baloberg will be the biggest threat. So based on the current situation, it is not difficult to guess that the mysterious man is using me to make some impact on Hydra. Although I don't know what means or methods he will use. But for me, it is extremely dangerous. A small Sequence 8 is sandwiched between Baloberg and the demigod Hydra. Even if there are 1,000 resurrection coins, it may not be enough for me. Run frowned, so I need to quickly increase my strength now. And then delay the time to collect Hydra gold coins. Even if I try my best, I can't fight against the 2 forces for the time being. I must at least have a chance to escape from them. Just as Rune was thinking hard, a dreamlike fragrance suddenly appeared in the alchemy workshop. He smiled awkwardly. It's over. The person who stole the information caught him. Hey, Ian is really unreliable. It's been less than an hour and he's completely exposed. Captain, stealing is wrong. A colorful bubble appeared in front of Rune. And the witch's voice came from it, a little playful, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Her slender hand stretched out from the colorful snake bubble and took away the novels on the table one by one. But when she saw the underwear selection, her hand obviously paused and trembled. Then the fashion magazine was rolled up and gently hit Rune's head. Captain Rune, there is still a small punishment. Welcome to join the Hunter. The witch's voice was still elegant at this time. It's just that when her hand was withdrawn and the bubble had not completely disappeared. The other end came her suppressed angry voice, like a cat with its fur standing up. Hey Ian. Even if it wasn't his own name, Rune still trembled all over. It's terrible. Poor Hey Ian, I'm afraid he will be beaten today. Then he worked in the bar for 10 years. The bubble burst in the air, and Rune breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, the Hydra data has been obtained this time. Even if Lisa can't come up with any clues, he has roughly understood some of the threads. So, the only task at present is to strengthen his strength. Then wait for the arrival of the final storm. A week has passed quietly, but Rune has not had any idle days during this week. Using the alchemical materials found in the underground world, he builds equipment for little Carter while practicing his alchemy. The keywords of the extraordinary in Sequence 9 are contact and first acquaintance. Sequence 8 is accumulation. The keyword of Sequence 7 is characteristics. In Sequence 8, the extraordinary will have a clearer understanding of himself by constantly accumulating strength and knowledge in this process. The next thing to do is to gradually refine the part you are good at and make your extraordinary characteristics further. Learning alchemical knowledge is a must. In addition, Rune is still considering learning a set of offensive and defensive skills related to blunt weapons based on his own reality. After all, my physical strength is extremely high now, and I often fight with the enemy in close combat, so I must make use of this advantage. Wonderful item LV5, Silent Sleeve Arrow, wonderful item LV8, Gem Sword, wonderful item LV15, Siren Swift Cloak. The three wonders were forged by Rune using the alchemy array. His alchemy and alchemy array levels have also improved. Basic alchemy leave 5, 2, alchemy creation effect increased by 25%, 10%. Basic alchemy array leave 10, 5, full, completely mastered the basic alchemy array, and can instantly refine some items and strengthen them without changing the material properties. The improvement of basic alchemy requires the accumulation of knowledge. Rune has been practicing most of the past few days, so the improvement is relatively small. And the basic alchemy array has been improved by a full 5 levels. The characteristics have also become more practical. In simple terms, Rune now uses the basic alchemy array, which can change the shape of some ordinary wood, iron, glass, and other materials. It can be transformed into any weapon, shield, or armor and given a certain degree of enhancement. This gives him many possibilities for operation in battle. The alchemy array will evolve as for the realms of attributes and elements. Rune is still not able to reach them now. However, for now, alchemy has been greatly improved compared to before. It can be regarded as some preparation for the advancement of Sequence 7 in advance. The 3 strange objects were all made for little Carter. To be honest, using rare materials such as siren skin, deep-sea meteorite iron and onwak gem to refine such inferior strange objects can only be said that Rune's craftsmanship is too poor. However, these items can be recast in the future, so there is no need to worry too much for the time being. After the alchemy was upgraded, Rune went to the Baloberg auction center as usual. He has a lot of treasures such as Sequence 9 Smiley Flower Juvenile and Sequence 8 Smiley Flower Corpse to sell. But the recent replies are that the auction house is temporarily closed. They are preparing the lion ceremony for the Vasek family. For this custom, Rune has never heard of it before. But 2 days later, an invitation to the lion ceremony was delivered to him. Only then did Rune understand that the so-called lion ceremony was the coming-of-age ceremony. This is an extremely important ceremony among the nobles of the 5 oceans and 7 seas. All the children in the family will appear in this ceremony and show that they have grown up, show their strength, and read out their merits to prove that they have enough ability to take on responsibilities. Afterwards, the family will also delegate some power and resources to outstanding juniors. The head of the Vasek family is General Niels. The invitation in his hand was sent by Kasrito Vasek, inviting him to visit the ceremony as a VIP. Rune also readily agreed to this. After all, there are treasures to sell, and this ceremony is a good opportunity. At the same time, he can also test the attitude of the top leaders of Baloberg towards Hydra. In the past, Rune vaguely understood that Baloberg was not a monolithic entity, and perhaps he could use other factions to help him deal with Chris. In addition to these, the most important thing is that Carter couldn't hold back when he heard that there was a big meal at the ceremony. The king of food is already thirsty. Chapter 61 Captain, I understand. As expected of the Vasek family. During the lion ceremony, Rune looked up at a weapon statue in the middle of the garden. From the outside, it looks like an arc-shaped wheel blade, more than 20 meters high, made of stone, standing in the middle of the garden. But in Rune's eyes, damaged relic, Baloberg's bloodthirsty blade. Level, Legend Leave 70. Ability, Unknown. Special status, Residual soul. The soul of the weapon is lingering, and can only deliver the last blow. Special status, bloodthirsty sacrifice blood, soul as a sacrifice, and destroy everything crazily. Special status, invisible. P.S. It seems to have become a witness to Belloberg's history with scars all over it. A legendary Leave 70 relic is placed here blatantly. However, it seems that no one has the ability to steal this wheel blade that is more than 20 meters high. There are also treasures including the residual soul. Without its approval, even if there is a space treasure, it cannot be collected, and it may even be counterattacked by it. But in any case, just this broken holy object represents the heritage of the Vosek family. Wow! Wow! It's worthy of the Vosek family. Little Carter on the side also shouted vaguely, with his mouth full of pudding dessert. While eating, he also stuffed it into the storage dice. What fine wine, what silver dinner plate, gilded candlestick. Rune's head suddenly had black lines on his head. Little Carter, how many times have I told you not to grab things from just one place? If you take all the things here, won't others see it at a glance? Just take a little from each place. Little Carter nodded repeatedly. Oh, I understand. Ahem. Rune coughed twice in a fake manner, and was too lazy to move. He held a cigar in his mouth, found a chair, and sat down at the banquet. After coming to Belloberg for so long, he has a deeper understanding of this place. On the surface, Belloberg is ruled by the officer system, and the navy is its core. But it is not the case. As a principality granted by the Emperor of the Seven Seas, aristocratic families and various sects are the ones who hold the main power in Belloberg. Just take the 3 current naval generals as an example. Except for the Major General Luggard, who has emerged in recent years and was born in poverty, the other 2 generals have quite good backgrounds. Admiral Nils is the patriarch of the Vosek family, and the entire family believes in the Knights sect. Major General Ors, although his noble bloodline is a little remote, he is the bishop of the Holy Temple, the most powerful sect in the Seven Seas. So it is not difficult to understand why Nils' nephew, Kasruto, wore heavy armor and held a cross sword when he went to the battlefield. And why this coming-of-age ceremony is called lion etiquette. Everything follows the chivalry spirit. The whole ceremony went very smoothly. At the banquet, people were toasting and smiling. The heirs of the noble families talked loudly, and the ladies wore sexy dresses and held high-foot glasses to meet people everywhere. Only Rune and Little Carter sat in the corner, like outsiders. One ate and the other smoked and drank, and they were also quite comfortable. Just as Rune was surrounded by smoke, a figure appeared beside him. Captain! Rune knew who it was without even turning his head. Hill took 2 steps forward, followed by 2 others. He pointed at the 2 people behind him and said, "Captain, this is my good friend. Let me introduce you, this is Quincy, the 3rd son of Colonel Ryan." Rune looked at Quincy, tall with blonde hair and blue eyes, a typical northern look, but his skin was much more delicate than those in the north. The young man was not old, and his eyes kept wandering around Rune. Before Rune could say anything, Quincy rushed up. "Captain Rune, I finally see you in person." Quincy's eyes were burning, and he almost slid down to his knees in front of Rune. "I read about your deeds in the military newspaper every day, and I hear Hill talk about your merits. I really admire you. When can you take me on a mission?" Seeing the other party's performance, Rune's heart trembled. It's over, another little fanboy. The other party's behavior reminded him of Kasruchuo, who invited him to the lion ceremony. Quincy and Kasruchuo are not much different. Having had experience dealing with Kasruchuo, Rune knew in his heart that this kind of little fanboy is not easy to deal with. After the other party finished speaking, he blinked his blue eyes and looked at Rune as if begging. So Rune could only perfunctorily say to Quincy's request to fight, "Next time for sure." "Okay, then next time." Quincy couldn't hear Rune's polite words at all. He immediately stood to Rune's side, as if he had become his loyal bodyguard. The few people spent a few minutes in silence. Finally, Quincy couldn't hold it in anymore, and leaned down and asked quietly, "Captain Rune, I see that your eyes have been on these banquet guests. Are you observing any important information? Tell me, give me a task, and I will help you observe." Hearing this, Hill on the side also slightly turned sideways, a little regretful that he didn't think of Quincy. After all, Captain Rune was born a commoner. He attended this kind of banquet with the idea of expanding his network. As the captain's exclusive deputy, he didn't have such a good eye. "Well, I'd better listen to what the captain said. I have to help the captain keep an eye on important people." He concentrated and waited for Rune's instructions. Unexpectedly, Rune smiled lightly and raised his eyebrows. "Okay, see who is dressed the sexiest. Remind me that I love looking at women." Quincy and Hill's faces were full of surprise. Rune pointed at a noble woman in front of him with a cigar. "Look, this dress has a high slit, showing off her big white legs, not bad." "Quincy, dot." Hill whispered, "Captain, that's Quincy's stepmother." "Ahem." Rune quickly took a puff of cigar to calm down, and immediately changed the subject. "Look at that one over there, low-cut dress, bottomless, graceful, still charming." "Quincy, dot." Hill whispered again, "Captain, that's Quincy's eldest sister, 35 years old this year, divorced 3 times, now raising 2 children." Rune's expression froze. He stopped talking, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into an awkward moment. After a while, Quincy suddenly broke the silence. "That. Captain, if you like my eldest sister, it's not true." Hill interrupted Quincy, "Captain, the lion ceremony is about to begin, let's go over." "Okay." As the theme, the lion ceremony is the main part. The previous banquet and auction were just decorations to warm up the atmosphere. Lune didn't even go to the auction site in person, but someone had informed him that all the items he consigned had been auctioned off. "The payment will be delivered tomorrow." Lune was quite satisfied with this. Because at the auction of the lion ceremony, the handling fees of all transactions were paid by the Vasek family. A sequence 8 Smiley Flower Corpse, a sequence 9 Smiley Flower Corpse, and 7 live sequence 9 Smiley Flowers. The total amount of goods was nearly 5,000 gold coins, and the handling fees saved were almost 1,000 gold coins. So happy! As for the 2 materials on the giant, Rune had no intention of selling them for the time being. Instead, he spread the word and prepared to exchange them. He needed a blunt melee combat skill to make up for his shortcomings. Or he could exchange for knowledge about special alchemy formations to prepare for his promotion to Sequence 8. The lion ceremony was used to show the growth of the young lion. As the largest family in Baloberg, the Vasek family has done a good job in bloodline continuation. There are as many as 70 or 80 young lions of this generation alone. Each young lion is very outstanding. But even so, the best ones are selected from them to be trained as heirs, and the process of mutual competition is very cruel. The guests and the host gradually took their seats. Lune also sat down according to the position on the invitation. But then he frowned and realized that something was wrong. The ritual arena in front was circular, and the surrounding seats were divided into 3 areas. Vasek family area, Vasek family area and VIP area. Lune was in the 3rd row of the Vasek family. This is too far forward. And the people around were looking at each other, their eyes full of gunpowder. In the elders area, the head of the family, Niels, and Major General Ors sat in the 1st row. After Niels announced the start of the ceremony, all the young lions began to enter the venue, and the elder Carol in the family acted as the host. The achievements and sequences of the young lions were read out one by one. Every young lion who appeared on the stage could get cheers from the audience, and they were all people who supported them. Lune had no interest in this until Kasrudo appeared. This guy was still wearing the heavy armor, but the sword in his hand was not the same as last time. After entering the venue, he walked around the venue and then waved at Rune. "Captain Rune. What you taught me last time, I have already integrated it. Today you will watch my performance carefully." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were cast on Rune. The name Captain Rune was known to everyone present, even if they didn't know it. After all, in the mouth of the Baloberg people, Lune was the second common civilian genius after Luggard. However, according to common theory, people of common origin should be in the same faction as the Lord and Luggard. And he is also related to the death of Major General Orr's only son. How come he appeared at the lion ceremony today and sat in the area of the Vasek family? What's more, the word teach was said by Kasrudo, one of the most likely heirs of the Vasek family. The relationship here seems a bit complicated. Looking at the two generals in the elders area, their expressions did not fluctuate. Many people began to have some guesses in their hearts, and asked people to investigate Rune's details. After the young lions appeared, they entered the competition phase. This is a battle that follows the chivalry spirit, and every battle is a back-and-forth battle. In the venue, the atmosphere is very lively, and everyone is cheering for the young lions they support. Only Rune was so sleepy that he almost fell asleep. In his eyes, these things are just children playing house, nothing to see. The purpose of selling things at the lion ceremony this time has been achieved. The next step is to wait until after the ceremony to see if we can talk to the top leaders of Vasek through Kasrudo. If we want to deal with Chris and the mysterious man, we must rely on the power of the Vasek family. Time finally passed, and the Cub Lion ceremony came to the last round. Kasrudo vs Liard. As the seed players that the contemporary Vasek family focuses on training, the two naturally received the most attention. Among them, Liard's attention is higher than Kasrudo, and everyone knows that the final winner of this duel must be Liard. No matter in terms of strength or merit, Liard is stronger than Kasrudo. Behind Kasrudo is Niels. This childless general is extremely fond of Kasrudo. But behind Liard are most of the elders. However, it is precisely because of Niels' excessive preference for Kasrudo that he has been growing up in a greenhouse, and someone secretly helps him every time he goes on a mission. Except for the last time with Rune at the altar, he had never experienced a real battle. Even, Niels had never thought of making Kasrudo the real heir of the family. Because he had fought his way up from the reserve heir, he knew clearly how many conspiracies and dangers there were. Only the most fierce and cruel people could become the patriarch of the Vasek family and lead the family forward. So he would rather let Kasrudo live a safe and worry-free life than let him get involved in it. Even today, Kasrudo's entry into the finals of the Young Lions was beyond Nils's expectations. Although Liad was also a child, he had experienced much more than Kasrudo. Fighting, training, missions, following the knight's ascetic way, all the way to today. Except that he was a little more upright, everything else was very good. But in terms of strength, Liad was already preparing to advance to Sequence 8, while Kasrudo still had a long way to go on the road to Sequence 9. This was almost a battle without suspense. The competition is ready to begin. Both sides, perform the knight's salute. The atmosphere in the venue was slightly tense. Although everyone knew the result of the competition, everyone held their breath before the dust completely settled, waiting to cheer for Liard's victory. In the venue, Kasrudo and Liard held great swords, wore heavy armor, and bowed to each other. The moment they stood up, the competition officially began. Liard's path is Sequence 9. Courage Knight, which is one of the few sequences with a prefix in Sequence 9. The characteristics of this sequence are that it is extremely aggressive, proactive in combat, and unstoppable. Brute Charge. The starting move of a knight's general skill was instantly prepared on Liard. He held the great sword in both hands at his right waist, his feet in a bow stance, and his body slightly bent, like a wild bull. He rushed towards Kasrudo. With the blessing of the courage ability, his power is more terrifying and his speed is faster. The great sword was in front, and the people followed behind. One could see the spirituality on the sword tip driving the circulation of the surrounding air. Even Rune couldn't help but sober up when he saw this scene, and praised in his heart. The family's strength was indeed terrifying to be able to train a little guy of sequence 9 to this level. The average sequence 9 might not even be able to take on this move. Even if he was still in sequence 9, facing such a move, it is a bit difficult to resist, and the best you can do is dodge. Lune sighed in his heart, this kid Kasruchuo probably lost. But what everyone present, including Rune himself, did not expect was that Kasruchuo did not even have the slightest intention of retreating in the face of this move. Instead, he threw the big sword in his hand to the side, and a huge alchemical double-barreled shotgun appeared in his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, Liad was blown away. His face was full of black alchemical high-explosive gunpowder residue. Liad temporarily lost the ability to move and collapsed to the ground. Kasruchuo blew the barrel as big as his face in a chic manner, raised his eyebrows in the direction of Rune and said, "Captain, thank you for your teaching. I understand." Chapter 62 What is Chivalry? Don't talk about others. Lune was already stunned. He licked his lips, responded to the looks from the people around him awkwardly, and cursed Kasruchuo in his heart. "You got it, what the hell did you get? Is this what I taught? I never taught this. Kasruchuo is making up stories, he slandered me." Lune opened his mouth and wanted to say something to the people around him, but when the words came to his lips, he thought about it and was too lazy to explain. I guess the people around him wouldn't believe what he said. But the look he gave Kasruchuo was full of helplessness. You can learn and imitate the large-caliber double-barreled alchemical shotgun. Even the appearance of the shotgun is somewhat similar to Destiny. Don't say it, using a gun to fight against an enemy with a big sword is indeed very effective. But the Vosek family follows the chivalry spirit. In a night duel, taking out a double-barreled shotgun to blow away the enemy, isn't it a bit against common sense? Even the pirate Rune didn't dare to think so. Kasruto's brain circuit is more open and more terrifying than Rune's. Ah! Rune sighed, and his sleepiness was completely gone. As expected, he should be the main target of everyone's curse. Among the 100 eyes cast around him, 90 wanted to grind him to ashes, 5 were watching his fun, and 5 had complicated eyes. A good night seedling, was taught like this by you? As expected. The elders of the Vosek family could not sit still. A holy healing spell fell on Liad, and his injuries were instantly healed. However, the child who was shot in the face twice was still in a daze at this moment, and the black gunpowder residue on his face looked extremely funny. His eyes were dull, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. What the hell was that? Night duel, and the guy just took out an alchemical firearm. This is unreasonable. If you play like this, can't you pull the main ship gun to kill me? Liad was extremely depressed. On weekdays, as a knight, he was not extremely vicious and cunning. But at least he was cautious and anticipated the enemy's moves. Every mission was completed without being pedantic while maintaining the virtues of a knight. He was very flexible. But Kasruto was too flexible. The elders could not sit still, and one of them came to the stage. His hair was grey, but his posture was still upright. On the important day of the lion ceremony, he wore his iconic white gold thread heavy armor to show respect for the ceremony. The people below could see at a glance that this person was the Navy Colonel Kindu 20 years ago. Before retiring from the Navy, he was famous and had made many contributions. He defeated countless powerful enemies with the special power of white and gold holy light. He also had a place in the elders of the Vosek family. Kindu had a serious expression and a solemn face. He shouted at Kasruto, "Nonsense! Kasruto, do you know you are wrong? What is wrong?" Kasruto looked at Kindu in front of him without changing his face. "You still have the nerve to ask what is wrong. Kindu was furious. As a member of the Knights sect, where do you put the spirit of chivalry? He said word by word: humility, honesty, mercy, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, faith. The 8 virtues of knights are also the ultimate spirit we believe in. You have been reciting them since you were a child. Haven't you experienced a bit of it? In a knight duel, you violated traditional conventions, abandoned the knight's sword, used crooked methods, and you still don't repent. You have violated the 5 virtues of humility, honesty, justice, honor, and faith. Take off your armor immediately and return to the sect to receive the precepts. Kindu stepped forward, exuding the power of sequence 7, and everyone present felt the pressure. But the Kasrudo standing in front of him did not change his expression and said, "Old antique." "What?" Kindu stopped, thinking he had heard wrong. Kasrudo repeated, "I said, old antique." Humph. Kindu's breathing became obviously heavier, and the whole person was on the verge of exploding. Kasrudo not only did not retreat, but laughed. "What traditional conventions do you keep talking about? Where do those traditional conventions come from? Who stipulated that knights must wear heavy armor and use big swords in a duel? And who stipulated that knights must fight head-on and cannot use other means? Take a gun to participate in a duel, and is it against the spirit of chivalry?" You kinda wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to start. Kasruchuo shook the gun in his hand and said loudly, "If you ask me, the virtue of a knight does not lie in the means used. The spirit of a knight does not lie in comparing strength with a retro sword. Virtue and spirit are useless to the enemy. Otherwise they will only pay the price of blood. Everyone, the times have changed." Nonsense. Kindu finally couldn't help it and stepped forward like an old lion. Although he was old, he still had the strength to fight. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed Kasruchuo fiercely. The white and gold holy light on his body fully proved the results of his practice on the road of Faith Knight. After more than 10 years, everyone present finally saw Kindu take action again. Kasruchuo, who was at sequence 9, could not be an opponent in front of such a veteran sequence 7 strongman. He couldn't even last a round. But Kasruchuo didn't even think about fighting with Kindu. He threw the alchemical double-barreled shotgun in his hand aside, and then ran towards the audience, shouting, "Captain, save me!" Loon was speechless. This guy Kasrudo was really a troublemaker. After going to the battlefield, the child seemed to have changed. Where did this feeling come from? I absolutely never taught these things. But looking at Kasrudo running towards him, Rune still sighed and glanced at Admiral Niels, who was standing still in the elders' area. It was obvious that the elders of the Vosek family and that person had many conflicts with each other. Even if Admiral Niels took the position of the head of the family, there were many different voices in the family. Lillard and Kasrudo were just a small part of their game. And Rune had to take action if he wanted to get in touch with Niels further. At least he could get in touch with Niels through Kasrudo. The chase between Chindu and Kasrudo was about to end. Just as Kasrudo was about to be caught, a figure rushed out from the audience. Bang! At the edge of the ring prepared for the lion ceremony, light exploded and smoke rose. The choking dust covered the surroundings. The audience nearby covered their mouths and noses, but no one wanted to leave. Instead, they stared at the edge of the stage. Kasruchuo hurriedly ran out of the smoke and dust, and everyone looked incredulous. This guy is fine, which means someone helped him stop Chindu. Who is it? Is it the captain that Kasruchuo called before? Just as everyone held their breath and waited, the dust slowly settled. The white and gold faith power on Chindu's body became stronger, and under his white hair, the bulging muscles showed a strong explosive force. And opposite him was Rune. The white scales on Rune's body had been fully revealed, and the spirituality was flowing wildly above. The two men's fists collided, and they were deadlocked in place like a wild bull. The people around saw the scene in front of them, and their faces, which were originally watching the show, became a little solemn. Originally, it was thought that Chindu's move was foolproof. Even if that captain tried to stop it, it would only be a temporary success. After all, Chindu is a veteran Sequence 7 strongman. Although he could not be promoted for a long time due to some reasons, as time goes by, his strength becomes stronger. Before he retired from the Navy, he had already reached the position of colonel. And the opponent he faced was just a Sequence 8. Now he is a captain in the Navy, and even a month ago, this guy was an airborne lieutenant. Compared with the two, Rune can't compare with Kindu. But the fact is that these two people are deadlocked here. Kindu's face is not very good. He never thought that he would be stopped by a young man who suddenly jumped out. He has strong holy light power, and he also has the family's secret method enhanced his physical strength, but before it fully erupted, he couldn't do anything to the guy in front of him. And as the stalemate went on, he could even feel that the physical strength and power of the guy on the opposite side were still increasing. This terrifying increase has far exceeded the level that a Sequence 8 should have. Even some Sequence 7 transcendents, in terms of physical strength alone, may not be able to defeat this guy. The opponent's power is getting stronger and stronger, and Kindu has a bad premonition in his heart. If the stalemate continues, relying only on brute force, he is likely to lose. "Hat!" He shouted decisively, and the holy light on his body suddenly burst out, pushing the two away for a distance. So far, the first round of the fight ended in a draw. Lun stood on the edge of the competition platform, extremely cautious in his heart. A strong man of Sequence 7 is definitely not joking. Just now it seemed that he was just competing in brute force, but his full-level pure man's physical strength was 4.5 times, plus the 20% attribute increase of the white snake scale armor, and he had taken a natural wonder before to increase his physical strength tenfold. This skill, this piece of equipment, this adventure, is something that any other Sequence 8 can or cannot get. This is how he tied with the opponent's normal state. The gap between Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 is obvious. The gap between Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 is also understood by the extraordinary people present. Therefore, Rune's performance just now also surprised them even more. Looking at the spiritual flow of Rune, we can roughly determine his spiritual value level. He is not at a disadvantage in the fight with Chindu for the time being. He is indeed a talent. "Boy, you are good." Chindu looked at the guy in front of him and was amazed. "Some time ago, I did hear that Baloberg had another Luggard second, a very talented civilian genius. At that time, the senior members of the family did not pay much attention to it. After all, he was just a lieutenant. Now it seems that it is probably this guy in front of him. It is indeed good. But it is not enough." Chindu looked at Kasruchuo, who was hiding not far from Rune, and he was furious. He had taught him chivalry and virtue for more than 10 years, but this guy did this at the lion ceremony. He also interrupted the original Lillard plan. It gave them a headache. If he was not arrested, today's matter might not end well. On Chindu's body, the two-color holy light gradually became more solid and tough. A cross-shaped sword was slowly drawn from his waist. The holy light condensed on the blade, forcibly extending the sword, which was originally nearly 1.56 meters long, by 1 meter. The blade forged by the holy light was sharper than the original sword. If it was used against a demon, it would have even more terrifying lethality. When Rune saw Chindu take out his weapon, he immediately took out his destiny silently. Everyone present suddenly fell into a strange silence. If it was said that Kasruchuo had shouted there before, saying that he learned everything from Rune, everyone would only believe half of it. But at this moment, destiny was taken out, and then look at the double-barreled shotgun thrown on the ground by Kasruchuo. It can't be said to be exactly the same, but at least 70% similar. "Good fellow." Quincy in the audience opened his mouth wide. Kasruto really learned it from the captain. This gun is so cool. I'll get one when I go back. Hill, who was standing by, shuddered and quickly covered the guy's mouth. Although the others around him didn't say it out loud, they had some related guesses in their hearts. You are really you? Kinda was furious, his eyes wide open. The original appreciation for the boy in front of him was immediately covered by anger. Lun sighed, if you say that he didn't teach me, but he realized it himself, do you believe it? No. Kindu's holy light sword swung towards Rune in the blink of an eye. A horizontal slash, so fast. Quickly drew the gun and fired immediately, took a step back, and barely avoided the attack. At the same time, the spiritual bullet was launched, and 2 shots burst out. A disdainful look appeared on Kindu's face. He had blocked Kasruto's bullets with the holy light before, but the captain's bullets in front of him. Wait, something seems wrong. He was about to move forward and strike out with his sword again, but he suddenly raised it sideways and blocked it in front of him. The scattered shrapnel bombarded the sword, directly knocking Kindu back 2 steps, and the holy light also shook slightly. This. Kindu didn't expect this, and his expression was a little uncertain. He suddenly realized that the alchemical equipment in the hands of the kid in front of him seemed unexpectedly strong. He couldn't let him shoot again. War trampling. Barbaric collision. He stepped hard on the ground, and the ground under Rune's feet suddenly shook, making it unstable. Then Kindu held the sword with both hands, held it at his waist, with his right shoulder in front, and moved towards Rune with an afterimage. But when he sprinted, doubts flashed in Kindu's eyes again. The guy in front of him didn't seem to be affected by his war trampling. A red light flashed across his body. The spiritual value of Rune was falling madly. Spiritual bullets and hegemony armor, both of which consume a lot of spiritual value. I must fight quickly. Chapter 63 Sea Hunting Exam. Relying on the weak hegemony under the hegemony armor, he successfully resisted the knockdown, dizziness and other states that war trampling would bring to people. But Kindu was very fast and arrived in front of Rune in the blink of an eye. A slanting sword light came with a sharp murderous aura, forcing him to raise fate to block it. The holy light collided with fate, making a metallic buzzing sound that made people ache, and then the sword light came like a gust of wind. Rune could only parry and could not find any room to fight back. If it were not for the duration of the hegemony armor, I am afraid he would have been pressed into a corner by the dense sword light, and then he would have nowhere to retreat until he died slowly. Although he could still resist, Rune could feel that his spiritual power had dropped by more than half, and the 15-second duration of the Overlord armor was about to end. This couldn't go on, he had to do something. Looking at the sword that was lifted up from below and broke through the ground, Rune dodged and retreated. At the same time, several grey alchemical items fell between the venues. Seeing this, Kindu temporarily stopped moving forward, fearing that this was another strange explosive. But then, from these items, several clouds of smoke suddenly rose, covering his front. This was the first time Rune used the smoke bomb in actual combat. In previous battles, there was no battle that forced him to create an environment before fighting. Or maybe some battles could not be reversed even with the use of smoke bombs, so this ability was delayed. There is a chance to use it. And today, the smoke bomb will play a key role. Level 3 effect of the smoke bomb, the enemy in the smoke will fall into suffocation and the vision will be obscured. But Rune can see the outline of the enemy in the smoke. It is equivalent to making the enemy lose his visual ability. Plus, Fate is a long-range attack, which is even more puzzling. Bang! A spiritual bullet shot out from the smoke and hit Kindu directly. The holy light on Kindu became a little thinner, but he immediately swung the holy sword towards the place where the gunshot was heard. The sharp edge of the holy light broke the smoke bomb for a brief moment, but Rune had already changed his position. Fate fired again. Kindu hit again. In the smoke bomb, Kindu was upset because he could not see the opponent's vision and had to hold his breath to fight. In addition, he was hit by the hateful alchemical weapon one after another, which added fuel to the fire. He was furious, and he narrowed his eyes instantly, holding the sword upright in front of his chest with both hands. The golden holy light became stronger and stronger, and gradually pushed away the surrounding grey fog from the center of the smoke bomb. The onlookers saw the several rounds of fighting between Rune and Chindu, and they had some understanding of Rune's methods. It was rare for someone who could fight a veteran Sequence 7 strongman in the intermediate stage of Sequence 8 to such a situation. In the short moment in the smoke bomb, Rune even took advantage. As for now, the golden holy light, it is not difficult for those who are familiar with the Knight cult to recognize that it is the signature skill Sword of Judgment that all knights will learn in the middle stage. For example, the moves and abilities of common sequences such as Knight, Warrior, Assassin, etc. are mostly similar. The only difference is how they use them and the characteristics they carry. For example, Chindu's characteristic is that he has an extra golden holy light compared to ordinary paladins, which will be used on various knight abilities to gain additional amplification. Especially the extremely offensive ability such as the Sword of Judgment. I don't know how many enemies were killed by this sword back then. Rune looked at the Sword of Judgment and felt a strong sense of oppression in his heart. The opponent really wanted to kill this time, showing the victory posture of Sequence 7. Enough. Just at this moment, a figure quietly fell from the elders. A gust of wind blew. The next second, the smoke from the smoke bomb dissipated. The man's hand gently pressed down on the hand holding the Sword of Chindu, and the spiritual turbulence entangled it, and the Sword of Judgment that had just condensed was instantly shattered. Looking at the face of the person who came, Rune and Chindu were stunned. Major General Ors. In fact, Rune had already thought about it before the fight started, and this battle would not go to the end. After all, this was a game between the elders and Niels, and it was still at the lion ceremony, watched by everyone in Baloberg. It would not really be a life and death battle. But he never expected that the person who came forward to stop this battle would be Ors. Ors is the person who wants to die the most. No one else. This farce ends here. Ors stared at Chindu in front of him, his voice calm and majestic. As a Sequence 7 transcendent and a member of the Elders, he actually wanted to kill the captain of the navy. Chindu. He didn't finish his words, but the threat was self-evident. Chindu is willing to accept the punishment. Chindu also came to his senses at this time. Without arguing, he bowed his head, performed a knight's salute and retreated. When Chindu's figure returned to the stage, Ors turned to look at Rune with a cold look in his eyes. After just a glance, Ors ignored Rune, walked to the front of the stage, and said to the crowd. Liat upholds the spirit of chivalry, which is worthy of praise, and his strength is beyond doubt. But what Kasrudo said is not without reason. The battlefield situation is ever-changing, and knights must also be flexible. Both have their advantages, let's not talk about who is better for now. Therefore, after discussion and decision by General Niels and the elders, the results of this lion ceremony will be invalidated. 3 days later, the sea hunting exam will be launched to test the true strength of all young lions. This exam will last for 15 days. Except for those with Sequence 7 and above, there is no limit on the means. After this sentence was said, the audience exploded instantly. Sea hunting is a traditional ritual of the 7 seas. Depend on the mountain to eat the mountain, depend on the sea to eat the sea. Whoever can hunt valuable or powerful prey in the ocean represents that this person is the darling of the sea. From the inheritance of lords to the division of fishermen, sea hunting competitions are happening all the time. After the disturbance of Liard and Kasrudo in this lion ceremony, the elders could not accept the result of Liard's failure. Niels also felt that such a victory was not convincing, so he made changes directly. To be honest, Niels probably didn't expect that Kasrudo would come up with such a trick. The reason why the audience was so shocked was that after the sea hunting, there was still the word big test. At the same time, the rules also said that except for the combat power of Sequence 7 and above, there was no limit on means. This also means that the young lions who lost in the lion ceremony competition before also got the opportunity to compete again. And this time it is no longer a one-on-one fight with a big sword, but a real competition of all skills. The word skill contains too many things. Personal strength, connections, wealth, wisdom, and even luck. Only those with the strongest comprehensive strength can win the sea hunting exam. Each young lion has more or less people who support him. These families and celebrities have begun to plan how to help the young lions they support win. Even some people who just started to watch the show began to consider whether to mobilize resources to support a young lion and thus establish a relationship with the Vasek family. All the people present almost represent the complex forces of the entire Baloberg. Except for the lack of the opinion representative of Major General Luggard, almost all of them are present. So the Vasek family, a small change in the ceremony, has made these family celebrities more closely connected with themselves. This is the wisdom of the family. Even the conflicts between different factions can be used to benefit the family. Among the many young lions, Layad and Kasrudo are naturally the two most concerned. As Kasrudo's guide, Rune has also received great attention. The limelight is even faintly on par with Kasrudo. After all, Rune's performance in the battle with Chindu tonight was too eye-catching. He was able to force Chindu to launch a killing move, and sometimes had a slight advantage in the middle stage. He was just a sequence 8 beyonder. I heard that he was born a commoner and completed self-awakening. It is already amazing. Many people are secretly planning to contact and win over Rune. Today's lion ceremony, although the final young lion winner was not decided, everyone was very satisfied. Whether it was Nils or the elders, or the young lion supporters or participants. Everyone had their own gains. Of course, this also included Rune. Captain, my uncle asked me to take you there. After the ceremony, Kasrudo winked at Rune. Rune looked at the boy, smiled helplessly, and then punched him on the head. I taught you to be good at observation in battle. When did I teach you to point the barrel of a gun at someone during the lion ceremony? Kasruchuo looked innocent, leading the way in front and said angrily, Captain, I'm doing this for your own good. If I didn't have some skills, your old knight would have been killed by me. Rune followed behind him. Have you ever thought about what would happen if I couldn't hold on? Hearing this, Kasruchuo slowed down. He stepped back and said, No, Captain, you won't have anything to do with the lion ceremony. You help me fight, which means you represent my uncle's faction. They won't sit idly by. He said as if to take credit. Besides, I know your strength. I called you on purpose. As long as you perform well, I can help you connect with my uncle like now. Opportunities are not easy to come by. You must seize them well. Today is your day to rise to prominence. After circling a few more times and entering a small courtyard, Kasrudo knocked gently on the door of a simple room. Come in. Neil's voice sounded. Kasrudo opened the door first, and Rune followed in. The furnishings in the room were also very simple. A set of armor and a great sword were hung on the wall. And the emblems of the family and territory were next to them. On both sides, there were bookshelves and orchids. Niels sat behind the table, and a spread-out sea chart was placed on the table. He first looked at Kasrudo, and laughed and scolded like an elder, You guy, you can cause trouble for me. Those people in the elders group have all started to protest, which gives me a headache. Protest is good. Kasrudo raised his head and chest, I have been annoyed with those old antiques for a long time. Stinky boy. Niels sighed, but what you did is actually a blessing in disguise. The elders group has been stretching their hands too far recently, and it can be regarded as a warning to them. It's all the captain's teaching. Kasrudo replied immediately, but after thinking about it, he said, Uncle's teaching is also good. Niels had a hint of joy on his face, but then frowned again. Get out, go prepare for the sea hunting exam, don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. Yes. Kasrudo left in 2 or 3 steps, and winked at Rune before leaving. After Kasrudo left completely, Niels looked at Rune curiously, and he didn't have the majestic aura of the general as he imagined. Captain Rune. We finally meet. Niels smiled, I have seen everything you have done in the past month. You are very good. He thought for a moment and added, Major General Ors also thinks you are very good. These 2 sentences almost confused Rune. It is understandable that Niels thinks he is good, but as for Ors, he killed his son with his own hands, and just now on the stage, the other parties in different eyes told him that Ors thinks he is very good. He took a deep breath and said, Thank you for your appreciation, General. Niels waved his hand and said, You have to thank Kasrudo. It can be seen that this kid really admires you and speaks well of you every day. I have never seen him recommend someone so much. Including everything today, he has put a lot of effort into letting me meet you. Rune was silent. It was not easy for him to speak about this kind of thing. After all, today's matter was considered the internal affairs of the Vasek family. If he said something, wouldn't it be instigating internal conflicts in their family? Seeing that Rune didn't respond, Niels seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said, Don't be so nervous. Even if you had some relationship with Lugard before, I wouldn't think of you as an undercover spy. I'm not going to say anything unpleasant about the family. You don't have the qualifications and ability, and neither does Kasrudo. Besides, I have investigated you in detail again. Before you came, I also knew why you came here. You need my protection. So whether you are a pirate, an officer, a pawn in Lugard's plan, or the person whose brain focuses on investment, these identities are not important now. He tapped the table with his index finger, I am optimistic about you, Ors is optimistic about you and strongly recommends you, not to mention Kasrudo. One person's vision may be wrong, but 3 people will never be. You have a promising future. And when you come here, I will naturally give you a chance, which is also a test. Please speak. After listening to Nils's words, Rune was slightly surprised, but then calmed down. The person in front of him is the most powerful person in Baloberg today, the patriarch of the Vasek family. No matter how much he concealed his identity and experience, he could not escape the other party's intelligence network. And now, as the other party said, nothing matters. You have to help Kasrudo get the first place in this sea hunting exam. Although you are very strong in Sequence 8, this job is definitely not easy. Your opponents will be elites secretly cultivated by various families, or even people from other principalities. They will unite, use external forces, and do whatever it takes. The test is not easy. If you can succeed, I will give you a chance to study in the Night Tower. Chapter 64 Rules are meant to be broken. How about it, Captain, what did my uncle tell you? As soon as he saw Rune walking out of the study, Kasrudo came up and asked. He said he wanted me to help you get the first place in the Sea Hunter exam. And then, what? Kasrudo clenched his fists in front of his chest like a child. Did he promise to give you anything? Rune glanced at him and didn't speak for the time being. No way. Seeing Rune's state, Kasrudo quickly pulled him back. No, no, how can you not give benefits? I'll take you back to find him. Seeing Kasrudo's look, Rune couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes little fans are still very useful. He just wants to take me to get the wool of his uncle. I don't know what Admiral Niels's expression will be when he knows. But seeing Kasrudo's anxious look, Rune didn't plan to tease him. Admiral Niels promised me that if I help you get the first place in the Sea Hunter exam, he will let me go to the Night Tower for further study. What? Night Tower? Kasrucho, who had just spoken up for Rune, suddenly changed his face again, completely losing his knight demeanor. Damn it! You mean the Night Tower? The Night Tower is powerful. Rune had also thought that the Night Tower would be a good place for practice. But from Kasrucho's look, he seemed to have underestimated this place. So Captain Rune, you don't know the Night Tower? Khasruchuo took a deep breath. In the early days of the Empire, mages and wizards built their own academies, named the Mage Tower and the Wizard Tower. Among them, the Mage Tower studied spells and scrolls, and the Wizard Tower studied potions and alchemy. Between the two towers, countless talented mages and wizards gathered, turning it into a holy place, which led to a trend of magic for a while. The Night faction gradually weakened between the two towers. In desperation, 3 legendary knights took the lead and established the Night Tower, specializing in mental spirit and combat skills. As a result, the pattern of the 3 towers of the Empire was formed, and the organization of the 3 Towers Club was also established. The Emperor issued a decree that each principality, big family, and big power can send a fixed number of people to the 3 towers for further study every 3 years according to the regulations. Every 3 years, Baloberg has only 5 places in the Night Tower plus the place of our family, a total of only 7. After saying that, Khasrudo looked at Rune with envy. I have asked my uncle for a place many times, but he didn't give it to me. It's still your face, Captain. After hearing Khasrudo's narration, Rune attached more importance to Admiral Neil's promise. He originally thought that the Night Tower was just a college of the Knights sect in Baloberg. Now it seems that it is not that simple. As a principality, Baloberg only has 5 places in 3 years. The Vasek family has only 2 places in total. You can see how precious this place is. So, we must win the first place in this sea hunting exam. Rune said. In order to enter the Night Tower, we must do our best this time. Khasrudo nodded and said, of course, but there are only 2 days left before the sea hunting exam. How should we prepare? That's too simple. Rune looked at Khasrudo. I need you to do 4 things. Captain, you say, I remember. Khasrudo took out a small notebook. Rune said, the first thing is to send a group of people out to investigate the preparations of other young lions. Yes. Khasrudo wrote it down, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. The second thing is to write down the names of all the people who come to invest in you and give them to General Niels, so that he can decide whether to accept the investment. That's fine, although asking my uncle for help is a bit against the rules, but given the relationship between my uncle and me, it is indeed worth considering. Considering the impact on the family. Khasruchuo wrote it down again. The third thing, there is a sea chart on your uncle's desk just now, I need you to steal that thing. This Khasruchuo hesitated. Lun said calmly, I have observed that map before, and it records the distribution of various sea beasts and some small bases of the Hydra Church in the Baloberg Sea. You said that he is a general, why would he put that map out for no reason? This is not something he cares about. Khasruchuo suddenly realized, Captain, you mean, uncle deliberately. Rune signaled silence, you should be able to get that map easily. In addition to that thing, what useful props does your uncle have? Take them out together. Okay, okay. The last thing. Rune said, I need you to contact the Major last time, what's his name, right, Major ABI? Borrow a Baloberg main battleship. Borrow. Main battleship? Khasrudo raised his voice a little, will this be judged as a violation of the rules? The main battleship is rated far beyond the combat power of Sequence 8. This is indeed a problem. Rune thought for a while, can the main gun of the battleship be temporarily removed and installed on the ship we are going to see? No. Khasrudo shook his head frantically, this violates the Navy's orders. If you are caught, you will lose your head. The main battleship of the Navy can only cruise or stand by in the specified area. Special circumstances can be reported and urgently sent to certain sea areas for support. Rune was not surprised by Khasrudo's answer. As an important combat force of Baloberg, the main battleship must not leave without authorization even in the face of a ceremony like the sea hunting exam. This involves the defense and security of Baloberg. However, Rune narrowed his eyes, then, let Major Abi apply for an exercise. The exercise route is the same as RC route. Exercise. Is this possible? Kasruchuo said, what if others still say we violated the rules in the end? Violating the rules? Wen looked at Kasruchuo, others don't violate the rules? I don't believe they don't have any hidden tricks. Besides, Major Abi violated the exercise ban, what does it have to do with us? Kasruchuo's eyes lit up when he heard this, yes. Major Abi violated the ban, what does it have to do with me? Captain, I understand again. 2 days passed in a flash. In Lisa's alchemy workshop, little Carter was carefully counting the gold and silver nuggets on the ground. These gold and silver nuggets were melted from the gold cups and silver plates she stole at the Vosek family banquet. After conversion, there was a value of 5 gold coins and more than 300 silver coins. She used all of it as her pocket money. It is said that after the banquet that day, the person in charge was very puzzled about the theft of the cups and plates, but in the end there was no result. After all, the people who came were either family descendants or meritorious soldiers. It seems that no one is bored enough to steal some cups and plates. In the end, it can only be regarded as accidentally lost to report the loss. As for Rune, in the past 2 days, in addition to replenishing ammunition and rebuilding 2 ultimate explosive bombs, he has been studying the gadgets in his hands. Rare item, dilapidated old pocket watch. Level, Epic Leave 30. Ability, Slow Motion, designate a target of sequence 7 or below to make the opponent, time lag, last for 1.5 seconds, consume 500 spiritual points, cool down time 1 natural day. Ability, Energy Burst, every 1 minute, it will restore 50 spiritual points to the holder. P.S. The pocket watch that Admiral Niels collected in the early years, but now it is just a souvenir. The surface is badly damaged and it seems to be on the verge of being scrapped, so use it and cherish it. Just 2 days ago, at the Lion ceremony, Rune used the bandit ability to steal from Niels. The epic item stolen from Admiral Si. This item is the most amazing item obtained so far, except for the natural item Devil Pepper. The time delay ability, Rune tested it on Carter. The effect is very terrifying. As a shadow dancer sequence, Carter, who is in full state, looks like a person in a movie with 80% slow motion under time delay. And she herself is not aware of it. 1.5 seconds of time delay, at a critical moment, can definitely determine the outcome of a battle, or even life and death. Plus its second ability Energy Burst, it ensures the energy recovery of the holder in a long battle. Especially for those whose spiritual value is not very high now, it is just right for Rune, who is good enough for daily use. The only shortcoming of this pocket watch may be its durability. Every time it is used, a crack will appear on it. The pocket watch now can't last long. So far, the bandit has used it 3 times, twice with good luck and once with great luck. It has added a lot of help to Rune's growth path. This also made Rune realize that it seems to be worthwhile to have extra spiritual value when breaking through the sequence. After all, the last time he was promoted to the sequence, it was because of the extra spiritual value that led to the characteristic promotion, which changed stealing to banditry, and the effect was stronger than expected. Captain, that Kasruto is here. After a while, Lisa, who was strolling outside, pushed the door in. Kasruto followed closely behind him. Captain Rune, everything is ready. Then let's go. Rune didn't have anything else to prepare. After staying in the city for many days, he had long missed the free wind on the sea. Baloberg port, early morning. The sky hadn't even completely brightened yet, and the port of Baloberg was already crowded. Just looking at the number of people, it was at least 5 times more than the number of people going to and from the port at this time in the past. Sea hunting exam, the last fight of the young lions of the Vosek family, attracted countless people's attention. Kasrudo followed Rune on board their ship this time. A light transport ship with a length of 20 meters, a width of 4 meters, and a draft of 1.2 meters, named Riptide. It has 10 guns, 12-pound side guns, no main guns. But an alchemical machine called overload turbine is attached, which can increase the sailing speed to a certain extent in a short time. In fact, it is even more crude than Rune's Survivor before. But this is also the highest level ship allowed by the rules in the sea hunting exam. As one of the potential stocks this time, Rune and others have attracted many eyes, including their opponents. Rune, Kasrudo, and Little Carter returned to the captain's room and unfolded the sea chart stolen from Admiral Niels. "Captain, I have studied this map for 2 days, and the itinerary has basically been determined." Kasrudo picked up a pencil and began to sketch on the map. "Look, in 15 days, we will start from the Baloberg port, and we will reach the giant squid area in 1 day, and then go to the pearlfish area in 2 days. Then go all the way forward, spend a week hunting the deep blue whale, and the rest of the time return. These 3 prey are qualified. It will be difficult for others to catch up." After listening silently, Lun did not express his opinion immediately. Instead, he asked, "Do you know the information and routes of the main competitors?" "I have collected some, but it is not very accurate." Kasruchuo said, "The main competitors at present are Liad, John, and Luofusion. I heard that their subordinates who participated in the sea hunt have dozens of Sequence 8 transcendents. But we are not bad either, with 15 Sequence 8. "Yes." Lun nodded. "Next, listen to my command." "You say." Kasruchuo was ready. Lun said, "Send 7 weaker Sequence 8 transcendents, according to your plan, lead the large forces to the giant squid area and the pearlfish area for sea hunting, and send 5 more powerful Sequence 8 transcendents to go directly to the deep blue whale area for sea hunting quietly." "You mean, separate?" "Yes, for this operation, we can't just consider how much seafood we hunted, but also how much we can bring back," Rune said. Kasruchuo thought for a moment. "Then there are 3 Sequence 8 transcendents left. Let them follow the 3 main competitors, keep a distance, and keep us informed at any time." "Okay." Kasruchuo immediately went to give the order, and his ships left the port immediately. When he returned to the captain's room, he remembered something. "Captain. What about us? What are we going to do?" Rune looked at Kasruchuo with a smile. "They hunt seafood, and we hunt lion cubs." The sea outside Baloberg was calm. Liard's fleet consisted of 15 ships, with a total of 20 Sequence 8s to assist. He was full of confidence in this sea hunt. Since he was shot away by Kasrudo last time, he had no appetite for 2 days. Finally realized it. What a bullshit rule. Rules are meant to be broken. Only the one who stands to the end is the winner. So he also brought some exclusive props for this sea hunt, as well as several scrolls that clearly violated the rules and were secretly hidden. As for the others, he also has a corresponding understanding of his competitors. Especially Kasrudo, that guy is still hunting in the sea step by step. Do you think he can win with a sea map? You think too much. He has made sufficient plans on his side. We can definitely catch the most valuable seafood. The sea breeze blows on his face, that is the breath of victory. Liard is full of confidence, and the ship has entered the designated sea area. At this moment, someone came to report from the side. "Report to Lieutenant Liard, a pirate ship was found 15 nautical miles away from us." Liard frowned. "This is so close to the port of Baloberg, there will be pirate ships? Too bold, intercept them directly. Speaking of which, this pirate can also be considered a sea product, right? I hope it is a pirate leader with a big bounty." After he finished speaking, the people below hesitated. That behind the pirate ship, there is also a fleet of Baloberg chasing. Hey? There is already a fleet chasing? Liat immediately set up a telescope to see who started it before him. The picture in the telescope made him more and more confused. Because not far behind the pirate ship was Belloberg's main battleship. And the distance between the pirate ship and the main battleship was not far. According to common sense, a single shot from the main battleship could stop a pirate ship like that. But why did both sides just chase and not fire? Looking at the main battleship's gun barrel, it was being adjusted, as if it was preparing to fire. Well, but the angle seemed a bit wrong, as if it was pointing at me. Fleet? Something is wrong, very wrong. Thinking of this, a horrifying thought suddenly popped up in Liad's mind. No way. It's over. This main battleship is coming for me. Chapter 65 Hunting Prelude, Hydra Priest. Belloberg, Navy Headquarters. Niels sat at the top, holding a document in his hand, with a slightly amused look on his face. Sitting below were the officers of all levels who were currently free in Belloberg, as well as representatives of many families. It can be said that most of Belloberg was operated in the hands of these people. After a moment of silence, one of the family representatives finally couldn't help it, stood up, and said coldly, "General, what you did was a bit unkind. If we had known about this plan earlier, our family would not have invested so much." Hearing this, several other representatives also stood up and protested, "We need an explanation for this incident. We thought it was just an ordinary sea hunting test, and sent a group of elite sequence 8s. Now it's a question of how many can come back alive. Even if it doesn't involve our interests, the Vasek family should think about their own young lions, right? Who would have thought that you Vaseks were so heartless that you could let your young lions go as bait?" The family representatives were in tears, and Niels, who was sitting above, was calm. All because this sea hunting test was not as simple as Rune and others, or the people of these families, imagined. This was a bold plan of Niels. Just imagine, when the elite young lions of the Vasek family of Belloberg go deep into the Kind Sea to carry out the sea hunting exam, they are accompanied by the elites trained by various families of Belloberg. Most of the outstanding young generation of the entire Belloberg come out in full force. At the same time, the sea hunting exam also stipulates that combat forces of Sequence 7 and above are not allowed to participate. So what will the Hydra Church, which has always been a hostile force, do? There is no doubt that they will regard this sea hunting exam as an excellent opportunity to launch a surprise attack on these young lions and elites. As long as these young lions and elites can be buried in the deep sea, even if the Hydra Church does not take action in the next 30 years, Belloberg itself will go downhill. Even if the Hydra Church understands that this may be Belloberg's plan, they have to jump into it. Because if they miss this time, they don't know how long it will take for them to have such an opportunity next time, or even never again. This is Niels's conspiracy. As for Niels, he has naturally prepared defensive measures against the Hydra Church and deployed troops in the outer sea. Targets with sequence 7 or below found on the alchemical instrument should be ignored. Targets above sequence 7 should be intercepted directly. The main point is to let the young lions and elites grow in blood and fire. The whole sea will become an octagonal cage for the young lions and the people with sequence 7 or below of the Hydra Church. The one who can walk out of it is the final winner. It can be said that this is a game of flesh and blood between the Hydra Church and Belloberg. In the end of the sea hunting test, the young lions are the hunted. They are the prey. Such a terrifying and ruthless test completely exceeded the imagination of all the families present. But all the protests were suppressed by Niels alone. The world is gradually opening up, and all parties are ready to move. Belloberg needs a baptism so that these young lions can grow up quickly. A baptism with blood and guns as hymns. Captain, is this the legendary role-playing? Casrudo looked at the pirate flag slowly rising on his ship, thinking. I often hear Major Abby say that role-playing such as doctors and teachers is very good, but I didn't expect that it would be our turn to play pirates today. Lone was slightly stunned when he heard this. Although he wanted to explain to Casrudo that the role-playing mentioned by Major Abby might be different from what he imagined. But after thinking about it, he still didn't say it out loud. Don't break the fantasy of a pure little knight who came out of the Knights sect. Just now, the ships of Rune and Casrudo, less than half a day after leaving the port of Baloberg, have already reunited with the main battleship of Lieutenant Abby, who was exercising. In order to cooperate with the exercise, and also to cooperate with the bad taste of little Carter, Casrudo's ship was replaced with the pirate flag. Then hoist the sail and set sail. The first target of Rune and others is Liad. As the most important opponent of Casrudo, Rune does not want to raise a tiger to cause trouble. If he can solve this person earlier, the winning rate of the sea hunting exam will increase by at least 50%. Before setting off, Rune had arranged for people to follow the other party. So at this moment, he knew Liad's position very well. It took only half a day to find the other party's location. Looking at the fleet staying in the distance, it is not difficult to guess that there are sea creatures that Liad and others are preparing to hunt here. Then the overload turbine of the rapids ran at full speed and rushed directly to Liad's position. The main ship gun at the rear bombarded mercilessly. Lieutenant! Be careful! Liad's fleet was in chaos at the moment. They couldn't understand why Baloberg's main ship gun suddenly aimed at them. They were obviously their own people. But when they saw Rune and others on the pirate ship, they got a rough idea in their hearts. The black gun barrel of the main battleship was frightening at a glance. At this moment, the main ship gun only fired 3 shots and stopped. At the same time, these 3 shots were extremely accurate and only landed near the ship. The sea water rushed up to the sky, blocking the way forward for the ship. It seemed to be a warning. Looking at the main ship gun following the pirate ship, Liad had no mood to fight at all. Just raise your hands and surrender. Lun, Casrudo. Liad took a deep breath, feeling helpless. You have no moral principles, violated the rules, and launched a sneak attack. As long as the means are effective and the results are correct, don't worry too much about the process. Wen stood on the boat. From now on, your fleet has been incorporated, and everyone is a prisoner. I have prepared some spiritual shackles for you, please put them on yourself. Spiritual shackles are alchemical products, specially developed for superhumans. After putting on the shackles, the spiritual flow in the superhuman body will be restricted. Mostly used for criminals or prisoners. Seeing the spiritual shackles, a family member on the boat immediately changed his face. Captain Lwen, you are insulting us. As a result, before he finished speaking, Lwen's fate gunshot rang out directly. The shield on the family member of Sequence 8 flashed blue light and then was blown away and hit the mast behind him. At this moment, when everyone saw the gun in Rune's hand, they couldn't help but think of the battle between him and Knight Chindu that night. This is a ruthless man who can fight with the old knight for most of the battle without losing the upper hand. And it seems that this man has a bad temper. Besides, the main ship guns behind are still eyeing him, so don't act rashly. Liard looked helpless. Originally, he wanted to show his skills this time, even at the cost of breaking the rules and preparing some special things. As a result, Rune and Casrudo did even more. A battle that should have been extremely fierce disappeared under the deterrence of the main ship guns. Just when Liard was about to put on the spiritual shackles, Rune in front of him suddenly frowned. Wait! Liard was still wondering if Captain Rune in front of him suddenly changed his mind. The other party suddenly raised the double-barreled shotgun in his hand and turned in a direction. Something's wrong, everyone, get ready to meet the enemy. This made everyone stunned. But the next moment, a huge sea snake suddenly emerged from the sea in front of them and wrapped around a ship. This sea snake was at least 30 meters long. Then, sea snakes appeared one after another, wrapping around half of the ships. They opened their mouths wide, and spit out meatballs from their smelly mouths. Those meatballs rolled on the deck, and then grew rapidly like an embryo, and finally turned into many blasphemers. At this time, everyone knew what Rune meant by prepare to meet the enemy. This was a surprise attack by the Hydra Church. And it was quite a big battle. Kill. The people on the ship were indeed elites from various families. Faced with this scene, they did not panic for a while and immediately organized a counterattack. Rune's peeping eye was activated. Highly toxic sea snake. Path, Special Sequence 8. Genetically modified organism. Leave 8. Spiritual value, 2400/2500. Special status. Strong body, increased physical strength by 100, able to launch, entanglement, tail strike, to cause damage to the enemy. Highly toxic, snake fangs carry extremely strong neurotoxins. Those with physical strength below 100 will die after being hit by the venom of the snake fangs, and the skin of the snake will have, a quarter, the toxicity of the venom of the snake fangs. Life value, 80. P.S. Generally speaking, giant snakes are not toxic. This is a genetic modification exception. Desecrator fast growth. Path, Special Sequence 8. Assault Warrior.lv1. Spiritual value, 1000/1000. Special status. Fast growth, can grow from embryo to complete body in 10 seconds, and can grow to sequence 8 LV.1 in a short time. Suicide attack, fearless of death, physical strength increased, 20, and after death, self-explosion, causing life value, 20. P.S. Desecrator assault troops that can hide in small places and are easy to transport. A total of 6 highly toxic sea snakes, and more than 200 assault warriors. All of them are sequence 8. It can be seen how much money the Hydra Church has spent to deal with them this time. The entire sea area suddenly became a mess. More than 20 sequence 8 transcendents fought against more than 200 sequence 8 enemies. First of all, they suffered a great loss in terms of numbers. Major ABI of the main battleship was also stunned when he saw the situation in front of him, and then immediately organized more than 100 Navy officers on the ship to provide support, and at the same time the main ship guns bombarded. Boom! The main ship gun fired a single shot, and a venomous sea snake with its head raised exploded on the spot. But the remaining venomous sea snakes spewed venom in the air, falling like drizzle. They were not afraid of accidentally injuring friendly forces, because the fate of the raiders was death and then self-destruction. But such an offensive would be fatal to the people on the Baloberg side on the battlefield. Even the sequence 8 elites who came to help had a headache. There were too many enemies, and they had to be careful of the poisonous fog. Liard was in the middle of the battlefield, holding a long sword in his hand, and every move was extremely beautiful. Even though he was only at the maximum level of sequence 9 and had not yet been promoted. But with the equipment on his body and solid basic skills, he was more than enough to deal with these quick sequence 8. It was just that the battlefield was too chaotic, there were too many enemies, and death would cause self-explosion. After he killed several raiders, he was immediately restricted by the enemy. The self-explosion of an enemy would even trigger the self-explosion of the enemy next to him. These enemies were just exchanging injuries for injuries. Even the poisonous sea snakes that had been eyeing him covetously had learned their lesson and had already stuck closely to the ship. If the main ship's gun fired, it would easily injure its own people on the ship by mistake. The sea was caught in a bitter battle. Seeing that 3 of his own sequence 8s had been killed, Liard frowned tightly. These guys from the Hydra Church are too difficult to deal with. He dodged the attack of a raider, then cut off his head with his backhand and dodged far away. In the afterglow of the battle, Liard glanced at the boat next to him. Then he was stunned. Casruto was holding a double-barreled shotgun and was killing one enemy with 2 shots. And that Captain Rune killed several raiders with 1 shot. He even showed a crazy smile on his face. He smashed the enemy in front of him, ignored the enemy's self-explosion, and even took the time to light a cigar while reloading the gun on the battlefield. Awesome! I haven't killed so much fun in a long time. Today I'm going to kill a lot. Chapter 66 Level Up, Quick Draw Level 6. Hearing Rune's shout, Liard felt outrageous in his heart. Crazy! This guy is too crazy. But seeing the other party freely shuttle among the group of Hydra monsters and kill wantonly, one can't help but sigh. He has the capital to be arrogant. The strength of the Sequence 8 Transcendence on his side is not weak. It is no problem for one person to face several blasphemers. But he is not as casual and relaxed as Rune. The dazzling magic light that looks dazzling on weekdays seems a bit sissy in front of blood and gunpowder. Liad can accept these alone. However, when he saw Kasrudo following Rune step by step, holding a replica alchemical shotgun and showing off his power, his mentality suffered a big blow. Everyone knows that among the young generation of the Baloberg Knights, except for those who are truly ascetics who don't care about the outside world, he is undoubtedly the first. 10 years of hard work in winter and summer have created an extremely solid foundation for himself. He kept compressing his spiritual value, and he would break through Sequence 8 after the coming-of-age ceremony. An 18-year-old knight of Sequence 8 had a bright future. If he continued to move forward with such a solid pace, it would not be impossible for him to become a great knight or an honorary knight in the future. As for Kasrudo, he was spoiled too much since he was a child, like a flower in a greenhouse. With good qualifications and talents, he could be ranked in the middle and upper ranks among the younger generation. Even if he could rely on some strange equipment given to him by Admiral Niels, his combat power was okay. But compared with himself, he was still far behind. Until he met that Captain Rune. That kid has changed. At the last scene of the lion ceremony, he took out a double-barreled shotgun. In addition, at this moment, he had worked so hard to kill the enemy, but that kid relied on a gun to be more comfortable than himself on the battlefield. Why? The knight's faith was shaken at this moment. Liad looked at the cross-sword in his hand, then looked at Kasrudo, thinking. Lieutenant Liad, get out of the way. Just when Liad was distracted by his thoughts, the poisonous sea snake wrapped around the ship successfully seized this opportunity. Its neck and tail suddenly tightened, and the snake's tail launched a surprise attack on Liad without warning. Holy shield! Liad also reacted quickly, and the holy light quickly condensed in front of him, and a shield quickly condensed and formed in front of him. However, the holy light on this shield was too thin compared to the holy light of the level of Kindu that night. There was only a faint layer. The blasphemers and assault soldiers present were quick-made products. Although they had the rank of Sequence 8, they had no corresponding strength at all, so Liad was not under much pressure to deal with them. But this poisonous sea snake was a real Sequence 8.8. Not to mention its characteristics, which increased its physical strength. Liad's holy light was ignored in front of it and shattered instantly. The magician next to him saw this and immediately waved his staff, and layers of defensive shields were deployed on Liard. Bang! The poisonous sea snake struck down, and the hastily constructed multiple defensive shields were shattered, and Liard hit the board behind him hard. For a moment, the sky was spinning, and the blood from the wound on his forehead made the world in front of him even more blurred. At this moment, the poisonous sea snake raised its head and launched a rapid attack again. The huge triangular snake head was the size of 3 or 4 liards. With poisonous fangs, it rushed towards Liard. Took a bite. This time, the magic system is extraordinary, and there is no time to lend a hand to help. Lillard watched helplessly as the poisonous sea snake attacked him. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and took out a scroll from the storage item. But it was obviously too late to use it. Boom! The attack of the snake head has arrived. The hard impact caused the hull to deform to a certain extent. After the huge noise, everyone felt their hearts go cold. If he had suffered this blow, I am afraid Lillard would have turned into mincemeat on the spot. Lillard closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. The pain that could be imagined did not come. He opened his eyes, and a man wearing white scale armor was standing in front of him. Rune. The snake head, which was several times larger than Rune's body, was forced onto the boat with one hand, creating a huge dent. The snake body wrapped around the hull was twisting and struggling, causing the hull to tremble and shake crazily. But Lun's hand still suppressed the snake head firmly. There is a huge physical difference between him and the poisonous sea snake, but there is an unreasonable power gap in return. Like an ant suppressing an elephant, everything is so incredible. But it has a kind of terrifying power of beauty. Lun didn't say too many words, and took a deep breath of his cigar. He could not wait for the fate of his right hand. Hold the middle of the snake's head, 1 shot, 2 shots. The snake's body twitched with the sound of the gunshots. After 2 shots, it completely collapsed. When Rune let go, it slipped into the sea, creating a wave of waves. Liad was already stunned. It's not like he hasn't seen powerful people before. Recently, the teacher who taught him how to practice, the great knights in the Knight sect, each had a higher rank than Rune. To put it remotely speaking, the elders in the elder group and the generals in the navy are of a higher rank than Rune and have stronger combat effectiveness. Holy light, elements, spells, and methods are also various. But no one, like Lun, relied on his body and gun to kill a big snake that he thought was terrifying in an understatement. It was as if the snake had become a docile pet in the opponent's hands. Hold down its head, tell it not to move, and then kill it with 2 shots. Now Liad's nose can still smell the pungent smell of blood and gunpowder. This is pure and true aesthetics of violence. Hey, can you still fight? At this time, Rune turned his head and said to Liad with a calm expression. Liad looked at this man with a beard and a few drops of blood on his face, and an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He quickly got up and said, "Okay. Then catch it." Rune moved his feet, and he kicked up the sword that Liad had left aside just now. Liard held on firmly. Looking at Rune's back as he rushed into the monster group again, Liad completely forgot about the pain caused by the injury just now. On the contrary, I feel that there is endless fighting spirit in my body. Fight. Father Moses, something seems not right. According to the bottom of the sea not far from the battlefield where Rune was, a Hydra cultist carefully reported the report. The person in front of him at this time was Father Moses, who had a very high status in the church. It is said that the priest once received the blessing of the god of Hydra and was promoted to become a Sequence 7 transcendent. Now Father Moses, under the leadership of Bishop Sambu, is responsible for cultivating venomous sea snakes. This time the priest took the risk and sneaked into the offshore area of Baloberg. He also received instructions from Bishop Sambu to hunt the lion cubs. Their target is named Liad, the leader of the younger generation in the Knight sect. Moses was sitting cross-legged in meditation to regain his energy. After hearing the believer's report, he opened his eyes. A poisonous snake crawled out of his sleeves and gently rubbed his neck. He took out a red pill and fed it to the poisonous snake, and then asked calmly, "Tell me about the situation in front of you in detail." The believer quickly said, "Priest, according to the original plan, Liad has a total of 15 ships, with a total of about 20 Sequence 8 transcendents on board. We sent 6 poisonous sea snakes and more than 200 blasphemers. It's been more than half an hour, and the battle isn't over yet. I'm afraid something might happen." When Moses heard this, he also frowned. Then he took out a compass engraved with complicated serpentine patterns. There are 10 green gems and 1 red gem on it. At this moment, one of the green gems has cracked, and the other 2 are on the verge of breaking. After careful observation, Moses looked calm. This compass is his natural magic object used to control the poisonous sea snake. A long time ago, his qualifications were mediocre and he was stopped at Sequence 8. The bishop gave him this compass, which allowed him to connect with the Red Sea snake's mind and life, and he was promoted to Sequence 7. The green gem on it represents the Sequence 8 sea serpent, and the red gem represents the sequence 7 sea serpent that is inseparable from him. At this time, I saw the 6 poisonous sea snakes sent out. At this time, 1 died and 2 were seriously injured, which was considered within the acceptable range. After all, the other party is a relatively outstanding young lion, and he is also followed by the elites of various families. It would be a joke to say that they don't have any trump cards. It's okay. Moses smiled and put the compass in front of him. We still have 5 poisonous sea snakes there, plus many blasphemers, so I have the advantage. But the next moment, 5 more gems on the compass cracked one after another. Moses couldn't laugh anymore. Kill Special Sequence 8. Toxic Sea Snake, Leave 8, *3, Plunder Spirituality 450. Kill Special Target *3, Life Value 80, Get Adventure Points 24. Kill Special Sequence 8. Assault Warrior, Leave 1, *50, Plunder Spirituality 50. Level Upgrade. Spiritual Value 1932. Spiritual Value 2432. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit, Leave 5. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit, Leave 8. Get Skill Points *3. On Runes panel, the gains of this battle were quickly integrated. 24 Adventure Points 3 Skill Points. A lot of gains. After thinking about it, Rune added 3 skill points to Quick Draw. Quick Draw Leave 3. Quick Draw Leave 6. Quick Draw Leave 6, slide distance is increased to 15.6 meters, and Fate is loaded with 2.1 bullets. This bullet incurs an additional 5 spiritual damage and adds a layer of true manliness. Cooldown time is 20 seconds, and consumes 30 spiritual points. Level 6 Extra Ability, gain the ability, Haste, slide speed becomes faster, and each time a Fate attack, or physical attack, is inflicted on an enemy, the cooldown of Quick Draw will be reduced by 1 second. Reached the current sequence level cap, the next level increase is Sequence 7. Quick Draw also awakens the extra ability of level 6. Compared to the spiritual bullet of large buckshot and the hegemonic armor of true manliness, the haste of Quick Draw is a bit mediocre. But if you look at it in conjunction with Quick Draw itself, this ability is just right. Accelerating the sliding speed and reducing the sliding cooldown greatly increased Rune's mobility. At the same time, the maximum distance was increased to 15 meters, and the number of bullets loaded by Destiny reached 2. Rune's future combat will be smoother and his explosive power will be even better. After the skill points were added, the total number of adventure points was 38. He was not in a hurry to redeem these adventure points. Because there was a scroll worth 100 points in the adventure shop, which he was very satisfied with. Scroll, Weapon Coding, Primary. Effect, after collecting materials, complete the primary coding transformation for the weapon and increase the weapon level by 2 levels. Special, after completing the primary coding, you can use the intermediate coding. In addition to weapon coding, there are also scrolls such as armor coding. But for now, it is still the most cost-effective to buy weapon coding first. After having the corresponding blueprint, Destiny can be upgraded by 2 levels. Now it's level 8, it's time to prepare for the promotion. To advance from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7, you need an appropriate alchemical artifact, a special alchemy array, and the corresponding potion. All of these need to be prepared. After a short while, Rune checked the panel. The battlefield was a river of blood and devastation. Originally, there were 16 ships and 1 main battleship. Due to the poisonous sea snake, 6 ships were damaged. There were 21 Sequence 8 Transcendents, 4 of whom died and 2 were seriously injured. Only 15 people were capable of fighting. There were more than 300 ordinary naval soldiers, and nearly 1/3 of them were lost. It was a heavy loss. Kasruto, Layad, Major ABI, and the remaining Sequence 8 Transcendents all gathered together. Everyone smelled the smell of conspiracy. In the sea near Baloberg, the minions of the Hydra Church appeared in the sea hunting exam and attacked them openly. Fortunately, there were alchemical instruments on the main battleship, which could communicate with the Navy headquarters in real time. Major ABI, what did the Navy headquarters say? Layad couldn't help but glance at the surrounding sea area, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart did not dissipate at all. ABI was also anxiously waiting for the reply on the alchemical instrument. After a while, a note was finally spit out. Only one line of words was written on it, in the dark sea. The hunter is also the prey. What do you mean? Kasruto was a little confused and looked at Rune. As a result, Rune's solemn expression made him shudder. Captain, your expression. Rune shook his head and unfolded the sea chart. After checking, he said, 25 miles to the east, there is an island called Skull Island. Let's head there now. Kasruto, notify everyone you can notify, and gather at Skull Island immediately. We will have a tough battle next. At this moment, Rune had completely understood the plan of the Navy command. Use the enemy to test the growth of the young lion. Under such a plan, the difficulty of the sea hunting exam increased dramatically. Even he had to face it carefully. After a while, all the movable ships and resources were transported to Skull Island. Soon after everyone arrived, several huge snake shadows followed closely. An exceptionally huge red sea snake stood from the sea. On the snake's head stood a man in a white robe with a fierce face. The pressure of Sequence 7 instantly enveloped the entire island. Rune narrowed his eyes and said, everyone, prepare to fight. Major ABI, fire a few shots at him first. Chapter 67 Sequence 7 Scroll, Holy Light Power. Boom! The main gun of the Baloberg battleship burst out from the hot barrel. The powerful recoil made the hull tremble and the sea water stirred up waves. Kasruto, Layad, and others all showed joy on their faces after hearing the gunfire of the main battleship. Even a Sequence 7 strongman would never be able to face the power of the main ship's gun head-on. Only Rune's face was not so good. The guy in front of him was not as simple as imagined. Name, Moses. Path, Sequence 7. Snake Handler, Leave 4. Spiritual Value, 4000/5200. Ability, Unknown. Special Status, Symbiosis, connected with the life and mind of the snake spirit. Life Value, 200. Red Sea Snake. Path, Special Sequence 7. Natural Sea Spirit, LV.4. Spiritual Value, 4000/5200. Special Status. Strengthened Body, increases 150 points of physical strength. Poisonous, instant death if physical strength is less than 150. Giganticization. Magic Armor, immune to 30% magic damage below Sequence 7. Symbiosis. Life Value, 200. One person and one snake, they are in a symbiotic relationship. 2 Sequence 7s. Seeing the information in the peeping eye, Rune couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. 2 symbiotic Sequence 7s, although it is impossible to surpass the strength of 2 regular Sequence 7s, they definitely have 1.5 times the combat capability. Adding their various means, this time it will be difficult to deal with. Especially the special state of the Red Sea Snake Poisonous. It has increased the instant death judgment area by 50 points compared to the Sequence 8 Sea Snake. In total, its skin should also have a physical strength of 37.5 instant death judgment. Among the Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 present, only 1 or 2 physical skills transcendents can reach this physical strength. As for the direct venom injection, except for Rune himself, everyone else will die at the first touch. The ability of poisonous poison itself is the crushing of the life strength of high sequences over low sequences. If you can't meet the corresponding attribute requirements, you are not qualified to fight the opponent at all, let alone create a miracle of victory in a cross-level battle. In the air, the shells of the main gun of Baloberg were easily twisted by the Red Sea color and dodged. For the existence of Sequence 7, the shells of the main ship guns are indeed a great threat, but unless there are multiple main guns covering the attack, it is extremely difficult to hit them. The shells fell on the sea not far away, splashing the sea water high. At the same time, the Red Sea snake looked up at the sky, and a venom covered it like a rain curtain. Defense. Seeing this, everyone also knew how powerful it was, and set up various shields and defensive barriers. When facing the venom spray of Sequence 8 highly venomous sea snakes before, everyone responded in this way. But the venom of this Red Sea snake is much more terrifying than that of ordinary sea snakes. Once the shields and barriers are contaminated, they begin to corrode layer by layer under the effect of the venom. Even on the holy light, tiny bubbles began to appear. Even those equipment made of ordinary materials were corroded by the venom. With the sky full of venom, everyone had no way to avoid it. The venom fell on Rune's skin that was not covered by scales, making the skin slightly red and slightly stinging. Facing Moses standing high on the snake head, Rune narrowed his eyes. Retreat. At Rune's command, everyone retreated to the center of the island according to the pre-planned plan. The area of Skull Island is not large, only about 2 kilometers from front to back. But it is such a piece of land that can bring Rune and others the opportunity to win. It is obviously not a wise move to fight with the Red Sea snake in the sea. They have designed the tactics in advance, leading the enemy into a predetermined range, and then Liat uses the scroll to launch a counterattack. Only by luring the enemy into a trap can there be a chance of winning the battle. And Moses and the Red Sea snake obviously did not take them seriously. The huge snake body twisted quickly behind everyone, and smoke and dust rose wherever it passed. Captain Rune, there is a sea snake intercepting in front. After running a distance, Kasruto reported to Rune. Rune looked sideways and saw 4 more poisonous sea snakes attacking from the other 2 sides of the island, forming an encirclement. Don't be afraid, follow me. Seeing the sea snake, Rune had no fear in his heart and rushed to the front first. A sea snake came to block the way, raised its head, and prepared to charge before the snake attacked. Rune did not give the sea snake a chance to move, and jumped up directly, grabbing the sea snake's neck with one hand, and his fingers were hooked into the flesh. Then, with the power of his left hand, he turned over in the air and passed over the sea snake's head. At the same time, Fate spit out 2 shots, and under the impact of alchemical gunpowder, the first snake instantly lost all its vitality and fell from the air. Rune landed and rolled to buffer, and at this moment, the second snake seemed to realize Rune's threat. It opened its mouth and breathed, as if threatening angrily, and took advantage of Rune's landing to launch a surprise attack immediately. Alchemy. At the critical moment, Rune was calm. With his left hand, he practiced countless times in the alchemy workshop. The full-level basic alchemy array was instantly outlined. The soil, grass, and gravel on the ground were attracted together in an instant, forming a basic earth shield. At the same time, Rune also completed an alchemical strengthening of the shield. The earth shield with alchemical patterns was placed in front of the second sea snake, successfully resisting this attack. The second sea snake obviously did not expect the sudden change. Its fangs had just pierced the earth shield, and its walnut-sized brain obviously did not understand what the human in front of it had just done. But it did not have extra time to think about it. Rune's shoulder had hit the side of his snake head, and a dizzy feeling made it unable to tell the difference. Then, 2 bullets with 5 points of additional spiritual damage after quickly drawing the gun penetrated the head. As for caring for small animals, Rune felt that he was quite experienced. Before killing the sea snake, it did not feel any pain. The hand raised and the gun fell. But the crisis was far from over. The remaining 3rd and 4th sea snakes attacked from both sides at the same time. Lone briefly observed the people behind him who were more than 20 meters behind him, and he knew what was going on. First, he raised his fate to resist the impact of the sea snake on the right, and then he quickly drew his gun with precise control of the distance to avoid the entanglement of the sea snake on the left. After dodging the attack skillfully, he turned around and smashed the sea snake's head. A sea snake fell to the ground and twitched twice. The other sea snake was not so lucky and accepted the baptism of fate. Then Lwen slowly loaded 2 large lead bullets and completed the supplementary shooting of the sea snake in front. The people who were running behind were stunned by Lwen's smooth fighting skills. The 4 poisonous sea snakes did not last more than half a minute in Lwen's hands, including Moses standing on the snake head. Seeing Lwen's performance, he was also surprised. The last 4 green gems on the compass in his hand were broken, which really meant that the man in front of him killed the poisonous sea snake with a wave of his hand. Although it took him some effort to cultivate those sea snakes, Moses did not feel bad about their death. As long as there are red sea snakes, plus the reward after killing the young lion this time, not to mention 10 poisonous sea snakes, even 20 can be cultivated quickly. The only thing that makes people a little afraid is the person who killed the sea snake. From the spiritual aura. It is sequence 8. Moses moved the compass in his hand, and the speed of the red sea snake under his feet suddenly increased. He can kill the poisonous sea snake so easily in the same realm. He is quite capable. Kill him first. Hiss. The red sea snake spit out its tongue, as if agreeing with Moses' words. Then, let these little guys stop first. They have run far enough. I am not interested in playing the chasing game anymore. Moses turned the compass in his hand, and the entire Skull Island changed in an instant. The island gradually twisted with the sight, like a venomous snake twisting its body. The road under Rune and his men's feet was shaking constantly, making it impossible for people to stand firmly on the ground. However, the red sea snake was not affected by this change because of its unique snake-like way of moving. At the same time, the surrounding weeds and trees also quickly transformed into giant pythons and venomous snakes. The moss was like their stripes, and the flowing water was like the sticky body fluids of snakes. The snake skin of the dead venomous sea snake showed irregular bulges, as if something was about to break out of the body. A few seconds later, its internal organs also turned into a sea snake. Breaking through the restrictions of the mother body, it hissed and rushed towards Rune and others. The whole island became a carnival place for the snake clan. Rune also took a breath of cold air at this time. When kind of fought with him, he also held back in the early stage. At this moment, facing a sequence 7 who really wanted to kill him, he realized how terrifying the other party was. Stop! Just as the surrounding snakes attacked, a sequence 8 finally succeeded in condensing his magic circle. He inserted his staff into the ground with a pale face, and the ground around 10 meters finally returned to stability. The crowd had a chance to free their hands and face the summoned snakes. Looking at the snakes all over the island, everyone shuddered. Only Rune felt a sense of déjà vu. I don't know how long ago, he and the snakes have a fate of never ending. The achievement of Snake Killer was flashing on the panel at this moment. Kill. In Rune's hand, the electric shock grenades were thrown out as if they were free, and the snakes in front died in groups, and then turned back to their original appearance. Other Sequence 8s were also good at dealing with these groups of monsters. Most of these Sequence 8 Transcendents were spell transcendents, and their range damage capabilities were good. But Rune knew that the current efficiency was still not enough. Faster! Lung glanced at the place not far away. In 10 seconds at most, the red sea snake would be in front of everyone. Or, at this moment, everyone was actually within the opponent's farthest attack range. After hearing Lwen's voice, everyone also knew the current dilemma. Liad took out a scroll from his arms. Give me 10 seconds. Then, he began to recite the prayer quickly. But in 10 seconds, let alone clearing the surrounding snakes, the red sea snake had already arrived in front of everyone. Its huge tail lifted up the fragmented land and whipped towards everyone. Stop it! The basic refining formation in Rune's hand kept running, and he erected a number of refining stone pillars on the road of the snake's tail. But the power of the snake's tail was not something these stone pillars could withstand. Rune gritted his teeth, and a red light flashed on his body. Tyrant body armor. Colliding with the snake's tail, Rune felt his internal organs churning, and barely held on. But then, the Red Sea snake's tail rolled up and was about to wrap Rune in it. The huge snake's tail made it impossible for people to react, and Rune had already fallen into it. The terrifying feeling of suffocation came from all directions. Even Rune couldn't get out of it. Just when he was about to suffocate, a black light flashed, and the snake's tail broke a big hole from Rune's side. Rune knew that it was little Carter who had been hiding in the dark who took action. Looking at the wound on the snake's tail, Rune also made up his mind and went straight in. The Red Sea snake began to struggle painfully. Moses' face changed. He could feel the piercing pain of the Red Sea snake, as if a parasite had entered his spinal cord. He never expected that a bunch of sequence 8s that were easy to get would cause him so much trouble. It's really annoying. Moses picked up the compass and turned it quickly. The next second, the Red Sea snake's tail broke off. Lune was abandoned in the broken tail. Moses turned the compass again, his face became a little paler, but the flesh and blood on the broken tail of the Red Sea snake was recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After coming out of the sea snake's tail, Rune was covered with smelly blood and internal organs. The next moment, the holy light of the Liad scroll and the attack of the Red Sea snake came at the same time. A prompt popped up on Rune's panel. You get the blessing of Sequence 7 Scroll, Holy Light Power. Strength increased by 20%, immune to negative effects of Sequence 7 and below, additional 20% damage to enemies with attributes that deviate from Holy Light, such as Evil, Darkness. Duration, 600 seconds. Looking at the Holy Light covering his body, Rune felt that strength was constantly generated in his body. As a powerful existence in the 5 oceans and 7 seas, the Knights sect, with Holy Light as its core ability, naturally has great strength. Especially in this kind of battlefield, Holy Light that can bless a group is a bug-level ability. A scroll quickly improved everyone's attributes. Moses was also shocked. The current situation on the battlefield is not quite what he imagined. The news he got was that there would be no combat power of Sequence 7 and above in this Sea Hunter exam. This also gave him a great boost of confidence. Killing a group of Sequence 8, isn't it easy? But the fact is that as soon as he arrived, he ran into a main battleship. Then he met a Sequence 8 who could kill enemies of the same level in seconds and even took the initiative to fight with him for a few moves. Now someone has taken out a Sequence 7 scroll. You know, a Sequence 7 scroll can only be made by a Sequence 6 person. The power contained in the scroll is one level lower than the maker unless it is made at a great cost. It can be seen that this scroll is obviously a prop that goes beyond the rules. It is not allowed to carry it, let alone use it. Faced with these situations, Moses was quite speechless. He felt that he remembered correctly that the Vasek family was a family of knights. Don't knights value fairness? But these guys are just cheating. The knights in the past have never had a similar situation. They are all brainlessly believing in the knights' doctrine. Could it be that the times have changed? Moses's brain has not yet turned around, and he saw the guy who just took out a scroll in front of him. He took out another scroll. It is still a Sequence 7 scroll. The Sequence 8s around him, with the bonus of group Holy Light, surrounded him like crazy. Holy Light fell on them. Holy Light agility. Holy Light spiritual flow. Holy Light calmness and concentration. Finally, a circular Holy Light fell from the sky, covering the entire island. Holy Light subdue demons and punish evil. Lune watched the Holy Light fall on him and his attributes soar, feeling a little happy and a little frightened. Although he had discussed in advance that he would use the scroll, who would have thought that this scroll would be so terrifying? Fortunately, he brought the main ship gun, and fortunately, this scroll was very precious. Otherwise, when he fought against him at the beginning, he would have taken out all these things. His situation would be the same as that of the red giant snake. Lun looked at the red giant snake operator, who was as confused as him, and smiled contemptuously. You seem to have a lot of fun chasing just now. Chapter 68 Sequence 8 Max Level 5 Sequence 7 Group Buff Scrolls, not to mention that they can instantly increase the strength of a Sequence 8 person to the level of a Sequence 7. But at least, they can allow him to fight a Sequence 7 person for a short period of time. And a guy like Rune, who already has abnormal strength, can now fight the Red Sea Snake in front of him alone with the Scroll Blessing. Strength Scroll increases strength and damage, Agility Scroll increases speed and nerve reaction speed, and Spiritual Flow Rune increases characteristic/ability effects and spiritual value recovery speed. Calm and Concentrate provides Holy Light defense, protection and concentration. The above 4 scrolls have a 20% improvement effect. The most terrifying scroll is Holy Light, subdue demons and punish evil. This is a barrier-type scroll that covers the entire Skull Island. Its effect is to generate a barrier, restrict the movement of enemies within the barrier, and bless this piece of land/ocean and friendly units. The blessed person gains the Holy Light protection effect. To put it simply, everything in this barrier will be purified by the Holy Light. The extraordinary person of the spell system throws a fireball, and the fireball will turn into holy fire. A thunderbolt will also turn into thunder for slaying evil. In Rune's destiny, the large lead bullets spewed out will also carry a strong holy light to kill the enemy. This outrageous ability to forcibly change the attributes of the environment restrains Moses and the Red Sea Snake. Looking at the crowd swarming in front of him, Moses was panicked. The intelligence was wrong, the other party had too many cards. The situation was reversed. These guys in front of him were definitely not something he could deal with. Run. Maybe he should leave first, wait until the other party's status duration ends, and then come back for revenge. But under the Holy Light barrier, the speed of him and the Red Sea Snake decreased by a certain percentage. When they fled to the border of Skull Island, a layer of pale white barrier blocked his way out of thin air. The snake had hit the barrier without causing any damage. Can't get away. Red Sea Snake and Moses turned to look at the people chasing them, with a hint of fierceness in their eyes. He quickly dialed the compass in his hand. Since he couldn't get away, he would fight. These guys in front of him, even with the blessing of Holy Light, couldn't do anything to him for a while. It is likely that he can hold on. The only variable is that man. Moses's eyes quickly searched the crowd and soon found Rune wearing white scale armor. Only this guy can pose a threat to me. Kill him first. As the compass needle rotated rapidly, the previously broken green gem gradually emitted a faint light. At this moment, the red gem in the middle seemed to have derived a tentacle of nothingness, connecting the green gems in series. The body of the Red Sea Snake suddenly grew twice as large, and snake heads emerged from both sides of it one after another. A total of 10 green gems grew 8 snake heads. There are 2 more snake heads growing from Moses' shoulder blades. The color of the Red Sea Snake became brighter and brighter, as bright red as the juice made of gemstones. Every blood vessel of Moses swelled rapidly, like a twisted, rotten dark red snake. I haven't used this form for a long time. Moses clenched his fist and felt the surging power gushing out of him and the Red Sea Snake. Snake God form rotten flesh blessing. The Hydra God is the pioneer under the Father of Mercy and also the representative of plague and disease. He accepts all believers and gives them strength through corruption and viruses. Moses' body decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the breath on his body was also rising. Life. Nothingness. The corrupted vocal cords roared hoarsely, and the Red Sea Snake under his feet also roared. Where the sound waves spread, the ground suddenly turned into a yellow-green muddy swamp, and the smell of corruption and holy light were entangled together. The sudden change made Rune and others change their faces, but this could not stop them. The duration of the scroll is only 600 seconds, 10 minutes. If you can't defeat the enemy in front of you now, there will be no chance later. White scales. Die. Moses jumped off the head of the sea snake and drew a residual image in the air. Run narrowed his eyes and knew the other party's intention. But he did not retreat but advanced, and the fate in his hands began to roar. Spiritual bullet is activated. 2 bullets with blue spiritual light spewed out from the muzzle. The scattered shrapnel hit Moses, and dark red blood burst out on the rotten flesh. The next second, the rotten flesh quickly grew out of the hit part. In response, Rune had no expression. Quickly drew the gun and loaded 2 extra bullets, with 5 points of basic spiritual damage. The power of these 2 shots was much greater than the previous 2. The effect of the shrapnel hitting Moses was also more obvious. One shot caused many small perforations in his abdomen, and the other shot tore half of his face. Before falling from the air, he had already taken 4 shots from Rune. There's something, but not much. Moses landed successfully, and the wounds on his body recovered quickly, and then he attacked Rune with a palm. Rune was neither hurried nor slow, and he retreated while loading bullets. When Moses' palm reached Rune, his 5 fingers suddenly turned into 5 small snakes, entangled fate in them. The small snake opened its mouth, and its sharp fangs quickly attacked Rune. At this time, Rune frowned, decisively gave up his fate, and immediately drew the captain's scimitar from his waist, and cut off Moses' arm with one knife. The arm fell to the ground, quickly dried up, and turned into grey residue. Moses' face suddenly showed a painful look. The strange item captain's scimitar has a chance to add disabled and bleeding status to the enemy, and it cannot be eliminated by conventional means. Even if Moses is a sequence 7, he was also not completely immune to this special effect. Looking at the slowly regenerating arm, he gritted his teeth, and his arm exploded from the broken arm, abandoning an arm in exchange for rapid recovery. At this time, Rune had made progress again. Basic swordsmanship of the Baloberg Navy. A very simple and practical combat technique. 3 consecutive cuts made Moses pay the price of some wounds again. One of the wounds was on his chest. Holy light and weapon special effects were constantly causing damage and erosion to his body. For this state of corruption, the holy light restrained him to death. Go to hell. The pain in Moses' body completely aroused his madness. He didn't expect that he would suffer several losses after fighting with a small sequence 8 for 2 or 3 moves. The opponent's combat experience was even more than his. Fortunately, this guy's most powerful alchemical weapon had been taken away by himself, otherwise the situation would definitely be worse than it is now. Moses glanced at the battlefield next to him. The Red Sea Snake had already fought with the remaining people, and even caused 3 casualties in a short period of time. Overall, the situation was still advantageous to him. He only needed to deal with Rune in front of him. Thinking of this, Moses bent slightly and took a step to attack Rune. Rune slashed with a knife, but Moses, who was concentrating, dodged it in an extremely awkward posture. Opportunity. Normally, Moses could not counterattack with this action. But there were 2 more snake vines on his back. The 2 snake vines took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Rune. I'm going to succeed, Moses said in his heart, with a hideous smile on his face. But the next moment, the fate that had fallen to the ground, for some reason, appeared in Rune's hands again. Then 2 shots were fired at Moses' back. Face to face, 2 large lead bullets. But the power was completely different from the completely scattered ammunition he received in the air. The 2 big holes just corresponded to his 2 kidneys. Hiss. Although the current form has alleviated most of the pain, the current damage is too terrible. The kidneys are empty and leaking. Die, die. After suffering these 2 injuries, Moses no longer had the mind to compete with Rune in combat skills. He also knew in his heart that his combat skills were no match for the guy in front of him. Originally, most of their combat power of Sequence 7 was on the Red Sea Snake. It's just that now he looks miserable, but the situation is not that bad. The special state, plus the vitality given by the sea snake, can quickly revive even if he is beaten into debris. It's just too painful. Fight Rune. This idea took shape in Moses' mind in an instant. So after being attacked by Rune, he rushed towards Rune instead. The two snake vines behind him opened their big mouths. The scarlet snake vine, as if infused with countless poisons, bit Rune's scaleless palm fiercely. Rune's bitten hand rotted instantly. Although the holy light delayed it, the rot still spread to Rune's arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You're dead." Realizing that he had succeeded, Moses became a little crazy, and the smile on his face became more distorted. There is no way that a Sequence 8 bitten by his snake vine could survive. Such a powerful Sequence 8 Beyonder must be the heir of a family and have a bright future. And today, he will die in his own hands. Moses couldn't wait to see the regretful expression on Rune's face before he died. Will this guy feel helpless before he dies, and then shed tears of pain? When he thought of this, Moses became excited. He raised his head and looked at Rune, who was hit, but the result made him extremely disappointed and even a little scared. Why is the guy in front of me so calm? He even raised his gun. Bang! Bang! Moses' head exploded and turned into a pile of debris. Rune looked at the corruption on his arm without blinking. He shot himself twice. One shot blasted the arm with scales removed and corruption into slag, and one shot aimed at his head. Resurrection coin -1. Current resurrection coins remaining, 7. 1 second later, Rune was resurrected with a complete victory. Looking at the debris crawling on the ground, Rune left 2 electric shock grenades and ran towards the Red Sea Snake. For this pair of Sequence 7, the Red Sea Snake is the main life form. The two coexist, and only when the Red Sea Snake is killed can Moses be completely killed. Now on the battlefield where the Red Sea Snake is, there are only 7 or 8 Sequence 8s fighting with it. The others have been seriously injured and have lost their combat capability. And the Red Sea Snake has also suffered a heavy blow, and its condition is obviously not as good as before. Captain is here. Seeing Rune, Kasruchuo and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Captain Rune has a chance to deal with this big guy. Rune didn't say a word and glanced at the status bar. The scroll only lasts for 3 minutes. Must kill the guy in front of you within 3 minutes. The Red Sea Snake was also very jealous when he saw Rune. Just now, it felt the pain felt by the snake controller. Hiss! Red venom gushed out of the sea snake's mouth, covering the entire sky. Others retreated quickly when they saw this. The toxicity of these red venoms was so strong that they could corrode their defense shields instantly. Only Rune could withstand these venoms and charge forward. The snake's tail swept across, and Rune dodged. Then he quickly drew his gun with his left knife and right gun. Approaching the place where the snake's body was, Rune held the knife and inserted it into the snake's body like a climbing pick and climbed up quickly. He had only one goal, that was the snake's head. The Red Sea Snake also noticed Rune's intention. As Rune climbed higher and higher, its body suddenly shrank and became the size of an ordinary snake. The huge size difference made Rune fall quickly from the air. At this time, the sea snake grew bigger again and bit him. In the air, Rune tried to balance his body. Looking at the attack of the sea snake, his face was not panicked, but he was calculating something. It's now. In the sky, a purple lightning fell, stained with the breath of the barrier, and instantly turned into holy light thunder. Prayer steel thunder. Looking at the sea snake that was struck down by lightning and struggling in pain, Carter in the corner wiped his sweat. Fortunately, he started using the steel in advance, otherwise he would not be able to make this attack before the barrier disappeared. The original prayer steel caused 3,000 points of lightning element damage. Thunder, fire, and light are elements that are very restraining to creatures like Red Sea snakes. At this moment, with the help of the barrier, its power has long exceeded its description. It's over. Lun landed and rolled, buffering the impact of the fall. Then he mentioned fate, 2 spiritual bullets, 2 bullets blessed by quick draw, plus an ultimate bomb. White flames burst out from the body of the Red Sea snake and burned on its body. Its remaining consciousness drove its body to twist wildly on the ground, but there was still more than a minute of barrier left, allowing the holy fire to continue. Until it fell here. In the distance, Moses, who had just condensed his body, also perished in pain. Kill Special Unit Sequence 7, Red Sea Serpent, Plunder 520 Spiritual Points. Kill Special Unit Sequence 7, Snake Controller, Plunder 520 Spiritual Points. Level Upgrade. Kill Special Units Red Sea Serpent and Snake Controller, Life Value 200, get 40 Adventure Points. Spiritual value reaches the upper limit of Sequence 8. Get the main task, Sequence Advancement. Chapter 69 Relic, Giant Serpent Fang. Before fighting the Red Sea Serpent, Rune killed 4 sea snakes. He is at Sequence 8, leave 8, and killed 4 sea snakes to plunder a total of 400 spiritual points. So now the panel shows. Spiritual value 2832. Spiritual value 3872. 72/3000. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit, leave 8. Sequence 8. Alchemy Bandit, leave 10, full. Skill points obtained, 2. Spirituality has exceeded the upper limit of the current sequence, just like before Sequence 9 advanced to Sequence 8. After understanding and observing from many aspects, Rune also discovered that this method of advancing after the spiritual value exceeds the upper limit of the sequence seems to be an extremely excellent but difficult secret method of advancement. Not to mention the distant past, there are many examples in the Knights sect. For example, Kindu. A veteran knight of Sequence 7 has been stuck in the perfect state of Sequence 7 and has not been promoted. On the one hand, his luck is not enough, and some things have not been prepared, so he cannot complete the promotion ceremony. Another part of the reason may be due to this secret method of advancement. In some way, let your current spiritual value exceed the spiritual value required for promotion. In this way, you can get extra benefits when you are promoted. The more spiritual value you exceed, the greater the benefits. This benefit is extremely difficult to obtain from other places, and there is only one chance for each promotion. So, this is the reason why the geniuses in those family sects are promoted slowly. Of course, they have another saying about this, called laying the foundation. With a solid spiritual foundation and an extra reinforcement for each promotion, they will naturally be stronger than people of the same sequence. However, although this secret method is powerful, its side effects are also obvious. Promotion is slow and consumes a lot of resources. Only the elite and core family sect heirs have the strength to choose such a path. Obviously, Liat and Kasruchuo are 2 of them. They could have chosen to be promoted to Sequence 8 a long time ago, but they have been practicing the secret method. But for Rune, who has a panel, all this is extremely easy. If he wanted to surpass the spiritual value limit, he only needed to kill some opponents who could gain a large amount of spiritual value in a short period of time when he was about to reach the maximum level of the sequence. The only disadvantage was that after killing once, the amount of spiritual value that could be obtained was fixed. It could not continue to increase. If I could get the promotion secret method of the Knights sect or the Vosek family, my spiritual value should be able to reach a higher level. Rune thought to himself. However, there was no rush for these things, because the promotion from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7 required a longer ritual than Sequence 8. It is even more complicated than before. Especially for a self-awakened transcendent like Rune. There is no fixed sequence. It is possible to ascend to the sky in one step, or to fall to the bottom. Compared with those known sequences, every promotion is a random gamble. Rune blinked and came back to his senses. Then he added 2 skill points to the ultimate bomb. Ultimate bomb leave 1. Ultimate bomb leave 3. Ultimate bomb leave 3, causes violent 2,500 points of physical damage to the enemy, with 1,500 points of impact damage and 1,500 points of elemental damage. Release consumes 1,000 points of spiritual value. Level 3 additional ability, the explosion range becomes controllable, and you can choose to expand the explosion range by 30% or reduce the explosion range by 30%, and the power will also decrease or increase accordingly. Ultimate bomb leave 3, intermediate elemental crystal core 1, gold coin 150, explosion array 6, spiritual control array 1, miscellaneous * 10. Compared to the leave 1 ultimate bomb, after upgrading to leave 3, the panel power has increased by a full 1,500 points. The total power has reached 4,000 points before being reduced by enemies / environment / special items, etc. 1,000 points higher than the epic prayer stone tablet lay. But at the same time, it needs to pay an additional cost of 1,000 spiritual points, and its cost has also increased from 250 gold coins to 1,000 gold coins. At this time, Rune has understood why gold is the most important thing in alchemy, and why all alchemists are pursuing turning stone into gold. As a currency and an important material, gold is too durable. Especially for alchemists, fighting is burning money. Although Rune can make leave 1 ultimate bombs for use, leave 3 ultimate bombs must also be prepared. Money. The cost of an ultimate bomb is terrifying enough. Various ritual materials need to be prepared later. Rune can already feel in his heart that the gold coins he just got from selling the smiley flower will soon leave him. He looked at a distance with a little sadness. After the battle, little Carter also found him as soon as possible. There was some excitement on her face, like a kitten discovering a pond of fish. "Captain, are you okay?" Little Carter stood beside Rune, blinking and whispering, "That Red Sea snake seems to have a good thing. While those people are still treating the wounded, let's go and get it." As she said that, she led Rune to the snake head. The hideous and broken snake head fell to the ground. Even though it was dead, it still gave people a creepy feeling. Before little Carter reminded him, Rune had already noticed that one of the 2 fangs of the Red Sea snake retracted in the upper jaw was faintly flashing with a unique light. The peeping eye was activated immediately. Relic, Giant Serpent Fang. Level, leave 30. Ability, Giant Serpent Fang can secrete venom by injecting spirituality, causing damage to the enemy and instant death, effect based on the user's sequence level, highest sequence 4, and has a basic 50% reduction effect on shield, defense items, etc. Special, can be used as an organ transplant / can be used as a weapon / can be used as an alchemical material. Special, can be upgraded and grown. Disaster to oneself, when holding and using it, you will occasionally encounter the mumbling of the red snake, Apophis. P.S. When the red snake Apophis, one of the 5 color snakes, was promoted, the sharp teeth fell off his body. If you are his descendant, listen to his mumbling and follow him. If not, then I can only pray for you. Relic. Can grow. Red snake. Apophis. Seeing the introduction on the panel, 3 question marks suddenly appeared in Rune's head. Who would have thought that the fangs of this Red Sea snake were not original goods, but a relic? At the same time, the origin and value of this relic are not small. Instant death, growable, usable in multiple forms, shield reduction. Each of the 4 entries is extremely precious. These entries are all gathered together. It is because of its growth and continuous recasting and smelting properties that my destiny has become my main weapon. Now there is another relic that can grow, which is quite lucky. As for the red snake Apophis and the negative effects of the relic, Rune is more careful. He plans to go back and check the information before making some plans for the use of this relic. After all, for now, he has come into contact with quite a few snakes. The 9-headed hydra with green as the main theme, the sleeping giant python with white as the main representative color, and now there is a red snake. Loon knew that the dragon clan had 5 colored dragons, and it was not surprising that the snake clan, as the lower level of the dragon clan, had snakes of the same nature. In other words, after these 5 colored snakes complete their transformation, they will truly become dragons. So Rune dared not neglect this giant snake tooth. Little Carter took off the snake tooth with a sharp knife in a few strokes and handed it to Rune. As for the remaining things, only a tattered compass on Moses' body was a little interesting, and the others were not of much value. After cleaning up, the rectified Kasrituo and Liad found Rune, accompanied by Major Abi. Captain Lwen, everyone has been settled. Liad said, after this battle, our current combat strength is only you, Captain Lwen, a slightly injured defense mage, a slightly injured fire mage, and then there's the 2 of us. He sighed, it can be said that if you weren't here, Captain, facing this giant snake, we would have been completely wiped out. On this point, Liad is right. Without the monster rune, even with the blessing of the scroll, this group of people would not be able to kill each other in a short time. Once the duration of the scroll expires, they will become lambs to be slaughtered. Liad looked solemn and said, I haven't reacted to the message from the headquarters until now. Why is such a ruthless test method adopted? Will there be enemies after this sequence 7? Why are you thinking so much? Castretto looked indifferent and fiddled with the double-barreled shotgun in his hand, as long as it can kill the enemy. Kill the enemy? Are you still able to kill? Rune knocked Castretto on the head, we are asking for nothing now, and there are still a lot of wounded people. We can't afford another sequence 7, so we should run away first. That's the right way. General Niels, I still feel that this sea hunting test is too cruel. Lorenzo, a member of the Wazek family's elder group, said. We all know the gap between sequence 8 and sequence 7. Unless there is help from something above the legendary level, it is an unbridgeable gap. He took a deep breath and said, not to mention, even though they carry the combat power of sequence 8, our young lions are still sequence 9 little ones, and they are likely to suffer casualties if they are affected in the battle. You insist on doing this, obviously it's not common sense. On the Baloberg pier, there was a rare gathering of no one today. The sky was as gloomy as ever, with a few lifeless dark clouds piled up. The ships coming and going are planned to dock on both sides, leaving a space in the middle so that people on the dock can clearly see the distance. In the middle, General Niels, Baloberg Naval Command, and some family members are waiting here. Niels didn't even look at the person speaking next to him, he just picked up the freshly brewed coffee and took a sip as if nothing happened. Then he sat on the deck chair, picked up a chart, and sketched on it. General Nils Lorenzo stepped forward again. Nils waved his hand to signal the other party not to disturb him. At this time, several more people came up, all members of the family elders. In desperation, Nils could only rub his brows and said, you are right, the existence of sequence 7 is a catastrophic blow to the transcendence of sequence 8 and sequence 9. However, as they say, even if the young lions of the K family cannot defeat sequence 7, they must at least have the means to survive from the opponent's hands. He continued to draw on the chart. Why do you think I came to the dock to wait at this time? That's because I'm waiting for the lion cubs to return successfully. According to their speed, they won't be able to come back today. Basically, confirmed as death. There are a total of 46 cubs. I let in 7 sequence 7 Hydra cultists. Nils said in a relaxed tone, even if it is just luck, some of them should be able to come back, and not a few will die. Don't worry. How many people will die? When the elders heard Nils' words, their scalps suddenly went numb. What's going on with the other party's attitude of not taking human life seriously? How much resources and efforts did the family spend on cultivating these lion cubs? This guy is too arbitrary in carrying out these sea hunting exams. Niles, your actions have made many people in the family dissatisfied. Lorenzo's tone gradually became unkind. If something unexpected happens this time, the voices of opposition to you in the family will drown out everything. Hearing this, Nils narrowed his eyes. He said, "The family is against me? Those idiots in the family, do you know what is going on now? The cracks in the east are getting bigger and bigger, and the Hydra seal is gradually loosening. Everything indicates that a disaster is coming. In less than half a year at most, the war will begin. A few sequence 7s have made you feel sorry for these lion cubs. If we don't let them see the true cruelty, then they will be the first to die. I just want them to crawl out of the net of death. Only by climbing out can you understand that if you want to survive, you need to work hard. As for those who oppose me in the family, I am happy that they can stand up, and then I will kill them all." These words made Lorenzo feel cold all over. He expected that Niels would react, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so determined. He could feel that if he said the word no again, blood would immediately splatter on the spot. After thinking about it, he sighed. The family fights among themselves for the sake of interests. It doesn't happen every day or two. He is also promoted as a spokesperson. There is no need to offend Niels to the end. His voice became lower and his tone became lower. "General Niels, I mean, if very few cubs come back, including Liat and Castretto, wouldn't it mean that the family would have no future? Whether the lion cubs die or live, that is their own destiny." Niels said, "As for the future of the family, as long as I am here, the family will have a future." Silent for half an hour during this period, some young lions from the family hurried back to the port. But these young lions were a group of people who were close to the port. They hurried back to escape after receiving the rumor. As for the prey, they naturally got nothing. These people completely lost the qualification to compete in the sea hunting exam. After another 7 or 8 hours, more and more young lions came back, and they all got some gains. But the casualties also increased significantly. Seeing these young lions, the family members and the navy shook their heads helplessly. It can be seen that these guys will not be able to take on important tasks in the future, but coming back alive is better than anything else. According to the rules of sea hunting, these young lions basically have no competitiveness. Until another hour later, Luo Shangfu returned to the port, loaded with a ship full of sea goods. All of them are valuable and shining. This made those who supported Luo Shangfu very happy. With these goods, Luo Shangfu is almost one step away from the position of heir. Others don't have the chance to capture so many marine products under the harassment and pursuit of the Hydra Church Sequence 7. Who would have thought that after the final competition between Liat and Castretto, Ra Shanfu would emerge after the sea hunting test? It was a pleasant surprise. As time went by, those who supported Liat and Castretto were disheartened. Ra Shanfu's supporters secretly clenched their fists. Perhaps a day was about to pass, and the sea chart in Nils's hand had been drawn. He handed the sea chart to the soldier beside him. "It's almost time, let oars close the net." The people around him sighed with regret when they heard it. They haven't come back for so long, most of them must have been killed. Nil's eyes also looked into the distance, without sadness or joy, but with a trace of regret. Until several ships staggered in the distance. A family member immediately took out a telescope. "It's Captain Rune. Behind him are Castretto and Liard. They're not dead. It seems, we've got a lot." Chapter 70, First in the Sea Hunting Exam. Luo Shangfu got a 2-headed fish, a young night fish, and a sequence 8 siren this time. Luo Shangfu's supporters were secretly calculating. These things are worth a lot of money, and Luo Shangfu's ships and personnel were basically not injured or damaged. On the whole, even if Castretto and Liard have any gains, they should not be able to compare with Luo Shangfu. This time, we won. Everyone looked towards the distance of the coast. But because it was dark and it was almost night, the scene in the distance was not very clear. They could only vaguely see something hanging on the damaged ships. When the ships got closer, everyone saw that what was hanging above the ships was a huge sea snake. This sea snake is 1 or 2 times bigger than an ordinary ship, so a single ship cannot transport it. It can only be transported by several ships together. As the ships get closer and closer, people in the port can smell the blood brought by the sea breeze. At the front of the ship, Rune stood on the bow. With an uplifted look, like a triumphant general. Behind him, on the left and right, stood Kasruchuo and Liad. At this time, these two people had no intention of competing at all, just standing respectfully behind, as if waiting for Rune's instructions. Seeing this, the faces of the family elders changed slightly. How could the successor candidates of the two Vasek families be overshadowed by Rune, and even look like the opponent's followers? However, when their eyes shifted to the huge corpse, their attention was diverted again. The entire port, everyone, and all the ships entering and leaving the port were attracted by this small fleet composed of several ships. When they slowly approached the shore, it was completely dark. On both sides of the port, alchemical lighting devices were hung, which made the place brightly lit. The body lying on the hull finally appeared clearly in everyone's eyes. A snake corpse. It was nearly 100 meters long, and its body size was comparable to that of 5 or 6 adult men. The snake's body was made of black and red. The red skin had dimmed at this time, but it did not prevent people from imagining that when it was alive, these toxic skins were as beautiful as flowers. The pungent fishy smell enveloped the entire port. Even though it was dead, it still exuded terrible toxicity. But this did not become a reason to prevent people from observing it. Even the merchants and fishermen who were not in the sequence in the distance came to watch this terrible big guy with courage and fell into whispering. Their eyes flowed on Rune, Kasruto, and Liad. I guess there will be another exciting story of conquering the sea snake in Belloberg's bar tonight. At this moment, the elders, members of various families, and supporters of Luo Shangfu have been silent. After careful observation, they have confirmed that this is a sequence 7 sea snake. A sharp sword was inserted into the 7-inch position of the sea snake. On the other end of the sword was a sequence 7 transcendent who was in tune with the snake. A priest of the Hydra Church. At this moment, the body of the snake controller was hung on the body of the sea snake. Both the man and the snake had hideous faces before they died, as if they had no idea. Countless. Under the light of Belloberg, the two corpses seemed to have a little black humor. Needless to say, this was the masterpiece of little Carter. She always liked this kind of nonsensical things. And at the port, everyone's expression was also in shock. Including Nil's expression, which was slightly surprised. He stood up and looked at the sea snake carefully, and his playful eyes swept over Rune and others. Everyone here was still against Nil's plan of sea hunting exam before. Some people were even anxious to tear their faces with Nils. Because everyone knew that in front of Sequence 7, Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 had no power to fight back. This was the fact. At the beginning, the bad news came one after another, which made everyone tremble. It also made them feel that Nils's arbitrary behavior was the culprit that ruined the Vasek family and Belloberg. But at this moment, the performance of Rune and his men completely broke their previous cognition. It turned out that the young lions of the Vasek family could really kill the powerful enemies of Sequence 7, and then throw their bodies in the port to show their merits and style? Roshanfu's supporters were already sighing in their hearts. 2 corpses of Sequence 7 of the Hydra Church. Such merits are no longer comparable to any marine goods. Even the special Sequence 7 marine goods of the same level are far from meaningful compared to this. They lost. But they lost convincingly. I have to admire that the 2 strongest heirs are the strongest. Even if the lion ritual is not counted, these 2 are the most outstanding among all the heirs. And that Captain Rune. In the last lion ritual, the opponent had already shown his prowess. Fighting against Sequence 7 with the posture of Sequence 8. And this time, it seems that he also took the lead and killed a Sequence 7 Hydra cultist. Confrontation and killing. The two are completely different concepts. In the battle with Chindu still held back. But in a life and death battle, it means that Sequence 7 has used all his strength, and may even burst out more terrible power at the moment of life and death. The wounds on the snake corpse are enough to prove how thrilling this battle was. And the fact is indeed so. Among all the combat forces, except Rune, Kasrudo, and Liard, nearly half were killed. The rest are almost all in a state of serious injury. But no matter what, this snake corpse in front of them proves their victory in this sea hunting test. The only question now is, who is the credit for this sea snake corpse? It is obvious that the sea snake corpse was killed by Kasrudo and Liard together, but these two people happen to be the two most diametrically opposed competitors. Very good. Niels praised. He did not hide his admiration for the two heirs. Being able to kill a Sequence 7 sea snake, such an achievement is convincing enough whether in the family or in the outside world. He looked at the two people and said, "Can I know how you killed this sea snake?" Everyone looked over curiously. But Liad made an unexpected move. He knelt on his right knee, punched the ground, and performed a knight's salute. Liad violated the rules and carried and used the Sequence 7 scroll in this sea hunting exam, violating the knight's virtue of fairness. "Please punish me, head of the family." Kasruchuo, who was standing by, saw this and his eyes turned, as if he felt something was wrong. Then he clapped his hands and came to his senses. Liad, this kid, seemed to be accepting the punishment, but in fact he was telling everyone that it was the scroll he brought that killed the sea snake. This kid is really cunning. He immediately knelt down. Kasrudo violated the rules in this sea hunting exam by mobilizing Lieutenant Commander Abi and his main battleship, and illegally brought Captain Rune, who has a combat power beyond Sequence 8, which also violated the knight's virtue of fairness. "Please punish me, uncle, the head of the family." Kasrudo knelt down so quickly that it blinded everyone's eyes. Looking at the two guys scheming against each other, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The two strongest heirs of the Vasek family are a bit interesting. But one person's words must not be fully believed. Combining the words of two people, they can roughly restore a truth. The main battleship, Sequence 7 scroll, plus Rune, a monster with combat power beyond Sequence, and the assistance of other Sequence 8 transcendents, can indeed kill this Sequence 7 sea snake. "General Niels, how do we decide the outcome?" someone asked from the side. The two of them worked together to solve the enemy, but it was hard to say who had the greater credit and who had the lesser credit. At this time, Rune frowned. He had promised Niels that he would make Kasrudo the first in the sea hunting exam, so that he could have a place in the Knight's Tower. If these people instigated him and he lost the first place, it would be a big problem. Thinking of this, he coughed lightly and kicked Kasrudo quietly. This kick suddenly made Kasrudo realize something, and he hurriedly said, "Master, although there is no winner in the sea hunting exam this time, I should be the first." "Oh? What do you mean?" Niels raised his eyebrows, wanting to hear what this kid had to say. Kasrudo stood up and looked around. The man said loudly, "Originally, before this little sea snake appeared, Liad had already been captured by me and Captain Rune. Because we met the sea snake, we let him go and fought together." After he finished speaking, he nodded as if praising himself. "Yeah, that's it. This lieutenant is very righteous." These words made some old knights in the elders group look black. Knights pay attention to humility. How can this Kasrudo be humble and praise himself? Moreover, this guy is not a first-time offender. He talks about reforming virtues every day, and even proposed the adaptive virtual law to distinguish his own virtues from those of others. It's going to be a big deal. Niels ignored the faces of the elders and asked Liad, "Is Kasrudo telling the truth?" This Liad was speechless for a moment. At this time, two slightly injured Sequence 8s who survived the battle stood up behind them, looking helpless. "Lieutenant Kasrudo, the gun barrel of your main battleship is facing us, we can't do anything. They wanted to say something, but were stopped by Liad. Liad took a deep breath, then said calmly, "What Kasrudo said is true. I know." Niels nodded slightly, returned to his desk, and wrote something quickly. The scene fell into silence, waiting for Niels' final decision. After 10 minutes, Niels stood up, and everyone held their breath and listened carefully. In this sea hunting exam, Kasrudo ranked first, Liad ranked second, and Luo Shangfu ranked third. With one sentence, the suspense in everyone's hearts finally fell. Rune's heart was also slightly relieved. At least the qualification for the Night Tower is now in hand. The supporters of Kasrudo were all full of joy. This news is icing on the cake for them. Supporting Kasrudo is just a surface, in fact, they support General Niels. Now that Kasrudo is the first in the Sea Hunter, their investment returns have become greater. Liard's supporters were slightly unwilling, but they couldn't say anything. As for Luo Shangfu's supporters, they could accept this result. After all, this was their real ranking and it didn't change much. But Niels' next words changed everyone's emotions again. The results have been announced, now let's talk about the punishment. First, Kasrudo, privately mobilized naval warships, the crime is not small. Demoted 1 level, confined to reflect for half a year. Liard, Lieutenant Commander ABI and his 200 naval subordinates, lied about the exercise, but actually acted privately, all stripped of their naval ranks, expelled from the naval forces, and sent to the Peace House for transformation for half a year. Liard, privately used illegal props in the Sea Hunter exam, and was punished with house arrest for 1 month, supervised by the Knight Anderson. 3 punishments, everyone was stunned. Liad said he was confined to reflect, but the fact that he was supervised by Anderson was intriguing. Anderson was an elder in the Elders group, an old knight of Sequence 6. It was said that he was supervising Liad's reflection, but in fact, he was guiding him to practice. This was a great thing. The navy behind Kasrudo were not sad but happy after hearing the punishment. Because the Peace House was an area within the Vasek family. The owner was Kasrudo. Although they lost their military ranks, they were allowed to go to the Peace House, which meant that from today on, they were Kasrudo's personal soldiers. This was much more promising than being in the navy. Among the 3 punishments, only Kasrudo himself was a real punishment. Let's talk about the punishment. Let's talk about the reward next. At this time, Niels looked at Rune and nodded slightly in approval. He said, the first place in this sea hunting exam, Kasrudo, officially becomes the heir to the head of the Vasek family. The second place in this sea hunting exam, Liad, performed well and was awarded the Knight's Tower for further study, which will start in a month. The third place in this sea hunting exam, Luo Shangfu, performed well and was decided to be led by the family elders to get involved in family business affairs. In addition, Captain Rune performed extremely well. In addition to the military merits he deserves, he will be awarded the Knight's Tower for further study, which will start in a month. If the punishment made everyone a little dazed, then the reward made everyone's brain explode. The 4 rewards, the first one determined the heir of the Vasek family, the second one determined the leader of the future Knights of Vasek, and the third one determined the leader of Vasek's rent payment and trade. The last one, the reward for Rune, was even more shocking. The reward for military merits means that Rune will be promoted to major, and even lieutenant colonel is not impossible. In 2 months, from second lieutenant to major/lieutenant colonel. This is definitely a legend in Baloberg. The training in the Night Tower represents Nils's appreciation for him. Now Rune is so powerful, what will he be like after training in the Night Tower? No one dares to imagine. Besides, being able to promise Rune such a heavy reward means that Rune is a member of the Vasek family's network. In the future, he can no longer be regarded as a person without background. With just a few words from Nils, the Vasek family and even the entire Baloberg have changed dramatically. Looking at these rewards, those who are interested know that this may be the preparation before the arrival of the great disaster. When Rune heard the reward, he was satisfied. Next, after returning to Baloberg, he will start preparing. 1 month should be enough for me to advance to sequence 7. Chapter 71 Lost Alchemy Formula. Woohoo, a new house! The afternoon weather was still gloomy, but it couldn't stop Carter's cheers and Lisa's excitement. In order to solve the housing problem, and because he was more generous at the time, Rune spent 50 gold coins to buy the shop next to the alchemy workshop as their settlement in Baloberg. This house covers an area of about 300 square meters and comes with a small yard. In addition to the alchemy workshop next to it, the other nearest shops are also about 10 meters away. Placed together with the alchemy workshop, it can be regarded as a different kind of single-family villa. Carter was very happy with the new house. After more than 10 years of wandering, he finally had a home of his own. Although as a pirate, he will have to continue his journey sooner or later, the meaning of home is still very important. This is a spiritual sustenance. For Lisa, she was in a good mood. Strictly speaking, the house next door originally belonged to their family. After her father died in an alchemy accident, the shop here was sold to a businessman for use as a warehouse. But think about it, in such a remote place, alchemy rituals are being performed all day and night next door. Ordinary people living here would have been annoyed to death. There is no other use except as a warehouse. Now that Rune has taken back the shop, she and little Carter are also working hard on the house renovation. Cleaning up debris, repairing the yard, adding furniture, and setting up a new alchemy place. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. And Rune, in the yard, is grinding the materials needed for the Leave 3 ultimate bomb. After finishing, he stared at an alchemy box in a daze. This alchemy box was given to him by Lisa. Last time, Lisa boasted that she would help Rune find information about the Hydra gold coin, but she found nothing and drank a lot of wine for nothing. Lisa has always remembered this matter. Now Rune is just at the beginning of the sequence advancement, so Lisa gave this thing to Rune. Inside it is his father's research on alchemy. Alchemy. This word has a long history. Long before the establishment of the empire, this technique has been widely circulated and even became the mainstream of the continent. However, people all recognize it as a means beyond the extraordinary and it is not considered an extraordinary sequence. Later, with the advent of gods and the awakening of various extraordinary things, the status of alchemy gradually declined. It was not until the establishment of the empire that alchemy was officially listed as extraordinary sequence again. In the division of the empire, alchemists are divided into 4 levels. Alchemy apprentice, alchemist, alchemy master, and alchemy saint. Those who master the basic alchemy array and are familiar with the basic alchemy knowledge can be called alchemy apprentices, which is also the stage that Rune has just left. Those who have perfect mastery of basic formations, in-depth knowledge of alchemy, have their own unique alchemy formulas, and can independently invent alchemy creations are called alchemists. Only those who have made major alchemy inventions, promoted alchemy, or reached the pinnacle of existing alchemy can be called alchemy masters. There are no more than 300 such people in the entire vast empire. As for alchemy saints, there are even fewer, a total of 6. In addition to one's own strength, to become a saint, one needs to conduct pioneering research in alchemy. For example, the saint Broken Gear Kuria believes in the broken god Makan and believes that all machines have their souls. Under the blessing of the gods and self-awakening, she built the mechanical Skynet of the empire. Another example is the saint Alistair, the Iron Army, who is still the general of the empire. Everything he invented is mainly for war and practical use. He invented the communication alchemy machine, ship drive device, iron blood tiller, etc. In addition, a large number of weapons were also made by him. Among them, the more famous ones are the Storm Hammer and the Heavenly Punishment Iron Fist. The strength and contribution of each saint are obvious to all. In the mouth of Lisa, her father Bray was also an alchemy master, and even almost touched the threshold of the saint. This research material was left by her father, who wanted her to inherit his path and continue research. Now, Lisa has her own research direction in alchemy. She can't use this material. It will just gather dust there, so it's better to give it to Rune as a reward for the wine. In response, Rune can only say that there should be more transactions like this. Big profit. This box has no mechanical structure, nor any password or other hints, but all array patterns. It must be unlocked by some array or ritual. Wen looked at the box over and over again, and finally came to this conclusion. After observing carefully for a while, he understood. There are thousands of alchemists in the world. Each of them walks on his own path from the basics. Even between the basic alchemy arrays, the inheritance of each alchemist is different. This box requires the basic alchemy array of Lisa's lineage to reach the maximum level before it can be opened. Perhaps, this is also a kind of protection for Lisa, fearing that she will open the box too early. Thinking of this, the basic alchemy array took shape in Rune's hands, instantly covering the box. The array pattern on the box matched the veins of the basic alchemy array, and suddenly became disordered as if it was awakened. The lines of the array pattern changed in 1,000 ways, interweaving into different patterns. Finally, the outer shell of the box quickly shrank inwards and turned into a core composed of multiple metal rectangles the size of little fingers. Rune's peeping eye was activated. Strange item, incomplete alchemy core. Level, legend, incomplete, leave 10. Features, absolute holder, after recognizing the owner, it cannot be discarded, dropped, stolen, or occupied unless the previous owner dies. Recognizing the owner? The core is as big as a fist, with a dark golden luster. It floats in the air, and is slightly agitated because it senses the alchemical aura of Rune. Rune stretches out his hand, and the core quickly reaches his palm, and then drills directly into it. A complex dark golden rune is quickly outlined on his hand. The entire rune is composed of circles, regular hexagons, and irregular curves, which rotate continuously in the palm of the hand and finally slowly take shape. In front of Rune, the entire content of the alchemical formula also appears. Features, incomplete, can be upgraded with the holder, the feature level increases with the core level, the strength is greatly improved after completion. Features, super level alchemical formula, the core is integrated with U, basic alchemical array, is upgraded, and can be refined into a higher level creation. Feature, knowledge treasure, LV.10, alchemical knowledge contained in alchemical formulas, unlocked with level. Currently unlocked, alchemical material cognition, all. Feature, extreme speed. Alchemy, LV.10, upgrade the alchemical array to increase the array alchemy speed by 1000%, 100% for each level increase. Feature, strengthening grant, LV.10, temporarily grant the holder's alchemical creation a 50% enhancement, 5% for each level increase. Spiritual value consumed depends on the alchemical creation. Feature, alchemical body, incomplete, LV.10, you can combine equipment/alchemical objects/materials with the body to enhance their effects, currently can accommodate one item. Items can be replaced, but combining and unlocking each require a cooling time of 15 natural days. Features, unlocked. Features, unlocked, : This. Looking at the super-level alchemy formula in his hand, Rune fell into a long stagnation. Originally, he thought that Lisa's description of his father was mixed with many false elements. What alchemy master, he was about to come into contact with the existence of the saint. But now, everything in front of him made him believe it. Legendary alchemy formula, simply against the sky. Countless knowledge, in an instant, quickly entered Rune's mind. One by one, the unknown effects and refining details of alchemy materials were quickly absorbed and accepted by him. Basic alchemy leave 10, 5, alchemy creation effect increased by 50%, 25%. Basic alchemy is advanced to alchemy. Alchemy level increased. Alchemy level increased. Alchemy LV10, full, alchemy creation effect increased by 150%. Alchemy was directly increased to leave 10. It saved Rune a lot of effort. Is this the true power of an alchemist? After absorbing the knowledge, although Rune did not have the full sense of power after strengthening his body, he always had a mysterious feeling in his heart. He looked at everything around him, and it seemed that he could see symbols and numbers on them. He only needed to think about it and he could refine it into something. He opened his palm, and the soil and stones on the ground instantly turned into a knife. Although the super-level refining array only showed a 1000% refining speed bonus, Rune could feel that in actual application, the refining speed bonus would definitely be more than 10 times, but more. Alchemical creation, Earth Blade. Level, LV.10. Ability, / cause 20 times spiritual damage to the enemy, maximum spiritual value, 4. Enhance. As Rune's mind moved, lines quickly spread across the blade. The blade, originally made of earth, was quickly refined, becoming more textured and even faintly reflective. Alchemical creation, strengthened blade, causes 30 times spiritual damage to the enemy, maximum spiritual value, 6. With one swing of the knife, the wood next to it that was to be used to renovate the house broke into 2. Horrible! Rune took a deep breath. The blade made of earth, after being strengthened, is more powerful than many metal weapons. And the speed of refining is also extremely fast. After swallowing, Rune still couldn't calm down. If what was just shown is the combat power that a powerful alchemist can possess, then the last one of this super-level alchemy formula is the most powerful existence of this core. Alchemy body. In the alchemy world, there are 3 taboos. First, it is not allowed to refine the philosopher's stone. As a universal material and the root of the elements, the philosopher's stone has the power to contain everything and kill everything. The terrifying power of everything. If you want to refine it, you don't know how much it will cost and how many things you will sacrifice. Even though the philosopher's stone is just an idea of the alchemists, it is still expressly forbidden to refine it. Second, it is not allowed to refine gold. Gold is an important thing in alchemy and has a very high status. According to legend, there are currently means to refine gold, but the cost is much greater than the refined gold, and the refined gold loses the original properties of gold. The most important thing is that if the means of refining gold in large batches are mastered, sub-gold will flow into the market, which will cause great trouble to the empire's economy and alchemists' refining. Third, any refining related to the human body is not allowed. Human body refining is the taboo among the taboos of alchemy. Because it is the least costly and most likely to succeed among the 3 taboos. You only need to experiment on living people to start the refining experiment. If human refining is allowed, many alchemists may go astray and catch innocent ordinary people for experiments, and even extraordinary people will be involved. The Hydra Church did this. At the same time, for example, resurrection, which violates the laws of nature, will also have a large number of experimenters. It will eventually cause endless troubles. In historical records, resurrection has caused many consequences such as dimension cracks appearing, monster invasions, thunder descending, indiscriminate killings, etc. So human body refining has always been prohibited. And the last characteristic of the core that Rune currently masters, the alchemical body, is not human refining, but it is similar to it. Integrate something into your body. In Rune's mind, he immediately thought about everything he had. At present, his most powerful things are no different from 5 items. Destiny, Giant Snake Fang, White Snake Scales, Heart of Shadow Giant, Crystal of Shadow Cyclops. Fate cannot be integrated naturally. Giant Snake Fangs? This thing has side effects. It might poison itself to death. White snake scales are good. Giant's heart and crystals are also good things. After some consideration, Rune decided to integrate the white snake scales into his body. In fact, after the giant's heart and crystals are integrated into the body, it can be foreseen that one will strengthen the body and the other will strengthen the spirit. But Rune has other uses for them. At the same time, the benefits of integrating scales are also obvious. First, after the scales are integrated, his actions will be more convenient. Secondly, after the scales are integrated into the body, it can also enjoy the increase brought by its pure manliness. Even if this increase is greatly weakened, it is also extremely terrifying. Rune's thoughts moved, and the runes in his hand moved quickly. Dark golden silk threads outlined the whole body. On the white scales, it was also covered by silk threads. The dark golden law lines flickered, as if breathing, and the scales seemed to come alive. Finally, the breathing of the scales gradually synchronized with Rune's breathing. It was law-based. It turned into a formation rune, engraved on Rune, and then gradually dimmed and disappeared. As long as Rune quickly operated his spirituality, these law threads would reappear on his body. Looking at the panel, Rune narrowed his eyes. The white snake scales are immune to physical attacks below the spirituality value, 500, and have 20% resistance to magic below the spirituality value, 1000. After merging with his body, he can enjoy 225%, which is half of the pure man bonus. After the pure man is fully stacked, Rune can be immune to physical attacks below 1125, and has 45% resistance to magic below the spirituality value, 1000. It can be said that it has been sublimated in terms of law. A magical tool for bullying weaklings. Rune clenched his fist. No wonder so many people pursue the power of taboo. Taboo may mean strength. No wonder Lisa's father said that he could touch the threshold of the saint. If we continue to study this core, we will definitely have the potential of a saint. He calmed down. Now, the alchemy array has an advanced sequence of potion formulas in the core data that is very suitable. We just need to recast fate, and then use the giant heart and crystals to exchange some materials to make potions. Sequence 7 can be done. Chapter 72 Potion, Breath of Ocean Power. The dark golden lines of law outline the array, which keeps rotating and reorganizing in front of Rune. Destiny is located in the middle of the array, and its components are engraved with the imprint of the super-level alchemy array. Smoothbore barrel, automatic machine, firing mechanism, magazine. Every component was disassembled to repair the previous wear and tear. Then a ball of metal shining with dark grey light was taken by Rune from the side. This is deep-sea refined iron. The deep-sea meteorite iron purchased with 1,350 gold coins was forged for 10 days. Rune, who has a treasure trove of knowledge, naturally has a better understanding of alchemical materials than most alchemists. Within the scope of alchemical ability, the best materials for recasting fate should be ice crystal of the god of the north wind and volcanic volcano. But these two are too rare, no one sells them, and they can't be bought. So we can only settle for the second best and use the deep-sea refined iron with the highest cost performance. In spirituality it is a slightly inferior choice in terms of additional capabilities, but the gun body is equally strong. As the deep-sea fine iron rapidly changes in the super-level alchemical formation, the parts of destiny gradually take shape. But Lun still didn't relax at all. He and Lisa studied this recast for a period of time and made slight changes to the original structure. In addition to the original parts, 2 new key parts have been added. One is the spiritual retention chamber and the other is the serpent's fang side bag. The spiritual retention chamber is the core of destiny, a hollow ball engraved with array patterns. This ball can absorb the spiritual overflow when destiny fires spiritual ammunition, and can also absorb a small amount of spiritual energy spilled in the air to achieve the purpose of spiritual circulation. To put it simply, it is a device that saves spirituality. The current upper limit of storing spirituality is 100 points. The reason why it is said to be the core of destiny is because in the future, if it is modified, various strange crystals and monster crystals can be placed in the detention chamber to add related abilities. It's just that this is still Rune and Lisa's idea, and currently they don't have the means and materials to realize it. The snake's teeth side pouch is relatively simple to understand. The relic of the giant snake's tooth can be used as a material. After Alwen planned it, he divided it into 3 parts. The most core position, that is, the position where the giant snake's fangs produce poison, was refined and condensed into 2 fist-sized side capsules, which were integrated into the destiny. For the outer part, make 2 daggers and 10 crossbow arrows for little Carter to use. The remaining materials are given to Lisa as a handling fee. She wants to build a battle axe. She can use these scattered materials to make the barb and outer blade. Naturally, it was not Rune's turn to do the work of smelting giant snake teeth. His alchemy level is not enough. Little Carter was fanning the bellows on the side, sporadic flames ignited from the bellows, and then a blazing flame burst out instantly. This spark is exactly the alchemy path Lisa is looking for, following the fire alchemy formation of the god of furnace and fire. In terms of alchemy, Lisa's talent and strength are much higher than Rune's, so she has no interest in the super-level alchemy formation left by his father. Even though Lun told her the importance and value of the super core truthfully, she didn't care. According to her original words, "I have found the alchemy circle that suits me best. As for what my father left behind, it doesn't matter how strong I am. After all, I will definitely be able to surpass him in the future. Besides, I've already given that thing to you, Captain. No matter how valuable it is, it can't be worth a drink, Captain. Rune. All I can say is that Lisa is such a sweetheart." The flames exploded in the furnace, and the fervent flames were gradually controlled and became docile under Lisa's crimson alchemy circle. The giant snake's teeth were placed into the alchemy circle, and the flames clung to it like a creeper. When the flames completely enveloped the giant snake's teeth, the temperature of part of the flames suddenly increased. Lun stood aside, his eyes dumbfounded. With the same flame, Lisa was able to control the temperature at different locations to carve patterns on her alchemy artifacts. This kind of alchemy technique simply goes against common sense. The giant snake's teeth began to shatter, and red formations were imprinted on each scattered piece of the giant snake's teeth. When the crimson core of the giant snake's tooth was exposed, it continued to shrink under the trend of the flames, until it reaches the size of the previous design. At this moment, in the core of the crimson poison sac, a burst of black smoke coiled into the shape of a small snake and let out a piercing scream. Lisa glanced at it, then took a sip of dwarf spirits in her mouth, and then sprayed it on. The flames became even hotter, and the little black snake was burned into ashes. Immediately, more than 30 alchemical imprints fell mercilessly into the core, and then the side bag components, which were prepared in advance and were made of gold and fine iron, were combined with the core of the poison bag. The rest is simple assembly. Destiny recasting completed. Destiny level increased. Destiny leave 8. Destiny leave 10. Lun grasped fate in his hands. Even with his current strength, he could feel the heavy weight of fate. Strange object, destiny. Level, leave 10. Attribute update, provide, 153, times spiritual increase. Attribute update, made of deep sea fine iron, it can withstand physical attacks of sequence 6 and below. New feature, spiritual retention chamber, for every 100 points of spirituality used, 20 points of spirituality can be collected for firing ammunition. In places with abundant spirituality, a small amount of spirituality can be collected. New feature, toxic side pouch, upgradable. The side pouch will regularly produce venom, which will attach to the bullet. The strength of the venom is 30 to 150, body strength, instant death, effect, which increases with time. the toxicity is full after layering, 30 seconds, it will be highly toxic to those whose physical strength is higher than 150 and lower than 300, it will be moderately toxic to those whose physical strength is higher than 300 and lower than 500. Seeing the attributes of destiny after recasting, Rune was extremely satisfied. Because of the rapid improvement of his alchemy skills, his creation bonus has increased from 25% to 150%, and his strength has been greatly increased. As a result, the spiritual increase in destiny is even more exaggerated. 2 new components, the retention chamber strengthens its own spiritual cycle, plus the pocket watch has greatly alleviated the problem of his lack of spiritual value. The poisonous side capsule has become a sharp weapon. With a physical strength below 150, once hit, he will be directly trapped in instant death, which is a real instant kill. It has the same effect as the previous Red Sea Snake. At the same time, as long as the physical strength is less than 500 points, he will suffer from the torture of poison. But 500 points of physical strength is not even reached by Rune at present. There are very few others who can achieve it. The only regret is that the giant snake's fang is not attached to the living body, that is, it is not transplanted as a body, so its venom production speed has slowed down a lot. If you want the poison capsule to play a full role, you need to wait 30 seconds before shooting. This requires Rune to make a choice in the battle, whether to shoot quickly to suppress, or wait for the full layer of toxicity to hit the strongest blow. However, in addition to the alchemy system, Rune also has some physical skills. In addition, he will go to the Night Tower for further study later, and his physical skills and combat skills will definitely improve greatly. So even if we wait for the poison to accumulate, it won't be a problem. Next, it's time to forge Carter's dual-wielding short swords and Lisa's axe. It took about half a day to complete. The giant snake's fangs were fully utilized as materials. However, these 2 swords and the axe can only be used after Lisa and Carter advance to Sequence 8, otherwise they cannot withstand the whispers of the red snake. Calculating the time, it will take at most 1 or 2 months for them to advance. As for Rune, he has the core part of the giant snake's fangs, and the whispers he suffers are also stronger. With Lisa's magic circle suppressing them, these whispers will not be a big deal for the time being. Main quest, Sequence Promotion, Progress Update, 2/3. So far, according to the 3-piece set of Ability Upgrade, Core Item and Potion in the Extraordinary Advancement template. In nearly half a month, Rune completed the Advanced Alchemy Array, Ability Upgrade, and Recasting Fate, Core Item. Only Potion is left. Magic Potions. When the Extraordinary Sequence was in chaos at the beginning, there was no such thing as sequence advancement. There was not even an advancement template. The advancement of the sequence depends on each person's destiny, environment, and luck. But after a long period of development and research on the extraordinary sequence, the extraordinary people found that adding magic potions to the 2 rituals of ability upgrade and core items has many benefits. People with a clear destiny who can be promoted to a higher sequence, such as believers of various sects and heirs of various families, can use magic potions to make the sequence advancement more stable. People with a determined destiny of a low-level profession have the opportunity to change their fate with powerful magic potions. As for those who are self-awakening and confused about their destiny, magic potions can provide them with a clear path. Therefore, this research is conducive to the inheritance of higher sequences and consolidates the status of the empire and the family. So with the development of alchemy and potion science, magic potions have gradually become an indispensable part of sequence advancement starting from Sequence 8. As for his own destiny, Rune has a certain understanding. Pirate, Captain, Alchemist, Thief. These are the labels of his destiny, and he is quite satisfied with them. So he needs a potion to stabilize his destiny and avoid deviations in his promotion. Rune used the heart of the Shadow Cyclops in exchange for a potion formula verified by Nils, Breath of Ocean Power. This potion is very gentle and can be used with any ritual. It can ensure that while upgrading the existing ability to attach some ocean characteristics, the strength and physical fitness of the promoted person are strengthened to a certain extent. In other words, it can promote the completion calculation of the super-level alchemy array to a certain extent, and can also strengthen Rune's physical ability. Killing multiple birds with one stone. It is really a potion that fits Rune's current situation. The recipe of this potion has a total of 13 items. 11 of them, Rune spent 1,000 gold coins to get. The remaining one, from Hill, cost 500 gold coins and will be delivered in a few days. In addition to the Leave 3 ultimate bomb he had refined before, Rune only had 1,100 gold coins left out of the 5,000 gold coins he had obtained from the auction of the Smiley Flower. Converted to the money of his previous life, 50 million yuan, nearly 40 million was spent in the blink of an eye. Improving strength means burning money. For the last item, Tears of the Ocean, Rune has spread the word that he is willing to pay 1,000 gold coins or use the core of the Shadow Cyclops in exchange. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. 3 days have passed in a flash, and there are still 7 days before going to the Night Tower. Finally, there is news about Tears of the Ocean. In the hands of a wealthy businessman under the Vasek family, there is such an item. However, the other party did not accept Rune's offer, but asked him to come to his house. Rune also had some guesses in his mind about this. He immediately took Carter, who was at the maximum level of Sequence 9, looking for an opportunity to be promoted, and was bored at home. The wealthy businessman's name is Morten Vasek, and he belongs to a branch of the Vasek family. Live in the wealthy area east of the port of Baloberg. It took Rune and his companions a whole morning to get there from the west of Baloberg. On the way, little Carter looked around with great interest, his eyes full of cunning. Seeing that little Carter was about to say after saying the classic line "Captain, they are so rich, let's rob them," Rune gave her a look. She immediately changed the subject. "Captain, these people are too rich, they must have done something shameful, let's redistribute their wealth." Rune. He didn't know where the little guy learned these terms, and he turned a blind eye to Carter's words about robbery. If possible, he would also like to rob all these people. Unfortunately, this is in the city of Baloberg, and after completing the robbery, it is absolutely impossible to escape. However, there are 2 points that Carter said that are extremely correct. First, these people are very rich. Each household is a single-family house like a palace, and each of them covers an area as vast as a prairie. Each of the horse farms, stadiums, and martial arts fields is unimaginable for the lower class. If Rune doesn't spend too much gold coins to buy what he needs for promotion, he can probably buy a medium-sized asset here. The second point is that most of these people have shameful activities. The business mentioned here does not necessarily refer to things related to money. It is monsters, alchemical hallucinogenic drugs and human lives. From the faces of the rich people who occasionally show up, Rune can see some clues. As for the wealthy businessman Morten who came out to greet him, Rune knew it well. Lieutenant Colonel Rune. Morten waved from a distance. His complexion was not very good, but he was dressed up. In response to Morten's greeting, Rune waved his hand. "It's just Captain, don't call me casually." Morten shrugged and said, "Lieutenant Colonel is a matter of time. I heard that the document has been passed and is waiting for the promulgation. I still remember that I saw you from a distance at the lion ceremony. Now I see you up close. You are even more extraordinary. Please come this way." Morten can achieve the current industry and scale. Although he is a wealthy businessman, he still has a good status in the Vasek family. But in front of Rune, who is currently a popular figure in the Vasek family and is about to be promoted to lieutenant colonel, he can be said to have lowered his posture. After walking through the long green corridor, a vineyard appeared in front of us. The farmers who were raising grapevines around were surprised to see their master being so respectful to a stranger. They whispered and guessed the identity of the young man. Morten did not care about those discussions. Instead, he talked to Rune about the grape production and fine wine of his manor. Rune smiled but said nothing. When he walked to the door of the manor building, it was quiet around, without servants and farmers. He said to Morten, "Tell me, where is the monster you want me to help kill?" Morten was startled, then smiled bitterly, "Nothing can be hidden from you." He lowered his body and sighed, "It's a sea monster. It's my 2 sinful sons. Hey, follow me." Chapter 73 The Joyful Corrosion Sea Monster. After a few steps, Rune and others entered the main building of the manor. This building is a typical castle-style winery. The marble and granite walls, combined with the high dome and the spacious lobby, give people a solemn feeling of entering a church. The spiral staircase in front of them went up and Morten led Rune and little Carter to a closed double door. The gilded decorations on the door and the exquisite reliefs were enough to prove that the person living in this room was of high status. "Here." Morten was about to introduce something, but then an ugly look appeared on his face. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and said, "It's all family disgrace. Lieutenant Colonel Rune, take a look for yourself." Rune glanced at Morten's expression, and combined with what the other party said, his eyebrows were also raised. What situation could make this rich businessman hesitate to speak? He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to push open the door. When the door leaked a tiny gap, the mixed smell of perfume, wax oil, and heather came to his face. The strong smell made Rune frown. When the door was fully opened, a pink glowing erotic room appeared in front of us. In the room of about 100 square meters, there were whips, wooden horses, handcuffs, candles, and all kinds of things. Crumpled paper balls were scattered all over the floor. The bed curtains were pulled tightly, not letting a ray of sunlight into the room. A skinny, dry-haired, naked man was sitting in the corner of the room, shivering, and occasionally sobbing from his mouth. 2 steps forward, you can see that the heart-shaped water bed in the room has been moved away, and there is a dark twisted hole under the floor, and no one knows where it leads. There is a foul smell coming from the hole. Seeing the skinny man, Morten felt very distressed, but anger flashed in his eyes, and finally shook his head. Lone looked at everything in front of him and was stunned for a moment. The situation in front of him seemed a little complicated. Well, this is not a simple erotic room. The plot seems to be much deeper than I imagined. First of all, judging from the room, there is no doubt that Morten's 2 sons are very extravagant. Not only are they extravagant in their private lives, but there are also traces of taking alchemical hallucinogenic drugs. This can also lead to mental disorders. In addition, Morten said that he has 2 sons, but he only brought them to this room. But there are no clues related to women here, but there are some skin tissues and mucus that do not belong to humans. Look at the one in the corner. Poor insect, with red wax dripping all over his body and a black gag hanging around his neck. A terrifying idea was about to come out of Rune's mind. To put it more politely, these 2 guys were crazy on drugs, and brought a monster to join the battle? Even with Rune's psychological quality, he couldn't accept it at this moment. How much he hoped that his reasoning was wrong. Then Morten told the whole story, confirming that Rune's brain-made guess was completely correct. In this regard, Rune could only look at Morten with a slightly sympathetic look. 2 useless sons made such an explosive thing, but he was not crazy. It's worthy of the psychological quality of a successful businessman. Morten sighed and said, "So the current situation is that they originally kept the siren in the space below, but the siren went crazy and kidnapped my eldest son. Now I don't know whether he is dead or alive. The siren was originally a sequence 9 monster, but after my 2 sons fed it a lot of alchemical drugs, it actually mutated. In addition, due to the environment below, several sequence 8 extraordinary people in my manor never came back after going down. Please help me kill that monster, Lieutenant Colonel." Morten paused and said, "There is one more thing. I asked you to come this time because I think you are one of my family members. No matter what the result is, it is better not to make this family scandal public. Loon understood everything after hearing this. He nodded, I am only responsible for killing monsters and collecting rewards. I don't care about anything else. That's good, that's good. Morton bowed and exhaled repeatedly, the ocean tear gem you want was bought by me a few days ago and was going to give it to the Lord for his daughter's engagement ceremony. In the end, they gave it to the sea monster as a token of love. After you kill the sea monster, you will definitely find the gem. In addition, I will give you a generous reward. If my eldest son can be safe, I will give you more. Deal. After the price was agreed, Rune stopped talking nonsense. With Morton's financial resources, it is very easy to ask someone to kill monsters. The key lies in the saying that family disgrace should not be made public. I am considered half a member of the Ivasek family. If I ask myself to kill the monster, neither the people in the family will know nor the matter will be known to outsiders. The identity is just right. After taking the map from Morton, Rune took a quick look at it and then jumped down from the cave with Carter. After falling for a few seconds, the soft touch of the grass came from below. Looking up again, there was a vast golden fluorescent world in front of him. This place is so big. Carter was overjoyed as he looked at the dreamlike world in front of him. It was also the first time that Rune saw such a scene and was a little surprised. Who would have thought that there was such a place under the vineyard? He leaned down and held a fluorescent grass in his palm and quickly identified its origin. Sunshine grass. A special plant that can only grow in the dark world but can emit the sun's light and temperature. It is reasonable to see this plant under Morton's winery. After all, there has been no sunlight near the Kind Sea for a long time, and if you want a good grape yield, you have to rely on these external forces. The furry sunshine grass swayed on its own as if it was blown by the wind. Occasionally, scattered golden lights illuminate the underground world. This place is like a quiet utopia isolated from the world. If an old pirate who is tired of fighting sees the scene in front of him, he may choose to retire here for the rest of his life. However, in this beautiful place, there is also a destructive atmosphere. A road that broke through the sunlight grass, with obvious traces of dragging and blood scattered. The stench that was smelled in the room above was also coming from here. Lune took out the map and compared it, and immediately confirmed the road. This is it, Carter, follow. Yes, Captain. Little Carter immediately entered stealth alert. This road, winding all the way forward, gradually walked into the depths of the sunlight grass. Lune walked quickly along this road, but after a moment, he gradually frowned. Something is wrong. Sequence 8 Rune's perception of spirituality is much more sensitive than before. Now he can feel that the disordered spirituality in the air around him is definitely not just from a sea monster. He looked around, trying to find out where these spiritualities came from. After a moment, his eyes locked onto some pink, clustered follicles on the ground. Voila! A gust of spiritual wind from an unknown source suddenly blew over, and the sun grass shook its body, and its little bits of light spread in the air. The temperature in the underground world rose rapidly, and the jelly-like surface of the fish eggs trembled slightly. Then creatures broke out of their shells. One by one, they were strange creatures that looked like snakes, but had shrunken legs. Run's peeping eye was activated quickly. Joyful larva, parasitic siren. Path, Special Sequence 9. Joyful parasite, Leave 1. Spiritual value, 10/10. Characteristics, parasitism. After birth, it will seek out a life form to coexist with it, absorbing the individual's vitality while bringing a certain degree of joy to the life form. Characteristics, attachment. Like a maggot on the tarsal bone, it is difficult to break free. Life value 1. After reading the panel of this thing, Rune's scalp numbed slightly. What a disgusting creature! The nature of this ghost thing is similar to plaster monkey and barnacle, or even worse than them. After being parasitized by them, it is even worse than death. While enjoying the spiritual pleasure it brings, your physical condition will deteriorate day by day. When you are mentally clear, you will fall into painful self-blame. But you can't do anything about this parasitism. If ordinary people encounter it, they can only wait to be sucked into a dry corpse. If ordinary extraordinary people encounter it, there is no good solution. Even Rune feels a little tricky. These ghost things, there is no reward for killing them, and it is very torturous if you don't kill them, and the key is that there are so many of them. As the temperature rises, more and more parasitic sea monsters come out of the follicles around. After looking around for a week, they immediately set their sights on Rune, the most powerful life individual at present. In their eyes, Rune is the most delicious thing at the moment. Parasitism, parasitism. Let that guy be covered with young. They used their atrophied, lizard-like limbs to paddle hard on the ground and swarmed towards Rune. And Rune was not afraid at all. 8 electric grenades were scattered around. At the same time, the gunshots of fate rang out continuously. To deal with such fragile life forms, the electric current left by the electric grenades and the venom attached to the large lead bullets were enough to kill them instantly. But they seemed to be desperate. The parasites behind stepped on the corpses in front and continued to surge forward. They were not afraid of death at all. The meaning of their survival was parasitism. Rune was a little annoyed with the situation in front of him. There were too many of them. There were thousands of them visible, and some were constantly hatching. At the same time, it was unknown how many follicles there were at the bottom of these sun grasses. This marine egg-laying creature had a very strong reproductive capacity and could lay tens of thousands of eggs at a time. If calculated in this way, the number was absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, Rune was used to dealing with such large numbers of creatures. Grenades and shotguns started a roaring symphony again. While bombing, he walked towards the destination. Thousands of joyful parasites wanted to attack Rune, but he dealt with them as if he was strolling in the garden. As for little Carter, these stupid and low-level creatures could not find her existence at all. Gradually, the joyful parasites around them also found something wrong. The piles of parasite corpses made them gradually change their strategy. One by one, they began to hug each other, like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger. From the size of a ball, it gradually rolled to the size of an adult man. The rolled-up parasites attacked Rune again. But it was useless. It was still killed with one shot. The spherical parasites were scattered everywhere. In front of the newly added poisonous side sacs of fate, no parasite could survive. Even the surrounding sun grass began to wither rapidly. As Rune moved forward, the sunlight grass around him went out. It seemed that he was the mastermind of murdering the light, causing the world to fall into darkness. After killing so many parasites, the number of parasites around him began to decrease. The sound of Rune's gunfire gradually stopped. In the vast sunlight grass planting area, a dark road appeared after Rune's killing. Looking up again, a shining area suddenly appeared in front of Rune, as bright as day. He walked over curiously and found that this was a simple palace built with countless sunlight grass. There were 9 pillars that could only be surrounded by 5 people. The ground was covered with sunlight grass, which was soft and comfortable to step on. In the middle of the palace, Morton's eldest son was tied with a chain like a dog. His body was covered with wounds, and there were pink follicles in each wound. At the top, on a huge throne emitting golden light, a slender sea monster was looking at Rune with interest. Although it is called a siren, it has already gone beyond the scope of ordinary siren and has evolved towards the human form. The skin is grey-green, with a pair of phoenix eyes, a straight nose bridge, and a charming figure. The elf-shaped ears look very well behaved. A few scales cover the important parts. If it weren't for the fins on the top of the head and the cheeks, it would really have a sense of exoticism. Except for the hand that originally belonged to the siren at the shoulder blade, the newly evolved human-shaped hands are slender and charming. Looking at the siren in front of him, Rune became cautious. Joyful Siren, Incarnation. Path, Special Sequence 8. Unknown Spirit, LV10. Spirituality, 3000/3000. Features, Evolution, possessing the mixed characteristics of humans, elves, and sirens. Features, Joy, an unknown existence that obeys the rules of fantasy dreams and has the ability to control some joy. Features, Unknown. Features, Unknown. Life value, 150. Spirit. Seeing this familiar path, Rune's attitude couldn't help but become more cautious. There are not many beings that can be worthy of these two words. And the one in front of him is obviously different from the subconscious of the crazy Hydra before. It is a sober existence. While Rune was observing the siren, it also looked at Rune. She gently clapped her hands for him. In her throat, there was the mermaid clan's originally very pleasant voice. It uttered human words, a great killing performance, from a human warrior. Chapter 74. A Corner of the World, Dream. Hearing this, Rune did not reply, but instead held the fate in his hands tightly. The other party's short words triggered the protection mechanism of imitated love. The relic necklace on her chest was slightly hot, and a feeling of irritation rose in her heart. The mermaid did not care about Rune's actions, and the look she gave Rune began to become interesting. Later, it actually chuckled. It extended its index finger and pointed at Rune. Interesting, interesting. You have a lot of things. Father, weaver, brain, black businessman. All of them have a destiny with you. There is even the taste of the source of the world. It's delicious. The voice of the siren echoed in this simple palace like a song. Every time it uttered a word, the surrounding sunshine grass would be aroused by the sound, making the whole palace more brilliant. But the expression on its face became more and more charming, until there was a hint of madness. You are a good guy. The siren said, join the seat of Huanmeng. Wealth, power, strength, desire. Huanmeng can satisfy you. You can definitely become a strong man under Huanmeng. Can anything satisfy me? Rune asked loudly. Of course. The siren looked confident. Huanman follows happiness, indulgence, pleasure, and love. We can give you everything you want. Then I want Tears of the Ocean. Tears of the Ocean. The siren was puzzled for a moment, then looked down at her chest. There is a magic circle carved there. And the core of the magic circle is the Tears of the Ocean. This is the key to its spiritual descent here. If Rune wants the Tears of the Ocean, it is tantamount to asking for the life of its clone. Not for the time being. The siren refused. My body is still very useful. Didn't you say you could give me anything? Rune was speechless. It seems you are lying. Siren, dot. For guys who like to lie, Rune will never be polite to them. Before the siren could say anything, his quick draw gun had already started, and the distance between him and the siren suddenly narrowed. The dark muzzle was aimed at the siren's face. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets with blue light and green venom burst out from the muzzle. The current destiny has reached 153 times the strength of spiritual enhancement. With the support of large lead bullets, spiritual bullets, quick draw guns, and poison sacs, the power of each bullet is beyond imagination. At least no one in Sequence 8 can catch it. Even if a strong person descends to the spirit, he will have to lie down when he meets Rune within the scope of Sequence 8. Including the sea monster in front of him. Lune's speed of changing his face was so fast that the sea monster didn't react. After a face-to-face shot, the sea monster's head did not explode like a watermelon as imagined. Instead, it turned directly into slag. Not even a fragment. A beautiful headless body slowly fell in front of Rune. Looking at the corpse, Rune did not rush forward. He did not think that the opponent would be easily solved. The most important thing is that there is no kill prompt on the panel. This is also the latest panel hidden use method discovered by Rune. For this kind of spiritual individual, the panel will give feedback after killing. Directly eliminate the possibility of the opponent pretending to be dead. And the fact is just as Rune predicted. The headless corpse turned into a pile of flesh and skin like an ice cream melting, and pink eggs flowed out of the body. At the same time, in the center of the palace, Morton's eldest son began to scream in despair. The pink eggs in its wound quickly began to absorb his vitality and expanded rapidly. Each pink egg was ready to move in the natural greenhouse of the Sunshine Grass Palace. How long has Rune been down there? In Morton's vineyard. A white-haired knight wearing heavy armor asked, looking at the dark hole in front of him. Reply to Lord Chindu, about 3 hours. Morton glanced at his pocket watch and answered quickly. 3 hours. Chindu grabbed Morton's collar. Do you know how big a problem it would be if Rune died down there? It shouldn't be a big deal. After all, he is Captain Rune. Morton's voice didn't seem to have much confidence. He looked at the fully armed knights around him, his eyes full of doubts. Everything that happened in just 10 minutes just now has not made him understand the situation yet. It was obviously just a transaction between him and Captain Rune, but why did Chindu, a member of the elders of the Vasek family, suddenly break into his manner with people? And after hearing that Captain Rune had gone underground, his face changed drastically. And now Chindu wanted to stab the fat man in front of him to death with a knife. The situation in Baloberg has quickly become tense. The Navy and border guards have already started a direct battle with the people of the Hydra Church. There have even been several large-scale wars. Under such a situation, the Baloberg Navy also mobilized all reconnaissance forces to monitor and detect all possible hostile targets. Who it is unknown whether other forces will intervene in the war between Baloberg and the Hydra Church. Dream, as an evil god of the same level as Father, is naturally under surveillance. An hour ago, Baloberg's naval headquarters detected a strong breath of Dream in Baloberg city. This incident made the naval headquarters extremely vigilant. The Dream that could suddenly appear inside Baloberg could only be a spirit descending. So for safety, Nils directly sent Chindu to investigate. Then he encountered this scene. Chindu is 63 years old this year. In his previous life, he had fought with dream creatures. He knew in his heart how difficult those guys under Dream were. Based on the strength of the spirit, this time, it was at least a top-level existence of Sequence 8. Rune had no chance of winning against those guys. Even if he dealt with them himself, it would definitely take some effort. As a new celebrity of the Vasek family and a qualified holder of the Night Tower, Rune can't die down there. Report to Lord Chindu, the situation down there has been explored. A knight wearing heavy armor with blue trim came to report. This man is Max, Sequence 8, Chindu's assistant, and a squad leader of the current knights. How is the situation? Chindu turned around and asked. Not too good. Max took a deep breath. Because of the sunshine grass down there, the hatching speed of the dream demons is very fast, and the estimated number is nearly 1 million. Nearly 1 million. The Mortons on the side were almost scared to death. How could he know that it was so terrifying down there? Wouldn't Captain Rune be in danger? Chindu's expression became even uglier, and he stopped hesitating immediately. Knights, listen to my orders, leave 100 people on the ground to control and guard, and the rest of you, follow me to destroy the demons. He drew out the cross sword, and the holy light on his body began to shine. The knights behind him also had solemn faces and drew their swords. The black passage seemed to swallow everything. As soon as everyone landed, the parasitic sirens that had just hatched under the sunset grass instantly found a new target. They screamed and rushed towards the knights. The knights called it a regiment, but because of the high cost of training and expensive equipment, a regiment only had about 300 people. 100 people were left on the ground, and 200 went underground. When the knights with rich combat experience saw the monster in front of them, each of them lit up with holy light of varying brightness, and then quickly formed a team and formed a formation. Kindu took the lead, with golden holy light flowing on his iron armor, and stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, killing all the parasitic sirens within 50 meters in front of him. This is the full force of the Sequence 7 Knight. Don't delay here, move forward. Kindu's order was issued, and the whole team gradually moved forward in an orderly manner. But the further they went, the more parasitic sea monsters there were around. The team of 200 people was blocked in the middle of the road. The number of these parasitic sea monsters was like a swarm of locusts. Originally, the light of the sun grass was enough to illuminate the surroundings, but the parasitic sea monsters came overwhelmingly, and the knights could only see yellow light and black spots in front of their eyes. Looking at the many parasitic sea monsters in front of him, Kindu's face was not very good. This is the most disgusting thing about people who believe in illusions. They follow pleasure and enjoy desires, which is actually unrestrained carnal desires and spiritual indulgence. Therefore, every battle with the seat of illusions will face the opponent's human wave tactics. These endless offspring always give people a headache. Especially now he is rushing to support Rune. I hope that guy can hold on. Form a formation, baptism of holy light. Hearing Kindu's order, the knights put their swords on their chests and silently chanted spells. At this moment, the holy light on their bodies all connected and flowed between each other. After a while, the spell was finished, and the holy light rushed out from them, surged to the top of their heads, and then poured down like a waterfall. The surrounding parasitic sirens, once they were touched by the holy light, all turned into black smoke as if they were stained with some highly corrosive substances, and no bones remained. Charge! With the baptism of holy light, the speed of the knights increased instantly. Following the traces that Rune had walked before, they quickly moved forward. After a while, everyone could faintly hear the sound of Rune's gunfire. Still fighting, there's still time. Kindu's voice was excited, charge! The speed of the knights increased again, but there were too many monsters in front of them, and they rushed over to stop them like crazy. Facing these fearless monsters, Knight Max swung his sword with all his might and released spells. But every time he attacked, there were always a few fish that slipped through the net and got close to him, and then were killed by his holy light. As the saying goes, a drop of water wears away a stone. As the battle went on for a long time, the holy light on Max began to wobble. Not only him, but many knights around him also had the same situation, and the holy light flickered. Seeing this, Max looked into the distance. How long will he have to fight the dark, tide-like monster? In his heart, an indescribable thought arose spontaneously, gradually evolving into fatigue. Why not run away? There's no need to risk your life here. Go back and take a shower, have a good sleep, and take off your clothes. The danger of being away from the battle. Wake up! Just when Max and many knights were gradually slowing down their fighting movements because of their thoughts, Kindu's loud shout made them come back to their senses. Just now they were trapped in the confusion of the dream. Moreover, those monsters have already climbed on their bodies, looking for the gaps in the armor, trying to get into the flesh and parasitize. Holy light bless! The holy light in Max's body surged out, killing the monsters around him. At this time, Max's vigilance against the surroundings became stronger. In his heart, he was also full of worries about Rune, whom he had never met. If the offspring was so crazy, how terrifying would the descended spirit be? I hope he can hold on until the knights get there. As the thought flashed through his mind, the gunshots not far away stopped. Kindu and the knights were all shocked. Could it be? The speed of cleaning up the parasitic sea monsters also became faster. Kindu thrust the sword into the ground, and the holy light spread in all directions, temporarily opening up a path. Everyone took the opportunity to head towards the palace built with sunlight grass. When they walked into the palace, the scene in front of them stunned everyone. The ground was covered with corpses of sea monsters, and the bright red blood stained the yellow-orange sunlight grass. Headless corpses piled up into a small hill. A man sat on the hill of corpses, smoking a cigarette, his face slightly tired, but still looking at the people below with a proud look. Kindu? Why did you come to this place? Rune exhaled a puff of smoke, and then he was a little confused. I received an order that there is a dream creature here, come to investigate. Kindu looked at Rune, a little shocked. This guy has only been gone for more than half a month, and his strength has increased so fast? The dream creature of the top sequence 8 was killed by him alone. I thought he would have a fierce battle when he came. Max was even more shocked. From the remaining aura of the corpses on the ground, it would be very difficult for him to defeat any of them. But for Rune, it seems very easy. As both of them are sequence 8, the gap between him and Rune is not a little bit. The knights at the scene immediately got busy after seeing the corpses. This time, Baloberg was very alert. From the clues on the corpses, he had a chance to guess which monster under the seat of Huanmeng had descended. Under the gaze of everyone, Rune extinguished his cigar and took a look at the bloody tears of the ocean in his hand. The monster corpse is for you. After saying that, he jumped off the pile of corpses and turned to leave. At this moment, he did not stay to chat with these people. In addition to being promoted to sequence 7, he still had many doubts in his heart. When he met the siren before, it said something to him. The kind father, the weaver, the brain, and the black merchant have fateful exchanges with him. Rune could understand the kind father and the black merchant. The aura of the kind father refers to the vanguard hydra under his seat. The black merchant refers to the black market merchant Faruhia. One has a grudge against him and he is cursed, and the other has done business with him and he has stolen things from him. It is normal to have exchanges with them. But what do the weaver and the brain represent? And the origin of the world? At the same time, the dream it mentioned seems to represent another existence. These words made Rune confused. He seemed to be able to feel that a corner of the world seemed to be slowly revealing itself to him. After returning, I will be promoted to sequence 7, check the information, and then prepare to go to the Night Tower. There are still 70 days before the deadline for the Hydra gold coins. We must make all preparations early. Chapter 75 Sequence 7, Ocean Disaster. Treasure, Tears of the Ocean. Level, Epic. Ability, Appreciation / incorporated as a material into potions or alchemy. Special, as one of the materials when the sequence is advanced, an additional sequence entry will be added. P.S. The seabed crystal shining with blue light contains the magic of the ocean. The super-level alchemy array rotates, and each material is transformed into a predetermined form in Rune's hands. Beside, Lisa's fire alchemy array is also rotating rapidly. Although potion science and alchemy are two separate disciplines, there are still some commonalities between them. Simple mixed potions like ocean breath do not require too advanced potion science technology. As long as it is fused at high temperature, the desired result can be obtained. Under Lisa's refining, a light blue potion gradually took shape, and the air was filled with the faint sweetness of the potion. Put the potion into the crystal bottle. At this point, all the materials needed for Rune's advancement ceremony have been prepared. It's finally time to advance to sequence 7. It took a day for Rune to prepare a quiet room. On every wall of the house, alchemical runes were outlined. There are many different rituals for sequence advancement. You can advance in battle or in a magical realm, or in meditation. This time, Rune chose the most ancient and safest way. Potion ceremony. After calming down and adjusting his breathing, Rune drank the blue potion. It tasted sweet, a bit like sugar water. When the potion completely entered his stomach, a piercing chill instantly broke out in his body, it made his muscles and skin all over his body tighten. Then, from Rune's mouth and nostrils, as he breathed, a kind of blue smoke without substance was spewed out. Then came the eyes and ears. The blue smoke was like a cloud, and like a rolling wave, wrapping Rune in it. At this moment, Rune's body was completely out of control. He only felt that he seemed to fall from a height of 10,000 meters, then broke the calm sea surface, and continued to sink to the depths of the seabed. The air in the lungs was constantly discharged as he sank deeper and deeper, and the bubbles quickly floated towards the gradually blurred sea surface. Rune tried to open his eyes, and in front of him were fish, turtles, and coral reefs in the sea. Continue to go down, the sea water became darker, and the light became scarce. A series of unknown creatures swam around him. He went to the depths of the sea, and he didn't know how long he would have to sink to reach the bottom. Rune now had only one thought in his mind. I want to breathe. The body was getting hot, and the consciousness was gradually blurring. If he continues like this, he will drown. After another 10 minutes, his body has reached its limit. Completely out of control, Rune took a deep breath. The salty and wet sea water poured into his nose and mouth, and he could feel a cool but hot feeling pouring into his eyes and nose. What was strange was that after a brief discomfort, he did not suffocate, but felt extremely comfortable at the bottom of the sea. The body seemed to be able to move freely. He moved his eyes slightly, and felt that he was about to touch the bottom of the sea. On the soft sand on the bottom of the sea, a treasure chest shining with golden light attracted Rune's attention. There was a familiar pattern engraved on it. Deep Sea Prison. Confused, he opened the treasure chest. The golden light flashed, and Rune suddenly woke up. Still in the secret room, but his whole body was wet with sea water. The panel in front of him popped up a prompt. You have completed 3 items of the magic potion ritual. You made an excellent alchemical artifact, upgraded the alchemical array, drank the potion and passed the potion awakening. Congratulations! You completed the sequence promotion. You obtained a new sequence. Sequence 8, Alchemical Bandit. Sequence 7, Ocean Disaster. Ocean Disaster. Ocean disaster using gunpowder, scimitars, cannons, and alchemical creations. Your ability has been promoted. Basic attribute promotion. Gain spell strength, 10. Current spell strength, 30. Physical strength increased by 100, upper limit, currently 400, except for physical skills, normal sequence 9 is 10, mental strength increased by 50%, currently 30, except for spells, normal sequence 9 is 10. Obtained sequence 7 promotion characteristics. Obtained characteristic, Ocean Disaster Leave 1. You can breathe freely in the ocean, control the direction of some water flow, and obtain 10% improvement in all attributes when fighting in the ocean and nearby areas. Obtained characteristic, Fire Trial, full passive ability, every 5 minutes, your sword, blade, weapon will be added with a flame state, and the next attack will cause 20% additional fire magic damage to the enemy. Extra bonus for spiritual overflow. The current spiritual value is detected as 3872/3000. Eliminate the excess spiritual value and randomly upgrade one of your own characteristics. Fire Trial. Fire Trial is promoted to Void Fire. Void Flame, passive ability, every 10 minutes, your weapon will be added with Void Flame status, and the next attack will cause 30% of the damage to the enemy within 3 seconds, with active ability, Void Flame, cooldown time 30 natural days, causing 200% of the next attack damage within 3 seconds. This damage ignores all invincibility, immunity, and rules. Detecting special substances, Tears of the Ocean, add entries. Added entry, Captain. Entry, Captain Leave 1. Your Void Flame now has a chance to crit, the probability is equal to your own crit rate. Obtain active ability, Magic Citrus, complete the main task, Sequence Promotion, Pirate Entry Response, obtain props, Mysterious Treasure Map. Magic Citrus, full remove all negative states, cooldown time 15 natural days. Mysterious Treasure Map, records the suspected haunting location of the legendary mysterious ghost ship, which is the only way to the Sequence 6 advancement ceremony. After reading the information on the panel, Rune let out a long sigh. After so many days of hard work, he finally got promoted before going to the Night Tower. He habitually clenched his fists and raised his eyebrows. The promotion to Sequence 7 did not bring as much improvement in panel strength as expected. It was only about a quarter. But it is also true that the real source of power for a transcendent is not the sequence promotion ceremony. It is the accumulation of hard work over time and the opportunities that are actively sought. The promotion ceremony is more like breaking the shackles and chains of the body, allowing the strength to be improved and the qualifications to be able to contact higher powers. Practice is to fill water into a container. The ceremony is to expand the container or change it into the desired shape. However, every promotion ceremony always has 2 points that can bring surprises to people. The first point is naturally the promotion, the characteristic entries after that. Each different sequence has different characteristic entries. Luan's characteristic entry is Ocean Disaster. Just like everything he encountered in the seabed during the promotion ceremony, he can breathe freely in the seabed and exert 10% more combat power than usual. With this, Rune is no longer afraid of those creatures in the seabed when fighting in the ocean. At the same time, being able to control part of the water flow also makes him more maneuverable in the sea. Whether it is to increase his speed or affect the enemy, it is a good means. But this is just an appetizer. Beyond the spiritual limit, the characteristic promotion obtained is the biggest gain. Void Fire and Void Flame. There is no need to say more about these two, just one sentence: Noble True Damage. The promoted ability also ignores the rules, and even ignores immunity and invincibility. It has something in common with the previous bandit. And after the promotion, it has changed from a limited melee sword weapon to a universal weapon for all weapons held. That is to say, Destiny can also be accompanied by Void Flame. Now, with one shot of Destiny, in addition to the spiritual blessing of the large lead bullet itself, there are 3 entries: Spiritual Bullet, Venom, and Fire. For special units, armor-piercing bullets can also be used. It is crazy. 4 entries in one shot. Then there is the most special situation, the extra sequence entry. The last extra entry was the pirate, who could get extra loot after completing the mission. This time the entry is the captain. The first entry of the captain's entry, Void Flame, can be critical, so that after turning on the hunting state, it is already a stable critical damage increase. If you use Ultimate Bomb Leave 3 at this time, its power will be expanded to a terrifying level. The second entry, Magic Citrus, is even more magical. It can remove all negative states. But the cooling time is too long, so it can only be used as a bottom-of-the-box skill. The 2 features brought by the captain's entry are very good. When the captain's entry appeared, it was because he had completed the main quest, Sequence Promotion. The pirate's entry resonated with the captain's entry. The spoils directly gave the mysterious treasure map. You can trace the existence of the ghost ship, which is the opportunity for Rune to be promoted from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6. The theme of Sequence 9 to Sequence 8 is accumulation, and the theme of Sequence 8 to Sequence 7 is characteristics. Then the theme of promotion from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6 is deeds. If you want to embark on the corresponding sequence destiny, you must have corresponding deeds. For the merchant sequence, you must complete transactions and make investments. For the general sequence, you need to develop the army and win the war. For example, for the Faith Knight sequence, you must get the guidance of God and complete events before you can be promoted. For many years, the elder of the Vasek family, Chindu, has lacked such an opportunity for promotion. As an alchemist and pirate destiny, Rune must do some deeds worth praising in these 2 things. However, in the city of Baloberg, except for the military alchemy department, the trend of alchemists is not very popular. You can see this from Lisa's living conditions and the attitudes of the people in the Vasek family. If you want to make progress, have attainments, and have achievements in alchemy, you must either go to the Imperial City or the Goblin Alliance. These places are where alchemy should be used. So Rune's temporary opportunity for advancement is on pirates. As a captain, you must first have a ship. You must also have some assistants and some sailors. Rune has nothing in his hands. But to be honest, Rune really doesn't like ordinary ships. Even Belloberg's main battleship, he thinks it's a little bit off. What Rune wants are those powerful ships with legendary deeds or those that exist in legends. It is said that some of these ships have their own souls and will only conquer the sea and the world with powerful captains. Before waiting for the right captain, they will only drift on the sea. The mysterious treasure map is the clue that guides Rune to those areas. Compared to other extraordinary people of the sequence, his future is much clearer. After packing himself up, Rune walked out of the quiet room. In the alchemy workshop, several unexpected people were already waiting here. 3 days passed from entering the quiet room to coming out. There are still 4 days to go to the Night Tower. According to Little Carter, these people have been here since 2 days ago, and they come every day. There are 2 people coming. Kindu and an unknown naval officer. 2 people came for 2 different things. The naval officer spoke first, and he handed several sets of naval uniforms, medals, purses and certificates in his hand to Rune. I am Adlet, a Navy colonel, serving under Major General Ors. Congratulations, Rune. After discussion with the Navy headquarters and approval by the Lord, you have been awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy of Belloberg. Considering that you are going to the Night Tower for further studies, the formal awarding ceremony will be held in the Lord's mansion after you return. After some polite words, Adlet looked at Rune with appreciation. You are indeed a good-looking man. It seems that you have also advanced to Sequence 7. Congratulations! Major General Ors is very optimistic about you, Lieutenant Colonel Rune. Keep up the hard work. I look forward to working with you. Fight. I have something else to do, I'll leave first, you guys chat. After saying that, Adlet turned and left. Rune weighed the purse in his hand, about 50 gold coins. It can be said that he was quite generous, 10 times more than the last time he was promoted to captain. But considering that this was a reward after a 2-level jump, it seemed a bit stingy. As for the amount at the exchange office, it was successfully increased to 1,000 gold coins. Maybe there are some good things to exchange. The reason why Kindu came was also very simple, because of what happened in the vineyard a few days ago. He first took out 2 bills from his arms. This is what Morton asked me to give you. He felt very sorry for what happened the day before yesterday. Rune raised his eyebrows indifferently. He didn't take the problem of the underground monsters exceeding the standard a few days ago too seriously. After all, Morton himself didn't know about these situations, and there was no problem of deception. However, the other party was so sensible that he made Rune look up to him. In addition to a bank check worth 500 gold coins, Morton Takindu also sent a 10% equity certificate for the vineyard. In this way, Rune can own a piece of land in the manor. Morton is sending people to build houses. At the same time, he can enjoy the annual manor, the best wine in the vineyard, as well as a share of the profits. This is no longer a simple compensation, but more of a flattery. Rune naturally accepted these things with peace of mind. As a lieutenant colonel, he should have some background resources behind him. Morton's character seems to be good for the time being, and he can be used as a backup. After seeing Rune put away his things, Kindu said the second question for coming here. It was still about the underground world a few days ago. He looked a little serious. Colonel Rune, can I know if there was anything unusual when you killed that group of sea monsters? Strange. Rune thought about it, but did not answer directly, but asked, what happened? Kindu sighed, do you know Max? He also went to the underground world with us a few days ago. He was going to go to the Night Tower with you for further study. But after returning from there, he went crazy.